This world is cold and indifferent, but you are the blazing love of my life, the scorching desire that is mine alone. A note scrawled in Lilith's journal. Jax, are you scared? A hand, cold as marble, traced the line of his jaw. The woman's voice was even colder, a whisper that could freeze blood. If I broke your legs, would you still try to run? A violent shiver racked Jackson Pierce's body. Primal fear, a ghost from a life he'd already lived, shot him upright in the king-sized bed with its blood-red silk sheets. He was staring into a pair of scarlet eyes, beautiful and utterly insane. Look at me, Jax. You belong to me. It's your destiny. The woman, his new wife, leaned in, her gaze obsessive, a storm of deranged need churning in their depths. Her name was Lilith Astor. She clamped her fingers on his chin, forcing his head up, her strength undeniable. This room, this bed, it was all horribly familiar. Jax dug his fingernails into his thigh. The sharp sting of pain was real. This wasn't a dream. He was alive again, reborn. Tonight was his wedding night. The night his own parents had gotten on their knees and begged him to take his younger brother's place, to marry into the Astor family, the uncrowned kings of New York. The rumors about the Astor heiress were the stuff of nightmares. Lilith Astor was said to be cruel, violent, a madwoman in a gilded cage. Before his brother Caleb's name was drawn in their twisted lottery, 7 other men had been sent to marry her, to calm her spirits. 7 men had died, a 100% mortality rate. It had been enough to make every other powerful family in the city swear off any alliance with the Astors. But his family, the Pierces, knew it was a death sentence and still chose to save Caleb. They chose to sacrifice him. Don't think hurting yourself will make me let you go. Lilith's voice sliced through his thoughts, thin and sharp as a razor blade. Lilith, Aunt Lilith, you're really alive. The name slipped out, a relic of his past life's terror. You sound disappointed, she hissed. And don't you ever call me that again. Are you still thinking about Chloe? Snap out of it. Tonight you're mine. Her teeth were clenched, her already dark expression turning arctic. She was only Chloe's aunt in the most distant sense, a 3rd or 4th cousin to his ex-fiancée's mother, a generational formality. Did he have to cling to it? In the next instant, her hand was around his throat. The pressure was immense, a crushing wave of her pathological, dominant, and darkly possessive aura. It was the sign she was truly enraged. The lack of oxygen made Jax's head swim. The name Chloe, however, ignited a fire of pure hatred in his gut. His fiancée of 3 years, the girl he'd thought was his soulmate. She had cheated on him with his own twin brother and then left him to die. A woman like that, he wanted to tear her limb from limb. Seeing his momentary distraction, Lilith's eyes went cold. She shoved him back against the mattress. He struggled, and she punished him for it, her teeth sinking into his lip. Jax, if you dare think about her again, I'll destroy. The frantic assault on his mouth stole his breath. The fear from his past life crawled up his spine, making his scalp tingle. He knew Lilith's temperament all too well. If she didn't get a response, she would never stop. He forced his rigid body to respond, a clumsy, desperate attempt to placate the storm. Lily, baby, don't be mad, okay? I'm not with CHL. MMPH. His lips were captured again, a punishing bite that drew blood. The last of his reason shattered when he began to kiss her back. The air thinned, the world spun, but when his body instinctively tried to pull away, her hand pressed him deeper into the sheets. Lilith saw through his feigned compliance, but she plunged into the illusion anyway, a willing captive to her own fantasy. Say it again, Jax. Lily baby? Baby? My Lily baby. The name seemed to work. She melted against him, and the raw force of her need was almost too much for him to bear. So obedient. What you after this time? She paused, her voice laced with suspicion. Fine. As long as it's not to go see her, I'll agree to anything. Sated for the moment, she kissed him one last time, then pulled her dress straight and stood to leave. He didn't like her staying the night. But as she reached the edge of the bed, a hand shot out and grabbed the silk of her nightgown. Jax hesitated, then lifted his head, his eyes pleading. Her lips were swollen, glistening red, and the corners of her eyes held a subtle, dangerous hook that could snare a man's soul. The thin strap of her gown slipped, revealing the pale, perfect curve of her shoulder. Lily, I want you, he said, his voice raw. Stay. Sleep here with me. Lilith froze. Then, slowly, a constellation of tiny, brilliant stars lit up her eyes. As an adult, she knew exactly what he was really asking. All right, she breathed, a tremor in her voice. I'll grant your wish. Even though she knew he was only doing this, abandoning all pretense of resistance, because he was terrified she'd go after Chloe herself. Her heart clenched in agony. All the more reason to use even more desperate means to remind herself that this moment, this possession, was real. Hiss! Jax opened his eyes, his mind a disoriented haze. He was lying on that same opulent bed, black gossamer curtains shielding him from the room. He pushed the duvet away. The stark, crimson evidence on the sheets was a brutal reminder of what had happened. His body felt hollowed out, and the arm he used to prop himself up gave way, collapsing beneath him. "You're awake?" The heavy, Baroque-style curtains were swept aside. Lilith stood by the bed, silhouetted against the light. She was wearing a black, Gothic Lolita-style dress, its skirt embroidered with lifelike flowers, their buds the color of fresh blood. Her face, free of makeup, had the innocent softness of a 20-year-old, and her voice held the gentle timbre of a girl still finding her womanhood. But on closer inspection, there was a new, subtle layer of feminine allure. Only Jax knew. He knew that this seemingly harmless, sweet-faced girl was, in reality, a monster, a perfect fusion of pathology, ruthlessness, dominance, and madness. In his past life, he'd avoided her like a viper. He believed every slanderous word from the campus queen, Chloe, and his brother, Caleb. He'd rejected and despised Lilith. He'd even conspired with Chloe and Caleb, acting as an inside man to steal secrets from the Astor dynasty, to ruin her and win his freedom. And once he was no longer useful, Chloe had drugged him. He'd watched, semi-paralyzed, as she, wearing a surgical mask, carved a kidney from his body. Tears streamed from his eyes as he'd used the last of his strength to ask, "Chloe, why? Why are you doing this to me?" Chloe had just laughed, placing his kidney in a cold storage container. "Jax, did you really think I'd ever be interested in a worthless piece of trash like you, who crawled out of the gutter? Caleb and I were always the ones meant to be. If it wasn't to make you a willing blood bag for him, I would have been disgusted to even get near you. Now, Caleb needs your kidney. So, of course, I had to take it for him myself. Didn't you say you love me enough to die for me? I'm just taking a kidney, not your life. You should be thanking me." Her every word was a knife twisting in his shattered nerves. Jax's eyes were wide with fury, but he could only lie helpless on the private lab's operating table. As his consciousness faded, he heard familiar footsteps. He forced his eyes open. His parents and 5 older sisters were all there. His second sister, Madison, was the first to speak. "Jax, Caleb's transplant is showing signs of rejection. He needs an emergency transfusion. We have to take more of your blood. Caleb is this family's golden boy. We can't let anything happen to him." He tried to refuse, to fight back with his last ounce of strength. "No, I won't give him my blood." Smack. His father slapped him across the face, a sound that echoed in the sterile room. The pain was searing. Jax coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paler than a corpse's. His father roared, "He's your brother, Jackson. He's been sick his whole life because you stole his nutrients in the womb. What's wrong with giving him a little blood? You've been doing it for 4 years. A little more won't kill you. And Chloe is Caleb's girlfriend. A jinx like you being with her would only ruin her life. Don't worry, once Caleb is better, I'll let you be his best man at the wedding." He turned to his daughter. "Madison, hook him up. Now." The words were like poison in his throat. His heart shattered, disgust churning in his stomach. His 5 sisters chimed in. "You're the older brother, Jax. Be generous. Let Caleb have this. It's just a little blood. A brother who sacrifices for his family is a good brother. To hell with them all," he thought. It wasn't their blood, so they could be as generous as they wanted. In the 4 years since he'd been reunited with his birth family, he had craved their love. He had done everything to fit in. His eldest sister, Morgan, was a rising star in finance, so he'd studied relentlessly, getting certified in 3 months, pulling all-nighters to draft her proposals and help her build her portfolio into one of the top 5 in East Asia. His second sister, Madison, was a medical researcher obsessed with herbal remedies. He'd ventured into dangerous rainforests to find rare plants for her, escaping death more times than he could count, never complaining. His third sister, Skylar, was a professional race car driver. He designed and built the perfect custom car for her, becoming the unseen engineer behind her championship career. His fourth sister, Scarlett, was a famous actress. He'd secretly written blockbuster screenplays for her, secured funding, never asking for credit, and pushed her to the pinnacle of stardom. When she'd had a terrible on-set accident that scarred her face and plastic surgeons said her beauty was lost forever, it was he who had gone abroad, mastered the most advanced reconstructive surgery techniques, and restored her face, allowing her to reclaim her throne. His fifth sister, Sierra, was at the same university. She destroyed a grad student's project and let him take the blame, getting him expelled. For 4 years, he'd given everything, believing they were his blood, his family. But he could never warm their cold hearts. Now, Madison stood there in a tailored pantsuit that hugged her impressive figure, her expression cool and composed. She glanced at his weak, battered form, her brow furrowing for a split second. A tiny prick of something, pity, guilt, stabbed at her heart, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Seeing her hesitation, Scarlett, ever the drama queen, strode forward, snatched the transfusion needle, and plunged it deep into his vein. Caleb's kidneys failed because he was working himself to the bone, trying to find a cure for my face. Jax, don't you dare hold a grudge. Consider this kidney and this blood a debt I owed you. A wave of relief washed over Madison's face. Caleb was saved. Jax was filled with despair. If there was a next life, he would make Scarlett Pierce pay for this kidney. For 7 days, they drained him until he was nearly a husk. Death was close. He waited for it in silence. Click, clack, click, clack. The familiar sound of high heels. A woman in a blood-red Lolita dress appeared, her long, seaweed-like crimson hair swaying with each step. In her arms, she cradled a broken doll bound in chains. It was Lilith, her beautiful face flushed with a captivating, demonic energy. Behind her, bodyguards threw the broken, bleeding members of the Pierce family onto the floor around his bed. She crouched down, her red lips pursed, her eyes glinting with a morbid curiosity. People who bully my Jax, she said, her voice a chilling mix of innocence and evil, have to be made into dolls. She raised a small, blood-stained sickle and lifted Chloe's mangled face. Such a pity. If I had peeled this skin off you before, made you into a doll for our new home, maybe you wouldn't have tried to run away. Muttering to herself, she casually slit Chloe's throat. As blood fountained out, Lilith laughed. She wiped a stray splatter from her cheek with a silk handkerchief and turned her gaze to the Pierces. They panicked. The rumors are true. You're a monster. Help us. Somebody help. No one came. In his last moments, Jax saw her personally remove Caleb's remaining kidney and drain him of his blood. Jax is mine, she declared. You don't deserve a single drop of his blood. He was witnessing a massacre, but for the first time, he felt no fear. He watched as the blood-spattered woman finally finished her work and came to his bedside, exhausted. Her pale fingers traced the rough skin of his arm. She let the broken doll fall from her embrace and climbed into his cold one. Click! A chain snapped shut, linking their wrists together. There, Jax. Don't pull away this time. Now we'll never be separated. He frantically used his last bit of strength to croak. Go. Get out of here. There's a bomb. Chloe had set it to go off after 7 days, once he was fully drained, to silence him forever. The explosion roared, but Lilith just held him tighter. Don't be scared, Jax. Lily's here. Before he died, she was smiling, a look of profound contentment on her face. I have nothing left now, but I still have you. Jax, if there's a next life, will you promise to stay by my side? Tears streamed down his face. He didn't deserve her, but he couldn't stop himself from nodding, pulling her closer. I promise you, if I get another chance, I will never let you down. They had a deal. The memory was so painful that Jax's nose began to sting. Lilith lifted the bed's canopy and saw his devastated expression. He regretted it. He must regret last night. But when she saw the redness in his eyes, she couldn't stop herself from reaching out to gently touch his face, a flicker of remorse and self-mockery in her eyes. Was he upset because he couldn't stay pure for Chloe? Did he love her that much? I won't touch you again, she said, her voice turning cold. But don't even think about escaping. She grabbed his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. In this life, you can only be my man. The next moment, he felt the familiar, cold metal on his wrist. Click! The lock engaged, an echo of their final vow in the last life. Jax's body recoiled in a panic. Fear, revulsion, resistance. Lilith's eyes darkened. Without another word, she turned and stormed out of the room. His body ached all over. It took him a long time to regain enough strength to get up. Following the memory from his past life, he found the key Lilith had hidden. Clank! The chain fell to the floor. Jax walked to the mirror, and the reflection almost made him gag. This is what he looked like when Lilith took him last night. She must have been starving. The man in the mirror had a disaster of bleached blonde hair, the kind you'd see on a wannabe punk, and a row of cheap, clip-on studs lined his ear. His face was a minefield of angry red acne, and the dark circles under his eyes were worse than a panda's. His fashion sense was a train wreck. Skin-tight jeans, knockoff designer loafers, and a t-shirt with a roaring tiger graphic. A total tryhard, combined with the pale, drained look from last night's. exertions, he looked like something you'd find in a dumpster. Even a black market organ harvester would take one look and walk away. Jax shook his head in disgust and quickly ducked into the bathroom. An hour later, he emerged, transformed. His sharp, sculpted features were now clean, his dark brows and piercing eyes framed by a strong jaw and thin lips. He wore a crisp white shirt, unbuttoned at the top, and black trousers that accentuated his long legs. He exuded a calm, sophisticated aura. Ignoring the lingering acne scars and dark circles, he looked like a gentleman. In his past life, he'd let Chloe convince him to look as repulsive as possible, hoping to disgust Lilith so much she wouldn't touch him. Luckily, he'd been too scared of the pain to get real piercings, and the blonde hair was just temporary spray-on color. Fixing those things was easy, but the dark circles and acne, his eyes turned cold at the memory. They were the result of sleepless nights spent creating financial plans for his sister Morgan and writing a blockbuster script for Scarlett. The acne was from a venomous spider bite he'd gotten while searching a rainforest for a rare herb for his other sister, Madison. Thinking of it, Jax's knuckles cracked. In his past life, he'd poured his soul into earning their love, only to end up bled dry and carved up for spare parts. What a fool. This time, he wouldn't be a fool. He wouldn't be their workhorse. Now that he was reborn, he could change everything. He could start over, forge his own destiny. Everything he had given the Pierces, he would take back. His talents were his own. He would build his own empire. Even if he couldn't match Lilith's power, he would become a man who could stand proudly by her side. His body was still exhausted. Jax fell onto the bed and slept. When he opened his eyes again, he turned on the phone he'd tossed on the nightstand. He'd slept for 2 straight days. The missed call list was, as expected, a mile long. The most frequent number was already dialing again. Jax answered. A woman's voice, as condescending and impatient as ever, cut through the silence. Jackson, all you had to do was marry into the Astor family for Caleb. Is it really too much to ask for you to give him a little blood too? You're so selfish. I'm giving you 30 minutes. Get to the private hospital in the city and give Caleb a transfusion. Now, it was his 4th sister, Scarlett. As a famous actress, her voice was normally light and musical, but now it was dripping with irritation. The short, demanding speech made Jax laugh. The night before he was sent to the Astors, the Pierces had guilt-tripped him into donating 2 bags of blood, just in case Caleb has an episode, and they'd already used it all in 3 days. Oh, can't. Not a single drop left, he said, his tone deliberately flippant. Wife was a little too irresistible on our wedding night. Gave her everything I had. Scarlett paused, a flicker of surprise in her voice that Jax had actually slept with the little monster and survived, and that he dared to talk back to her. But she quickly dismissed it, her tone growing even colder. Don't be disgusting, Jax. Caleb is fragile. You're a man. It's your job to take care of that. Miss Astor for him. Don't use it as an excuse to gross out your family. And I know you're still in love with Chloe. If you really want to win her over, you'll get here and give the blood. Otherwise, she's going to break up with you herself. The familiar threats rolled off her tongue, but Scarlett couldn't help feeling a knot of anxiety. The whole family was on edge about sending Jax to the Astors, but it was the best way to protect Caleb, sacrificing one son to save the other, and the entire family's stability. It was a trade they were willing to make. Scarlett, did you forget to flush before you crawled out of whatever sewer you live in? She exploded. What did you just say? I'm your sister. How dare you talk to me like that? If you can't speak like a human being, then go sit at the kids' table with the dogs, Jax retorted. And if you can't hear me, I can have it carved on your tombstone for free. Jackson, you're insane. Jax hung up. He then immediately blocked her number, and for good measure, blocked the numbers of all his sisters and his parents. In this life, he didn't need any of them. Scarlett stared at the deadline, stunned. Jackson, that little worm, had dared to hang up on her and curse her out? After blocking his entire family, Jax felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He headed downstairs to find something to eat and decided he'd make a soup for Lilith to help her recover. He knew his way around the massive kitchen. He found some pork soup bones that had just been delivered and grabbed a heavy cleaver. With one swift chop, blood spattered from the fresh bone. Thwack! The blade was a little dull. It needed sharpening. He went out into the courtyard, found a large, flat stone that looked like it had been used for generations, and began to sharpen the cleaver with vigorous strokes. He was getting into a rhythm when a loud crash echoed from the front of the house. Jackson Pierce, you coward. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Get your ass out here. Someone had kicked the main gate open and was stomping furiously onto the grounds. Jax turned and saw a figure dressed in a riot of mismatched, colorful designer clothes, looking like an angry peacock. It was Lilith's rebellious teenage brother, Leo Astor. Just then Leo spotted him. Who? Who the hell are you? What are you doing at Moonshadow Estate? He demanded. Where's that freak with the crazy hair? The 17-year-old stormed over, radiating arrogant defiance. But the young man in front of him, with his clean white shirt and black trousers, looked refined and handsome. Even with the acne scars and dark circles, his features were sharp and striking. With a little cosmetic work, he'd be a certified heartthrob. Their family's entertainment company was always scouting for pretty faces like this. Had his sister finally developed some taste? Are you looking for Jackson, mister? Astor? Jax asked calmly, hoping to disarm the kid. In his past life, he'd foolishly escaped right after the wedding night to go give Caleb blood, collapsing from blood loss and getting dragged back to Moonshadow Estate by Lilith. He remembered her locking him to the bed with chains for drips in his arms, whispering desperately in his ear, "His life isn't worth as much as yours, Jax. If you die, I'll send your whole family to join you in hell." Her fierce threats had eventually crumbled into something broken. "You're mine. How could you bear to leave me?" He'd thought it was a deathbed hallucination. Now he knew it was real. This time, he hadn't gone to give Caleb blood. The timeline had changed. He watched the boy in front of him. Rumor had it Leo and Lilith were estranged. Lilith was the one who held all the real power in the family, supposedly because her older brother was disabled and had ceded his authority. Some even whispered that Lilith had been the one to cripple him. For Leo to still be acting out under her shadow meant he had some grit. "Whatever, you're just some guy who works here," Leo said with a scoff. "I'm here on behalf of Chloe. She sent me to get that ungrateful bastard Jackson to come give his dying brother a transfusion. Chloe said even if he won't go, he needs to send 2 fresh bags of blood. They're brothers, for God's sake. What kind of person lets their own brother die? And if he wants Chloe to forgive him, he needs to transfer the $2,000 he won in that university tech competition last month to her account. She needs to buy Caleb some supplements." Leo rattled on, working himself up into a state of righteous indignation. He wasn't a good person, just someone who enjoyed making trouble for Jax. And frankly, as a guy who appreciated aesthetics, he couldn't stand the soap opera his sister was starring in. He runs, she chases, he's doomed. It was painful to watch. Every word out of Leo's mouth made Jax's jaw clench. He had been looking for an outlet for his simmering rage. Swish! He swung the cleaver. The blade, now razor-sharp and gleaming, sliced through the air and embedded itself in the ground precisely between Leo's legs. A few streaks of blood from the pork bone were still visible on the steel. "Well, little man," Jax said, a slow, cold smile spreading across his face. "The Jackson you're looking for? That would be me. How can I help you?" Leo stared. And so did little Leo. You can't be that freak Jackson." Leo stammered, his body instinctively shuffling backward, inch by terrified inch. He clutched his crotch, protecting his brother in arms from a near-death experience. But as he recovered, he took a closer look. The handsome, movie star potential guy in front of him really was the same person as the blonde-haired monster. "Ahem. Well, since you're Jackson, you're coming with me to the hospital to give your brother blood," Leo said, his bravado returning. "Or, Chloe gave me a kit. Just draw 2 bags yourself and give them to me. I'm in a hurry." Now that he was sure, his impatience returned. He had to admit, Jax cleaned up nice. But Caleb's life was on the line. A little blood wouldn't kill Jax. What was he being so dramatic about? "I'd love to," Jax said, his voice deceptively calm. "But I can't leave Moonshadow Estate. So how am I supposed to give Caleb blood?" It was true. He knew from his past life's countless escape attempts that Lilith had upgraded the estate's security system to be virtually impenetrable. The only reason Leo got in was because his Astor blood gave him clearance. Leo thought it was a pathetic excuse. Fine. As long as you're willing to give blood, we can work something out," he said, slapping his thigh. "Here, this is my private black card. Go to the hospital. Now." Jax took the card. Then he slowly extended his index finger and crooked it at Leo. Leo froze. "I know I'm a snack, but this guy is technically my brother-in-law. What's he trying to pull? Don't look at me like that, Jackson. I'm not into guys." Jax's expression was, admittedly, a little sleazy. Leo was an accomplice in trying to drain him of his blood. He wasn't getting off that easy. "Whatever are you thinking, young mister?" "Astor, I just have something to tell you." Jax purred. "Come a little closer." After a brief, whispered conversation, Jax walked briskly out of Moonshadow Estate. Leo watched him go, a smug look on his face. "Oomph. He runs fast. Clearly, he was moved by my kindness. He's not such a bad guy after all." An hour later, "Emergency. Mr. Pierce has escaped again." The alarms at Moonshadow Estate blared, sending the entire staff into a panic. "God, not again. We're all going to pay for this. What is wrong with him? Our lady is rich, powerful. and gorgeous. What does that campus girl Chloe have that she doesn't? Seriously, he's so ugly, that dyed blonde freak. What does she even see in him? That he's a terrible student? That he's a loser? He's useless. I heard his own family can't stand him. A man like that. He's a walking disaster. Only Our Lady treats him like he's some kind of treasure. The servants vented their frustrations while chaos reigned. That's enough. How many tongues do you have to gossip about the new master of the house? Mr. Sterling, the butler, reprimanded them sharply. As a professional butler for a great house, he knew that no matter how flawed the master was, it wasn't their place to judge. Mr. Sterling, it's terrible, a maid cried. To escape, the master. He dismembered someone. The scene is too bloody. I couldn't even look. The kitchen is covered in blood, and we found young Mr. Astor's clothes at the scene. Hearing this, Mr. Sterling's composure finally cracked. What? My God, call Miss Astor. Now, that boy's digging his own grave. The old butler's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally plummeted. Everyone at Moonshadow Estate knew Jax was trouble. Lilith kept him as a virtual prisoner, and he vented his frustrations by destroying everything valuable in the estate. He'd uprooted a medicinal garden full of priceless herbs to plant cheap vegetables, watered them with imported mountain spring water, smashed million-dollar auction-grade vases to use as dog bowls, and torn down custom-made silk curtains to make a bed for a stray he'd found. A mangy stray at that. He'd even tried to get Lilith's prize show wolf to mate with it. The thought of that majestic animal being defiled by a flea-bitten mutt still made Mr. Sterling want to vomit. The worst incident was when Jax had set fire to the estate's treasury. Mr. Sterling felt a pang of pain for the Astor family's losses. Yet, through it all, Lilith hadn't been angry. In fact, she had seemed delighted. She'd tied Jax to a chair, gently wiped the soot from his face, and with a crazed glint in her eyes said, "Ooh, so my Jax likes destruction? What a coincidence. I also love to watch cold jewels and famous paintings burn. When they're destroyed, they belong completely to me. They can never be stolen. Isn't that wonderful?" Her red-painted nails had gleamed against the firelight, her eyes glowing with a serpentine, scarlet madness. She'd leaned in and kissed him fiercely, a greedy, conquering kiss, marking him with her scent. The one to break had been Jax. "Are you crazy, Lilith? The person I love is Chloe. You're her aunt. We both respect you. Don't touch me. Whatever you do, it just makes me sick." He had been struggling like a madman. Who wouldn't have a breakdown after being kidnapped off the street and imprisoned by a woman they'd never met? Lilith had simply let him vent, sitting on his lap while he was tied up, her head resting in the crook of his neck. "Is that so? Whatever I do," she'd murmured, her hand drifting down to the zipper of his pants. "What about this?" Jax's face had turned crimson. You're a pervert. You're just now figuring that out?" She'd purred, though she'd ultimately stopped, not wanting to scare him too much. Recalling Jax's track record, Mr. Sterling rubbed his balding head. "Let's check the kitchen first." A group of them marched toward the kitchen, and, as they drew closer, they heard a steady thump, thump, thumping sound. The dismemberment wasn't over. "Jackson, stop this madness. You're surrounded. Miss Astor is on her way back. If you—" Just then, the murderer in the kitchen turned around. His face was smeared with blood, and he broke into a wide grin. "My sister's back? Then I'd better chop up this leg bone faster. I need to make soup for her." The blood obscured his face, but the staff had heard Jax being forced to call Lilith's sister before. Mr. Sterling's scalp prickled with terror. "Oh God, we have another psycho in the house. And this one's even worse than Miss Astor. He kills people and then makes them into soup. No, I can't let him continue. Sterling, must protect Miss Astor's safety." He grabbed a baseball bat he kept handy for just such occasions and stepped resolutely into the blood-soaked kitchen. "Mr. Sterling, you don't have to help." Whack! Leo, who had been dutifully chopping bones because Jax told him his sister loved pork bone soup and it would get in the limited edition race car he wanted next month, was cut off mid-sentence. "Jackson, confess. Who did you kill this time?" Mr. Sterling roared, planting his foot triumphantly on the bloodied figure's back. "Cough, cough, MMPH. It's me. It's Leo." Leo cried, tears welling in his eyes as he lay pinned to the floor. Sterling, strong as an ox. "Nanny? Igriega young. Young master? What? What did you say? You boiled my young master in a pot." The jaws of the maids and bodyguards collectively hit the floor. "It's over. Jackson is finally done for. Leo, who are you calling a pig? Your whole family are pigs." Leo lay on the gory kitchen floor, helplessly squirming under Mr. Sterling's foot. Just as he was about to muster his strength, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by a chorus of respectful greetings. Miss Astor. Leo looked up to see the crowd parting like the Red Sea. Lilith strode through, dressed in a dark taffeta gown with a tailored black blazer, her sharp stilettos clicking with cold precision. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her lips a demonic red, but her expression was clear and remote, devoid of earthly concerns. Her black curls were casually tied back, revealing a neck as elegant as a swan's. The aggression of her beauty and the coolness of her demeanor were perfectly balanced, radiating an aura of untouchable nobility. The moment she appeared, the pressure in the room dropped by 100 degrees. Lilith glanced at the carnage in the kitchen, and as her upturned eyes swept across the scene, a cold light flashed within them. It was like being sliced by 1,000 tiny shards of ice, a display of pure intimidation. "Where's Jackson?" Leo's heart leaped into his throat. "Jackson? I let him go. I'm her brother, for crying out loud. He's just some freak she picked up. Am I not more important than him? Mister." Sterling surreptitiously slid his foot off the person he'd been pinning down. "Miss Astor, he's right under my foot. The scoundrel. And this time he's harmed young Mr. Astor. Sis, don't you even care about me?" Leo whined, try to seize the initiative. "I'm your own brother. Aren't you even going to check if I'm dead or alive?" He planned to paint a picture of Jax as a cold-hearted monster, completely unworthy of his sister's affection. The staff exchanged horrified glances. "I'll ask one more time." Lilith's voice was a low snarl, her serpentine eyes fixed on Leo, her red lips curved into a smile that promised murder. "Where is Jackson?" "I let him go to the hospital to give blood to Caleb Pierce," Leo stammered. "Caleb is his brother, and he was the one who was supposed to marry you in the first place, to give you an heir. Jax is just a substitute. Giving a little blood won't kill him. What kind of man is he? Sis, a coward like that doesn't deserve you," Leo said, his confidence growing. He'd long been fed up with his sister, who was normally so brilliant and calculating, losing her mind over some low-life trash. He stood and walked toward her, intending to reason with her. He was her little brother, the one she had protected his whole life as she navigated the treacherous internal politics of the Astor clan. She adored him. She would never choose a man over him. He was sure of it. He had that confidence. "Nathan," Lilith said calmly, cutting him off. "Hang him up. Soak the whip in salt water." "Yes, ma'am." Nathan, her aide, was brutally efficient. Within moments, Leo was hanging upside down from a tree in the backyard. Beside the tree, Mr. Sterling wiped cold sweat from his brow as he dipped Lilith's favorite whip into a bucket of brine. No one dared to question her commands. Lilith walked outside, and a servant immediately appeared to shade her with a black umbrella. Sis, how could you let an outsider blind you like this? I'm your real brother. Is that worthless man more important than a single hair on my head?" Lilith picked up the whip, dipped it in the salt water herself, and then, with a flick of her wrist, sent it cracking through the air. Crack! A blood-curdling scream echoed across Moonshadow Estate. Leo was crying. His fragile little heart had just been shattered. He really was less important to his sister than that useless Jackson Pierce. It wasn't fair. From a second-floor window, Jax watched the scene unfold with detached amusement. He even took out his phone to record the spectacle. "TSK, you mess with the wrong guy," he muttered. "He might seem as soft as cotton, but this cotton was flammable, and Lilith was the flame." As Lilith brought the whip down again and again, the atmosphere in the estate became hellish. If the young master was being beaten this badly for crossing Jax, what hope did the rest of them have? "Mr. Sterling shuddered and finally spoke up. "Miss Astor, I'll send men to the hospital to escort the master back to the estate immediately. Thank God the young master is here to take this beating," he thought. If he weren't, who knows how many priceless antiques would be smashed today. "No need," Lilith said, tossing the blood-stained whip aside without a second glance at Leo. "I'm going to my room to check on something." "Mister?" Sterling was baffled. "The room? I've already searched it top to bottom. Jackson is long gone." Up on the second floor, Jax moved with lightning speed. He stripped off his clothes, scrambled into bed, refastened the chain Lilith had left him in, and put the key back in its hiding place. His heart was pounding. A moment later, Lilith burst into the master bedroom with her entourage. They found Jax, not only unharmed but sitting on the bed, shirtless, looking as if he had just woken up. A massive, invisible scapegoat had just been pinned on them all. Jax stretched, rubbed his eyes theatrically, and feigned a yawn. Lilith entered the room and waved a hand. "Mister." Sterling immediately shut the door, cutting off all outside eyes. "They said you ran away again," she said, her voice dangerously soft. Do I need to chain you to my side to make you behave? Jax's heart skipped a beat. Even though he'd been reborn for a few days, he still felt an instinctive fear of her. The woman was terrifying when she was in one of her states. He'd once seen her through the window of a locked room, calmly dissecting something. When he got a better look, it was clearly a human body that had cemented his belief that she was a killer, and he was her next experiment. No, I didn't run away. I'm right here, Lily. Honey. He swallowed hard, trying to suppress his terror. In his nervousness, the wrong name almost slipped out again. Aunt Lilith. He'd always seen her as an elder, and she wanted to devour him. You're afraid of me. Lilith came closer and ripped the covers off the bed. The bloodstain from their first night was still there. She hadn't let anyone in to disturb him. Jax's throat went dry as their eyes fell on the same spot, the memory of that night's madness vivid in his mind. She leaned over him, her breath ghosting across his temple, sending a shiver through his entire body. Jax, I want you to belong to me completely. Be a good boy, and give yourself to me. From Lilith's perspective, she had taken him. But in Jax's mind, he had taken her first time. As a man, he had to take responsibility. Otherwise, what kind of scumbag would he be? Lilith was noble, beautiful, and had a killer body. He couldn't let her down. But right now, he had nothing. He couldn't just sit back and wait. In his past life, he had been content to be a doormat for his sisters. This time, he had the ability. He would climb his way up, step by step, until he could stand beside her as an equal. His thoughts raced. He hadn't answered her. The displeasure in Lilith's eyes deepened. Jax snapped back to the present. Jax snapped back to the present. I'm not afraid of you, and I wasn't trying to run away. Really? Lilith tilted his chin up, giving him no chance to escape, her red lips descending. Jax's body instinctively pulled back. He couldn't anger her again. He wanted to smooth things over, to ask her for permission to go back to school. He could only brace himself, his arms rigid against the bed. If you're not afraid, then prove it to me. She drew closer, her lips brushing against his eyelids, then his forehead, the bridge of his nose, the corner of his mouth, before sliding down to his jaw. A flurry of soft kisses that never landed on their target, yet they tied his heart in knots. Jax's breath hitched. A scent of dark cherries and smoky wood enveloped him, a tantalizing cage. I really won't run away again. I mean, at this time, he blurted out. This time is different. You're my woman now. I'll take responsibility. I'll be your husband. I even made you some soup to help you. You know, before Leo had arrived, he'd already put a pot on to pressure cook for her. The second batch of bones was for another dish he wanted to make. He had nothing now, so the only thing he could do was be good to her. He was trying to treat her like a wife. It would just take time. After all, she had once been, in his eyes, a respected elder. Lilith's brow furrowed, but the pressure in the room eased slightly. Her fingers traced a path across his bare chest, down to his abs. The touch was electric, and Jax tensed, unable to relax. Husband. A corner of her mouth lifted. That's a nice title. She seemed pleased. But you did run away just now. You took Leo's card. Couldn't find the way out. Her gaze flickered to a faint, muddy shoe print on the windowsill he'd missed. It had rained that morning. He had been outside. The pressure slammed back down, suffocating him. I just went out to... Before he could finish, Lilith lunged, crushing her lips against his. The kiss was devoid of any tenderness, a raw, aggressive invasion, a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. She interlaced their fingers, pinning his hands as she pushed him back onto the bed, her eyes burning with a fierce possessiveness. It was as if devouring him whole was the only way to truly own him. It was a long kiss, one that nearly woke his exhausted body. In the brief moment they broke for air, Jax clapped a hand over her mouth. Wife, he panted. Listen to me. Lilith froze. The icy aura around her dissipated, replaced by a flicker of the innocent charm a girl her age was supposed to have. Okay. Jax was stunned. She was that easy to control. I did go out for a bit, Jax confessed, his voice steady. Since we're married now, I can't just do nothing. This ring, it's everything I have right now. It's not even a carat, I know, but I'll work hard to make it bigger. I know you have everything, that no treasure means anything to you, but just give me some time. I'll prove my commitment to you. He held out the diamond ring he'd bought. It was a 60-point diamond, just over half a carat, that had cost him $2,300. The design was simple and classic, but for someone of Lilith Astor's standing, it was laughably small. Jax felt a flush of shame, clutching the small box, not daring to place the ring on her finger. He knew how tiny the diamond was, but it was everything he had. The $2,000 was prize money from a university tech competition. The other $300 was what he'd saved from part-time jobs, money he'd been planning to use to buy Chloe the latest smartphone. He himself usually lived on instant noodles and cheap takeout. Chloe would only deign to take him out for a real meal on a date right before he had to go give Caleb blood. In his past life, he'd worked himself to the bone, winning competitions and slaving at part-time jobs. Also, Chloe wouldn't feel inferior to her peers. He was technically a peers, but his allowance was a pittance compared to Caleb's. Every dollar he earned went to her, for her designer bags, her watches, her whims. He'd spend a small fortune on her. He wouldn't be that fool again. A man's money should be spent on his wife. As for the pure ex-girlfriend, she could go to hell. Lilith looked down at the ring clutched in his hand, the harshness in her eyes softening. She slowly extended her hand toward him and gave a small, gentle nod. Okay. Her voice was soft. Jax, I love it. She had sneered at the world's greatest treasures. But this ring, this was from Jax. Whether it was just another one of his tricks to placate her or not, in this moment, she was genuinely happy. Jax slid the ring onto her slender ring finger. He looked at her long, elegant fingers, the nails painted a demonic red, and his throat tightened. Lilith was breathtakingly beautiful. In profile, she was all sharp angles and aggressive glamour. Head on, she had an air of pure innocence. It was a devastating combination. God had given her the most beautiful face and the most powerful family, and in exchange, a heart of terrifying steel. He had been so consumed by fear in his past life that he'd never truly appreciated her beauty. Now, looking at her, he could only marvel at the Creator's favoritism. He finished placing the ring on her finger and leaned down to press a kiss to it, as if making a vow to himself. This life, I will never fail you again. To prove my commitment, I want to go back to school. Is that okay? The air in the room instantly solidified. A deadly chill rolled in, thick with unspoken threats. I swear, I'm just going to school, he said quickly, raising his hand as if taking an oath. I will have nothing to do with Chloe Vance. If I do, may my entire family drop dead. Lilith knew how much he cared about that parasitic family of his. Her gaze sharpened, studying him intently for a long moment. Finally, her fingers traced the new ring on her own hand. Okay, she nodded. Then, she unfastened the chain from his wrist. A frantic knock came from the door. Given permission, Mr. Sterling entered. Miss Astor. Young Mr. Astor. I don't think he's going to make it. Lilith's expression remained neutral. She casually took Jax's hand and led him to the second-floor window. In the distance, a cocoon-like figure was still hanging upside down from the tree. Leo's curses had faded to weak, breathless gasps. HM, let's leave him there until evening. It was high noon. The sun was a brutal, blazing eye in the sky. Even in the shade of the tree, Leo was sure to get heat stroke. After this ordeal, the pampered young master would probably hate him even more. Jax had expected Lilith to punish Leo, but not this severely. Miss Astor, young master is delicate. He won't survive half a day hanging like that. Perhaps we could move him inside. Mr. Sterling pleaded, at least to get him out of the sun. He'd never seen Lilith punish her brother so harshly. No need, Lilith replied, her red lips curving slightly. If we move him inside, how will Jax be able to enjoy this lovely view? Right, Jax? Her voice was as soft as silk, but sent a shiver down his spine. So, she knew he'd set Leo up all along? Mr. Sterling gasped. Miss Astor, aiding and abetting like this. If your mother and older brother find out. My God, she's been bewitched. This Jax is a menace. He bullied my Jax first, Lilith stated simply, her voice flat. Jax is my person. Leo dared to send him to give blood to Caleb Pierce. He deserves to be punished. Does anyone have an issue with that? She didn't argue. She just held Jax's hand tighter. Mr. Sterling bowed his head. I have no issue, ma'am. How could he? One wrong word, and he'd have an issue with his head remaining attached to his body. Good. Are the documents I asked Nathan to prepare ready? She had rushed back and had urgent business to attend to. Yes, Ms. Astor. They're ready. You have a cross-continental video conference in 5 minutes. If you'll please proceed to the study. Moonshadow Estate was a massive, sprawling white castle, crowned with a crescent moon emblem. The ancient sigil of the Astor clan, a mark reserved only for the residents of the primary heir. Lilith nodded, dismissing the others. Jax was still shirtless, his well-toned body on full display. He worked manual labor jobs, and though he was often drained of blood, Caleb's illness hadn't been severe enough yet to completely ruin his physique. His muscles were lean and powerful, his shoulders broad, his waist narrow, a natural-born model. Lilith's eyes roamed over him, taking in the view without a hint of reservation. She knew Jax. She knew every one of his tells. His sudden change in behavior was glaring. He only ever threw her a few scraps of affection when he was confident he had a way out. Today, he was being far too accommodating, even running away only to come back, forcing himself to play along with her. What did he want this time? What else could she possibly give him? Jax, just tell me the truth, she said, her voice low. Why the sudden change? What's your game? What new way have you cooked up to get back at me? You've only ever despised me, spat on me, run from me. Jax froze. He knew her sharp mind would have picked up on his transformation, but he couldn't exactly tell her he was a reincarnated time traveler. He gritted his teeth, his ears turning red as he blurted out, because you have a killer body and I've acquired a taste for it. There, I've laid my cards on the table. I'm just a horny bastard. Outside the door, Mr. Sterling and Nathan, who had been dutifully eavesdropping in case Jax tried to harm their mistress, stumbled, their old faces flushing red. Lilith was stunned for a moment. Then Jax grabbed her hand and placed it on his firm stomach. The solid muscle felt surprisingly good under her palm. She gave it a deliberate squeeze, satisfied. You can go back to school, she said, her gaze serious as she met his. But in exchange, you have to sleep with me every night. Can you do that? Before, Jax had hated her staying over. She had to sleep in a room next to his, in an identical bed, separated only by a wall. But that wasn't enough. She wanted to absorb his scent, his body, his very being, until he was utterly, completely possessed by her. Isn't that a little frequent? He was young, but even he knew that overindulgence could drain a man's vitality. Frequent? I'm only asking for every night. Is that too much to ask? Lilith's eyes turned cold, and the pressure in the room dropped again. He won't agree? He's still just tolerating me. It made her curious. How long could he keep up this act? Jax finally, reluctantly nodded. It was fine. He was young. He could handle it. After Lilith left, Jax paced the room. He'd spent his last dollar on the ring. He had to find a way to make money. Now that Lilith had agreed to let him out, he walked right out of Moonshadow Estate, deliberately passing by the tree where Leo was still hanging. He walked with a confident swagger, earning a string of creative, if weakened, curses from his brother-in-law. Mr. Sterling, who happened to be passing by, shook his head. What a jerk. And I can't even do anything about it. Damn all. In the study, Lilith sat sideways on a leather sofa, her slender waist outlining the burgeoning curves of a young woman. She had one leg crossed over the other, the hem of her dress riding up to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of her pale, smooth skin. She rested her head on her hand, her dark red hair cascading around her. She looked lazy, regal, like a white lioness resting after a satisfying kill. No one could ignore the power radiating from her. Ms. Asked her, Mr. Pierce has just left the estate. Should we bring him back? Asked Nathan, her most trusted subordinate. He was a man of average looks, so unremarkable that even Mr. Sterling, who saw him daily, had taken ages to remember his face. No one knew where he came from, only that Lilith had rescued him from a remote, brutal environment when she was 15. He was a man of few words, but his actions were as swift and ruthless as hers. No need. Have someone follow him, Lilith said. If he goes to see Chloe Vance, then he can't blame me for breaking his legs and turning him into a human torso, chained to my side forever. The thought of locking him in a dark room where he could only see her, only be with her, was tempting. So tempting. But then, Jax wouldn't be able to do fun things with her. For now, she would shelve the idea. Yes, Ms. Astor, at the Pierce family home. Can you believe Jackson dared to block all of us? Does he really think latching onto that Astor lunatic means he could defy his own family? Morgan, the eldest sister, scoffed. I heard the Astor family has some bizarre genetic disease. All the daughters die before they turn 25. That's why they're in such a rush to marry Lilith off at 20, to get an heir with Astor blood. Jackson is nothing more than a glorified sperm bank. Once they're done with him, he'll be thrown out. Does he really think he's hot stuff now? Jax had always been obedient. Now, with Lilith's backing, he'd suddenly grown a spine. Don't blame him, Morgan. The boy grew up in some backwater town. He's not on the same level as Caleb, who we spent a fortune cultivating, said Scarlett, her eyes disdainful above her surgical mask. She was still fuming about Jax hanging up on her. She would have to teach that brother of hers a lesson when he came crawling back. He knows what he did. He's probably too scared to come back, snapped Sierra, the youngest sister. He stole Caleb's award and prize money from the university science fair. He's still a common thief. Does he have no shame, stealing for his own brother? She was at the same university as both of them and had heard about the prestigious award. Chloe had told her Caleb had given Jax the project to submit on his behalf, and Jax had put his own name on it. A man like that didn't deserve to be Caleb's brother. She looked at Caleb with admiration. He was so brilliant, always winning awards for his inventions. He was destined for greatness. Jax, on the other hand, was on the verge of being expelled. A failure like that didn't deserve to be her brother either. The family had been waiting at the hospital for Jax, but when he didn't show and Caleb's condition stabilized, they brought him home. Now everyone was here except for Madison and Skylar. "Sisters, don't be angry," Caleb said, his voice soft. He wore hospital pajamas, his face pale, but still exuding a gentle, scholarly air. His chronic illness gave him a perpetually worried look, a frailness that made people want to protect him. Maybe Jax just wrote the name down wrong by accident. "It's okay. Besides, Chloe said he was going to use the prize money to buy supplements for me anyway." He reached out and gently took Scarlett's hand, his peacemaking gesture only fanning the flames of her anger. "He's a grown man, Caleb. How could he accidentally write the wrong name? Don't make excuses for him. He's jealous of your talent and wants to take everything that's yours." Sierra chimed in. "You and Chloe are both too kind. You'd never lie. If she said she saw Jax change the inventor's name, then it must be true." Caleb looked troubled. "Sisters, there must be a misunderstanding. Jax isn't like that. His grades have always been excellent. The student government at Kingston knows it. He's the most capable student body president they've ever had. Unlike me, I'm always sick and have to miss things. I couldn't even get elected as a student officer. I'm so useless." His voice trailed off, his pale face turning even whiter, making him look utterly pitiful. Just then, Jack strode into the house. He'd heard the familiar, pathetic tone and couldn't help but sneer. He was here today to officially cut his ties and retrieve the few things that were actually his. From now on, he would live with Lilith as her husband. He wouldn't leave any openings for the Pierces to threaten him in the future. "You're right," Jack said, his voice cutting through the room. "You're pretty useless. You've always just hidden behind women, stealing what's mine. You, Caleb, are the real coward." He ignored the hostile stares from everyone and locked eyes with the source of all his misery. "Jax, brother, what are you saying? I don't understand," Caleb stammered, his act flawless. "Did something happen on your wedding night? If you can't handle Lilith's cruelty, I'll go to the Astors myself. I'm so sorry you had to suffer for me. You can blame me, but please don't blame Mom, Dad, and our sisters. They were just worried about my health." He took a weak step forward, reaching out to grab Jax's hand. Jax didn't let him. He slapped his brother's hand away. Smack! A crisp, clean slap across the face. Everyone was stunned. Jax had dared to hit Caleb, in front of the entire family. Before anyone could react, Jax raised his hand to slap him again, but paused deliberately. Caleb scrambled backward, nimbly dodging the second blow. "TSK, weren't you on death's door, begging me to come to the hospital to give you blood? You look pretty lively to me." Caleb's face went white, a flush of humiliation rising in his cheeks. Morgan, the eldest, finally found her voice. "Jackson, what is the meaning of this? Why did you hit your brother?" Jax just laughed, a broken, bitter sound. "He's not my brother, and you're not my sister. Not anymore. I'm here to cut ties with all of you. Here's the severance agreement. Sign it, give me my personal documents, and I'm out of here. I'm done with this family." To his family, Jax's declaration was just proof that he'd snapped. After all, no man had ever come back from Lilith Astor's clutches sane. They could be magnanimous and overlook his breakdown. Morgan stepped forward, her brow furrowed in distaste, her voice carrying its usual authoritative tone. "Jackson, I understand you're upset. Serving that Astor monster, being her prisoner. It must have been traumatic. I'm sure you only want to cut ties to protect us from her retaliation. But that's no reason to hit Caleb. We can agree to let you have your own records. But you must return the award and prize money from the Kingston Tech competition to Caleb. And you'll give him a 90-degree bow of apology, then go to the hospital and give him blood for one night. Otherwise, we'll have to resort to family discipline." As the eldest, Morgan's word was law in the Pierce household. She was a powerhouse in the finance world, and she was used to getting her way. She was offering Jackson out, a chance to save face. He would be a fool not to take it. Jax almost laughed out loud. "Woman, you could win an Olympic gold medal in mental gymnastics. Are you kidding me? I worked my ass off for half a month on that project. Caleb has some nerve thinking it's his. And another thing, Lily is not a monster. She's my wife. If any of you say one more bad word about her, don't blame me for what happens next." His face hardened. Facing the Pierces, he was filled with a tidal wave of hate, but he knew he had to be smart. True torture wasn't physical. It was taking away everything they cared about, destroying their beliefs, crushing their spirits. This was a revenge he would orchestrate himself. "Jackson, I'm only trying to help you. Don't be ungrateful." Scarlett snapped. She thought he'd completely lost it. The old Jax would have been fawning over them the second he walked in the door. He never dared to talk back. The atmosphere turned frigid. Caleb, still needing Jax's blood, stepped in to play the peacemaker. Brother, it's okay. You can have the project. You suffered for me by marrying into the Astor family. I shouldn't be fighting you over an award. I'm sorry. But his teary-eyed, magnanimous act only made everyone else angrier. Caleb was the bigger person, giving in at every turn, while Jax, the older brother, was being petty and aggressive. It was clear who had the better character. Taking his place in the marriage is one thing. Stealing an award is another. Their father's voice boomed from the top of the stairs. You can't conflate the two. Jackson, you agreed to this arrangement. Caleb was too sick to even be part of the discussion. And now you're blaming him for it. Trying to steal his award and money as compensation? You have no shame. He descended the stairs, his eyes burning with an anger that was ready to erupt. He would have to punish Jax. He'd been disciplined before. A little more would do him good. Seeing the man in charge had arrived, Jax sneered. Speaking of shameless, if I saw you on the street, I'd have to bow and call you master. Look, old man, save the drama. I'm on a tight schedule. I have to get back and make soup for my wife. You can't afford to be responsible for delaying me, can you? He tossed the severance agreement at his father's face, his eyes cold and empty. His father had been observing him from upstairs. In his mind, cutting ties with Jax now was for the best. The boy was a jinx. Now he'd gotten tangled up with that Astor lunatic. Maybe their bad luck canceled each other out, which was how Jax survived. But he couldn't have that bad luck spreading back to the Pierce family. When Jax had first come to them 4 years ago, his adoptive family had vanished, leaving him with nothing but his own birth certificate. His father had thought it was bad juju to officially add Jax to the family records and had never done it. Now, it saved them a trip to the county clerk. Jax, I'm a reasonable man, his father said. You can have your documents, but you have to return what belongs to Caleb first. I heard from Chloe that the $2,000 from the competition has already been deposited into your account. It's not a lot of money to us, but it's your brother's. You have to give it back. The confirmation hit Jax. He'd always suspected his records were never merged with the Pierces. Now he knew. It was for the best. He didn't want to share a single piece of paper with any of them. Morgan, however, looked at her father in disbelief. Dad, Jax's records were never legally transferred? It's been 4 years. Why? Did his adoptive parents stop it? Was there some other reason? No matter how much she disliked Jax, she had accepted him as her brother. This felt like a betrayal. It meant her father had never truly considered him a son. He's a jinx. His own adoptive parents were cursed by him until they abandoned him. We were being generous just by giving him a roof over his head and food to eat, his father said dismissively, dropping the kind facade he usually wore around Jax. Morgan's lips parted, but she said nothing. She suppressed her doubts. Even if Jax was being cast out now, he had brought it on himself. He'd spent more than a decade in the gutter and had learned to lie and steal. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Jax stood silently. The mention of his adoptive parents, however, sent a flash of rage through him. They would never abandon him. They had found out he was the long-lost son of a wealthy New York family, and, not wanting him to be held back by their poverty, had deliberately disappeared so he couldn't find them. His 2 older adoptive sisters and 1 younger one had vanished too. Reborn, he would find them. The bond of love was stronger than the bond of blood. That family had treated him like their own son. He would find them, take care of them, and be with his sisters again. I already spent the $2,000, he said flatly. It was my earnings from my labor. It has nothing to do with any of you. And don't try to use it to corner me into admitting I stole Caleb's award. You've pulled that trick too many times, stolen too many of my accomplishments. I'm done playing that game. Since you won't give me my documents, then don't blame me for being unreasonable. Mako, Rhino, get in here. Jax knew Lilith wouldn't just let him walk around freely. Her bodyguards would be watching. Mako and Rhino were the best of the best, Lilith's personal enforcers. Mako, Rhino. The 2 men hidden outside were confused. They were top-tier, global security assets. How had he spotted them? Miss Astor had ordered them to surveil him, not to be his personal goons. That would cost extra. They decided to stay put. Jax knew he couldn't command them directly. He stretched languidly. Man, taking care of Ms. Astor is exhausting. My back is killing me. I can barely walk straight. If some people don't cooperate, maybe I'll have to put in some overtime tonight. Try a little pillow talk. Mako and Rhino exchanged a look. This bastard didn't play fair. The 2 hulking figures suddenly materialized in the living room, their custom-tailored black suits radiating menace. Sir, your orders. Jax smirked. Trash this place. Leave nothing standing. At Jax's command, Mako and Rhino exchange a glance. Then Mako grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it onto the floor. Crash! The sound was the opening note of Jax's final break with the Pierce family. "Jackson, you've gone too far," his father roared. "Stop. Where do you think you're going?" Allowing Jax's men to wreak havoc in his home was a direct assault on his authority. He tried to stop them, but he was old. Mako casually shoved him aside, and he stumbled backward. "Have the paper signed by the time I get back downstairs," Jax called from the staircase. "Otherwise, the second floor gets it too." He went upstairs, passing the luxurious doors to his sister's rooms, and stopped at the entrance to a cluttered attic. This was his room. It was dilapidated, with no proper bed, just a discarded mattress on the floor. The Pierces weren't poor, but they had always been stingy with him, using the excuse that boys needed to be raised tough. He had accepted it, trying to please them. The tiny room was filled with things he'd made for his sisters. Financial reports for Morgan, rare herbs for Madison, blueprints for race cars, scripts for Scarlett, advanced plastic surgery textbooks, even jars of homemade beauty creams for his mother. This room held the entirety of his one-sided love for them. Since they didn't want it, he would take it all back. He packed everything into a large suitcase and dragged it downstairs. "Brother, are you really moving out?" Caleb pleaded, rushing toward him. "Don't be rash. I know you're mad at me. I should be the one to leave. I'll go to the Astors, you come back." Smack! Jack slapped him again, hard and clean. "Caleb, Lily is my wife now. Stop with the fake nice act." He grabbed his brother by the collar and looked at his father. "Well, are the papers signed? If not, I can't promise I'll be so gentle with your precious son." Scarlett stared at him in disbelief, as if seeing a stranger. Disappointment hardened her voice. "Jackson, you're being cruel. For the 4 years you've been home, you've gotten everything Caleb has. And you're still not satisfied?" 3 years ago, an accident on set had left her with scars that ruined her acting career. She'd been forced to retreat behind the camera, becoming a writer and director. The experience had made her bitter and reclusive, lashing out at everyone except Caleb. Her face, which top surgeons had given up on, had recently started to show miraculous, albeit minor, improvement. It was all thanks to Caleb, who had been secretly applying a new scar cream he developed while she slept. She'd even found medical textbooks on reconstructive surgery in his room, with notes calculating a 70% success rate. Caleb was her only hope of getting her face and her life back. "So what if I'm cruel?" Jack shot back. "You keep talking, Scarlett, and I'll make sure his face ends up just as ugly as yours." A collective gasp went through the room. No one ever mentioned Scarlett's face. It was the ultimate taboo. Jax had just crossed the line. "You son of a bitch!" Scarlett shrieked, grabbing a shard of the broken vase and lunging at him. Jax didn't flinch. As she reached him, he simply shoved Caleb into her path. They both went down in a heap, the glass shard narrowly missing Caleb's neck. The family screamed and rushed forward. His father, furious, finally signed the papers and threw them, along with Jax's personal documents, at him. "You rebellious brat. Get out, and don't come crawling back to us when Lilith Astor throws you away." Jax caught the documents, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. "Don't worry. Even if you beg me on your knees, I wouldn't come back to this den of thieves." He strode out, turning at the door to give them one last, emphatic middle finger. His father, enraged, kicked over a table. "That bastard! How dare he talk to me like that? I'm not dead yet." His eyes were cold as he surveyed the wreckage. He would make Jax pay for this humiliation. Without the Astors, he was nothing. "Morgan," he commanded, "I remember Jax is a finance major at Kingston. He'll need an internship for his sophomore year. You put the word out. No one in the industry is to give him a position." The Astor family's financial ventures were controlled by Lilith's reclusive, disabled older brother, not her. He would see how Jack survived in the real world without Lilith's support. He would teach him a lesson, force him to come home, and beg for forgiveness. "Yes, father," Morgan agreed, her eyes fixed on the door where Jax had disappeared. He really was a product of the gutter, uncivilized and crass. He needed to be disciplined, and if they couldn't do it, society would. Scarlett cradled Caleb, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and worry. "He's gone crazy. He better not ever come back. If he does, he'll have to kneel outside for 5 days and nights and take a beating from the family discipline rod." Sierra, the youngest, felt a strange pang in her chest as she watched Jax leave. "A den of thieves?" she thought, "but we never stole from him. He was the one who was always stealing from Caleb and our parents. He was the one who was dirty, stained by his poor upbringing." "Scarlett," she said quietly, "I don't think he's coming back this time. He took everything from his room." Caleb, his face pale, bit his lip. "Sisters, it's all my fault. I made him so angry he left home. When I'm a little better, I'll go find him and apologize. I'll bring him back. Seeing Caleb, injured and still trying to keep the family together, only made Scarlett's heart ache more for him, and her anger toward Jax deepened. Let's see how cocky he is when Lilith gets tired of him. He'll come crying back to us then. You don't need to worry about him, Caleb. He's a little jinx, but he's tough. A little hardship will do him good. You just need to rest and let us take care of you. Besides, once Lilith dumped him, he'd have nowhere else to go in New York. He couldn't stay away from home forever. In the Astor study, Lilith leaned back in her leather chair, her long, dark red hair spilling over her shoulders. Before her, a screen full of executives gave their cross-continental progress report. Ms. Astor, the Middle East land deal is secured. The proposal for the undersea cruise ship hotel is drafted and ready for your review. Nathan stood behind her, watching as his boss, who was normally laser-focused during meetings, stared, utterly mesmerized, at the tiny diamond ring on her finger. She'd been staring at it for nearly half an hour. On the screen, the executives trembled, cautiously continuing their report, not daring to ask for her input. Their backs were soaked with sweat. My God, the demoness is smiling. Which corporation is about to get hostilely acquired? Which management team is about to be fired? A smile from her usually meant the sky was about to fall. The project looks good, Lilith said finally, her eyes still hazy with a soft smile. Give everyone a raise. $1 million bonus for everyone at the end of the year. The executives on screen felt a chill run down their spines. Ms. Astor was known for being a cold, ruthless shark. This was too good to be true. Were they being fattened up for slaughter? Was she going to use them as bait for their new Middle Eastern partners? Thank you, Ms. Astor, they stammered. I have a question for you all, Lilith said, her lips curving again, her eyes shining with a sweetness he'd never seen before. This ring, isn't it beautiful? The executives squinted at the screen, trying to find something special about the ring. It was ordinary, not even a carat, not a designer piece. The kind you could find 1 million of at any mall. They all nodded vigorously. Beautiful. Astor, one executive gushed. Since you like it so much, Ms. Astor, I have a project idea. Another chimed in, seeing an opportunity. Let's build a theme park for it. The theme will be the beauty of love, and the ring will be the central motif. Would you be interested in investing? If she was wearing it, it must be special. The logic was flawless. Invest 100 million. The executives? Lilith stroked the ring, wanting the whole world to know. My Jax gave me my first gift, and it's a ring. Nathan had never seen her like this, so full of the genuine innocence and joy a girl her age should have. But beautiful moments were always fleeting. For instance, Jax had been gone for a long time. If he didn't come back soon, Lilith's patience would run out. Ms. Astor, if I may be so bold, one of the executives said, proud of his smooth talking, was the ring a gift from a gentleman? The question hung in the air. Lilith's expression instantly turned glacial. When she opened her eyes again, they were swirling with a possessive, manic, pathological fire. Jackson isn't home yet? So disobedient. Should I just cut off his hands and feet, turn him into my own personal doll, and chain him to my side forever? Then he'll listen, won't he? After stashing his suitcase, Jax drove to Kingston University with Mako and Rhino tailing him. His phone rang. He saw the familiar name and answered. Jax, man, if you'd been offline any longer, I was going to think Chloe Vance sold you to a kidney farm in Mexico. Say daddy, and I'll give you the latest campus gossip. By the way, the story about you wrecking Professor Hayes' research project went public. The school board is talking about expelling you. You got a plan? And don't you dare take the fall for your sister Sierra again. You work your ass off to get elected student body president. If you get another black mark on your record for her, the Pierce family will have completely ruined you. The boisterous voice of his best friend, Sam Cole, brought Jax back. Sam was the brother he'd grown up with during his decade in the gutter, as the Pierces called it. They'd been next-door neighbors, practically raised together. Sam was smart, and they'd reconnected when he got into Kingston. Sam's girlfriend, Kira, had grown up with him too. They were poor, but their relationship was strong, their futures bright. But Jax knew the truth. In his timeline, Kira had gotten close to Chloe. A rich asshole named Wyatt, one of Chloe's orbiters, had set his sights on Kira. He'd showered her with gifts, used her, and then dumped her, leading to her public, tragic suicide. Sam had spent every last penny he had on lawyers, but a poor kid's voice was too small to be heard. He himself had been Lilith's prisoner at the time, unable to answer Sam's desperate calls. He'd only found out when he saw the news report about Sam taking his own life to bring attention to Kira's death. The story made a small splash, and then it was gone. Why I got a slap on the wrist? The memory of his friend's fate made Jax determined to change it. This time, he would protect Sam, and he wouldn't blame Lilith. She was just a broken girl desperate for his love. If he stayed by her side, he could manage her. He wouldn't run this time. He would stay with her forever. I hear you, son. And don't worry, Jax said. I didn't wreck anything. Sierra made her own mess, and she can clean it up herself. Holy shit, is that really you, Mr. President? Sam exclaimed. You've finally seen the light? You've been cleaning up Sierra's crap since you got here. You're really going to let her hang this time. I've seen the light, Jax confirmed. By the way, you know any quick ways to make some cash? Any big competitions coming up? Sam was a hustler, living off part-time jobs and competition prize money. The age of social media influencers was just beginning. It was the perfect time to get in, but Jax knew the real money, the long-term money, was in tech and AI. Kingston was full of brilliant minds. If they could get a head start on AI development, they could ride the wave. But for now, he was broke. First, he had to deal with the school board. Of course, but didn't you just win the Kingston Tech Innovation Grand Prize? That's $2,000, man. Enough for me to live on for a year. Did you blow it all on another designer bag for Chloe Vance? Sam's voice was laced with frustration. Dude, wake up. You're not the only simp in her orbit. I saw her with some rich prick yesterday, playing all coy. At the mention of Chloe, Jax's eyes went dark. He knew her true face better than anyone. As he lay dying, that bitch had gloated about how she'd encouraged Wyatt to sleep with Kira, then leaked the explicit photos that drove Kira to suicide. All because Kira was as beautiful as her, but had better grades, threatening her position as campus queen. That monster had destroyed not only his life, but his brother's as well. Is that so? Jax gritted his teeth, a raw hatred rising in him. Where's Chloe Vance right now? The listening devices in Mako and Rhino's ears picked up his tone. Their backs went rigid. Uh-oh, this is bad. Jax, man, you're out of your league with Chloe. Just let it go. There are plenty of other girls out there. Pick one, and I'll be your wingman. Sam pleaded. He'd seen through Chloe's act long ago, but Jax had always treated her like a goddess, a perfect, untouchable angel. He'd do anything for her. Chloe, in turn, treated him like a walking ATM and a personal blood bank. I don't need other women. I'm married, Jax said, his voice cold. As for that bitch Chloe, it makes me sick to even say her name. The only thing I want is to send her to hell. Sam was stunned into silence. That couldn't be Jax talking. Chloe was the love of his life. Normally, if Sam said one bad word about her, they'd be ready to throw hands. And now, Jax was calling her a bitch? Had he been body snatched? A moment later, a different emotion took over. Relief. Then the first part of what Jax said registered. What? You're married? He shrieked. To who? Did the Pierces trade you for something again? Sam knew about Jax's reunion with his family, but Jax had kept the details of his imprisonment by Lilith a secret, partly to protect Sam, and partly out of shame. No, this time was my choice, Jax said. My wife is beautiful, way more beautiful than that snake Chloe, and she's basically the richest woman in New York City. Sam didn't believe a word of it. Chloe was a snake, yes, but she was also Kingston's official campus queen, a stunningly beautiful girl with an army of admirers. Jax must have been so hurt he'd invented a fantasy wife. Sam sighed, feeling a pang of pity for his friend's apparent mental breakdown. Okay, buddy, sure. I know you're going through some stuff. Where have you been, anyway? You sound like you've lost it. I think I need to take you to see a specialist. Jax knew he couldn't explain everything over the phone. He just warned Sam to keep Kira away from Chloe. As he was talking, he heard a familiar voice call Sam's name. Sam cursed under his breath. Chloe was walking right toward him. Sam, who are you whispering to over there? Be careful, or I'll tell Kira you're cheating on her. Chloe, as the campus queen, looked down on guys like Sam and Jax. But Jax had been out of contact for days. She'd had her eye on a Louis Vuitton bag that cost $2,300. Her Astor connection was distant. Her own family's fortune long since faded. She relied on Jax's part-time job and prize money to maintain her high-end lifestyle. And, of course, on Caleb's support. By the way, you're close with Jax. Have you heard from him? If you do, tell him to transfer the money for the bag to my account. I've already made an appointment at the LV store. They said the bag is in high demand. She didn't bother to hide her entitled tone in front of Sam. The rumor at Kingston was that Jax was pathetically obsessed with Chloe, her loyal lapdog. But Chloe, wanting to maintain her pure image, had insisted they keep their relationship a secret. So to everyone else, Jax was just a pathetic loser chasing an unattainable goddess. Sam was standing in a busy part of campus. Students saw him with Chloe and started snickering. Ugh, Sam is as shameless as Jax. Doesn't he know his place? Why is he even standing next to Chloe? Speaking of which, where has our resident psycho simp Jax been? It's weird not seeing him trailing after the campus queen like a little eunuch. You think she'd actually give him the time of day? I'll eat my own shoes if she does. Sam and Jax are from the same gutter. A couple of frogs trying to eat swan meat. The whispers got to Sam. Jax had endured this for years, all for Chloe's sake. But she knew he was her boyfriend, yet she deliberately let him be humiliated. It was clear what her intentions were. Chloe, why do you think Jax owes you a damn thing? Sam finally snapped. He's not your boyfriend, so why should he pay for your shopping addiction? And for the record, he's married now. What are you going to do? Be his mistress? A girl like you. He wouldn't even want you as a side piece. If you want a simp to boss around, find someone else. My boy is off the market. The words tumbled out in a rush of anger. He knew the rich wife thing was probably a fantasy, but he was too pissed off to care. The crowd's murmurs turned to open laughter. Ha ha. Sam, are you broke and delusional? Chloe would let a loser like Jax buy her luxury bags? Each of her bags costs more than you two make in a year. Yeah, and Chloe being Jax's mistress? Does he think he married the CEO of Astor Industries or something? Dream on. Jax is trash who will never amount to anything. Chloe just smiled, deliberately flashing the logo of her purse, the one Jax had bought with 3 months of prize money. She frowned prettily, as if reluctant to hurt the poor boy's feelings. Sam, I know you and Jax are good friends, but you shouldn't spread rumors and slander me like this. He would be very upset if he knew. The threat was clear. Chloe had Jax wrapped around her finger. If she told him to cut Sam off, he probably would. Suddenly, a roar echoed down the street. Whoa, look, is that a Bugatti de voiture noire? Oh my God, that's the one of one. $13 million hypercar. Who at our school is that rich? Rich? That's not just rich. That's dynasty-level wealth. Who the hell is it? The crowd surged. Even Chloe had trouble maintaining her composure. She smoothed her dress, making sure her bag's logo was visible. If it was some top-tier heir, he was bound to know who she was. Maybe he was even here for her. The Bugatti glided to a stop right in front of them. Chloe's heart pounded, but she kept her cool expression. The tinted window rolled down. A man with a lean, handsome face was at the wheel. The dark circles and acne scars were still there, but sitting in a $13 million car, they might as well have been beauty marks. He looked past Chloe, his eyes landing on Sam. Son, get in. Sam froze. The voice. The guy in a hypercar. Was it Jax? No, it couldn't be. Had he really married a billionaire CEO? Was he a kept man now? He'd heard those rich ladies were ugly and wild. His skinny friend wouldn't survive being crushed. Yo, Dad. Sam recovered quickly, a huge grin splitting his face. Coming. He hopped in the car, a perfect middle finger to everyone who had just been mocking him. Chloe thought the driver's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't be sure. Excuse me, sir, she said, her voice sweet and her smile practiced to perfection. You look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Jax gave her a dismissive once-over. You do look a little familiar. What's your hourly rate? His voice wasn't quiet. Everyone heard it. In an instant, the campus message boards lit up. Campus queen gets mistaken for a hooker. The photos were crystal clear. Chloe's face went pale. She gritted her teeth, not daring to offend the man in the Bugatti. Sir, you have a strange sense of humor. Jax leaned his head on his hand, feigning an apology. Oh, my mistake, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. You're not for hire. You just look like you are. The crowd buzzed. So the pure and noble Chloe hit on guys in supercars. And when she got shot down, she just took it. This was not the campus queen they thought they knew. Jax ignored her, the tinted window of the Bugatti gliding up to leave Chloe Vance standing awkwardly on the pavement. Students milled about, their whispers and sideways glances taking in the pathetic, fawning display she had just put on. Chloe's best friend, Jessica, had been watching from the sidelines. She hurried over now, linking her arm through Chloe's. You know, she said, her voice laced with suspicion. It's weird, but that guy's voice sounded almost exactly like Jax's. And honestly, he kind of looked like him, too. She leaned in closer. Chloe, do you think that loser somehow found a sugar mama, some rich cougar, just to rent this car and drive it here to mess with you? Jessica was sure she recognized the guy, and letting a broke nobody like Sam Cole ride shotgun just to save face? That was exactly the kind of pathetic move Jax would pull. Chloe's brow furrowed. Impossible. She was Jax's one true love, the girl he would literally die for. He would never try to humiliate her. Unless he'd found out about her and Caleb. But that was even more impossible. Jax was an idiot. All she had to do was sweet-talk him a little, and he'd go right back to believing anything she said. You're right, Jessica conceded, her tone shifting to flattery. Jax is the poorest simp in your fan club, but he definitely spends the most. Still, no matter what he does, he'll never be good enough for our gorgeous campus queen. If you ask me, That sharp-tongued Adonis in the car is a much better match. Jessica's eyes gleamed. Chloe, I bet he knows you have guys lining up around the block. He's just trying to get your attention by playing hard to get. It's so childish. She laid the praise on thick, though inwardly she was sneering at Chloe's pristine, goody-two-shoes act. So pure on the outside, but Jessica knew she smoked and drank in private. Who knew what else she was up to behind closed doors? Hearing Jessica's words, Chloe's expression softened. It was obvious the man in the car was on another level, even richer than Caleb. A man with that kind of charisma and potential. Now, that was someone worthy of Chloe Vance. I guess he is the most childish of my admirers, she said, pretending to seriously consider it. But it's a cute kind of childish. I think he seems interesting. Maybe I'll give him a chance. Behind her back, Jessica rolled her eyes. Seriously? You really think a guy like that is hurting for female attention? Sam Cole seemed to know him pretty well. Jessica schemed aloud. I hear Sam is always off campus at those big tech competitions. Maybe that guy is a major donor for Kingston, one of the trustees' sons. She gave Chloe a nudge. We should ask Sam for his number. Yes, Chloe said, a sly smile touching her lips. I'll have Sam give him my contact information. Inside the car, Sam Cole was in a state of shock. It felt like a bomb had gone off in his brain. Holy hell, Jax. What the? It's been, what, a few days? You didn't just sell your soul to some rich cougar, did you? Let me check. You still got both your kidneys, right? He quieted for a moment, taking in Jax's new look. But man, seeing you like this, I'm actually relieved. You finally ditched that cringy hot topic phase. You're a legit heartthrob when you're not trying to look like a reject from a 2005 punk band. Sam was reeling. His own failures were one thing, but his best friend's sudden, insane success was somehow more jarring. Still, he didn't envy whatever Jax had done to get this money. He actually felt a pang of pity. Damn, bro really sold his body for the cause. Sam made a move to check the waistband of Jax's pants. Relax, Jax said, swatting his hand away. It's just a normal adult relationship. He was telling the truth. After all, Lilith had consumed him, body and soul. The car had pulled over into a deserted parking lot. Jax was about to explain everything to Sam when the passenger door was abruptly yanked open. A large hand seized Sam by the collar and hauled him out of the car. In his place, a graceful, formidable figure slid into the seat. Sam was tossed onto the asphalt like a sack of potatoes. In the brief, chaotic moment, he caught a glimpse of the woman's face. To say she was stunning was an understatement. She was like a goddess, radiating a powerful aura that was an intoxicating mix of innocence and raw sensuality. She made Chloe Vance look like a plain Jane. Jax, buddy, stay strong. MMPH. Suddenly, Mako's hand was clamped over Sam's mouth. His eyes darted around wildly. The Bugatti was now surrounded by 24 large, menacing men in black suits. The sheer intimidation factor was so intense his legs turned to jelly. Sam's eyes widened in despair. Shit, what kind of serious trouble did Jax get himself into? Lilith Astor settled into the car. Her waist was impossibly slender, her long, dark red hair cascading over the exquisite lines of her dress. As she moved, her arm, as pale and perfect as porcelain, brushed against Jax. Her body shifted, pressing closer until she filled his entire field of vision. Jax was caught completely off guard by her beauty, his gaze helplessly drawn to her. But then she pinned him against his seat, her expression turning hard. A dangerous, unpredictable glint entered her eyes. The atmosphere became instantly toxic. Jax felt a wave of awkward panic. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Jax? Her voice was low, laced with fury. Is it because of him? Lilith's eyes were smoldering. She was furious he'd come to see Chloe, and even more furious that he'd seemingly found a new type just to spite her. He'd let another man get close, but he wouldn't let her touch him. Was she that repulsive to him? Or is it because you just saw Chloe Vance? The woman leaned in, her body pressing against his. Jax's breath hitched. He was new to all of this, and her proximity sent a jolt of heat through him, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. Lily, listen to me. It's not what you think, he said, trying to keep his voice steady as he explained who Sam was and what had happened. Oh, her expression didn't soften. Instead, a terrifying, blood-red glint intensified in her eyes. She shoved him back against the driver's seat. But you still went to see her. This time, she gave him no chance to resist. Her lips crashed down on his, a possessive, conquering kiss that plundered his senses, greedily devouring his taste. It was as if this was the only way she could reclaim her sanity, the only way to brand this man as irrevocably hers. Jax felt the situation spiraling out of control. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, using all his strength to pull back from the kiss she had claimed as her own. blocking her from another reckless assault. He had to admit, her taste was intoxicating. He had almost lost himself completely. Don't, Lily, be good. Let's go home. I'll give you all of me. I promise. He tried to calm her, recognizing the dangerous signs. Her face was flushed, her strange, serpentine eyes, usually sharp and cunning, were now unnervingly vacant as they locked onto him. She was losing control. Her bipolar disorder was flaring up. Lily's condition was severe. When an episode hit, it came with an overwhelming destructive urge. In his past life, before he was locked away in the dark room for her to use as she pleased, she would smash everything in sight to vent her rage. But if he was there, he was her best medicine. There had been times in that dark room when he thought she would drain him of his very life force. His fear and loathing for her had grown with each encounter. "You're mine, Jax." Her voice was a low growl. "You're not being a good boy, Jax. Should I tie you up? Should I have you stitched to me? Then you'll finally be mine completely." She had lost it. She lunged forward, sinking her teeth into his neck. The familiar taste of blood flooded her senses. Her eyes were wild with a violent, crimson light, as if at any moment she would break his limbs and cage him in her territory, possessed by her forever. Jax couldn't let her run wild like this. At the critical moment, his reason, suppressed for so long, finally took over. In his past life, he had spent years with her. He knew how to soothe the unhinged Lilith. He began to gently pat her back, his other arm holding her slim waist. His thumb brushed over her delicate skin, giving her raging emotions an anchor. "I'm yours, Lily. I'm all yours. Whatever you want. I'm here for you. But first, you have to listen to me, okay?" he coaxed. It was because he cherished her, because he was starting to like her, that he couldn't take advantage of her when she was lost in this pain. Even though the fire she'd lit in him was burning him to the brink of his own sanity. Lilith tilted her head, considering his words for a long moment. The next instant, her blood-stained lips found his again, just as demanding, but this time, there was a gentleness to her touch. She closed her eyes, satisfied. "I'll listen, Jax." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Please, don't be afraid of me anymore." The most terrifying, domineering force in New York City, the untouchable queen of the Astor dynasty, was humbly begging him for love. "Okay," he whispered back, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm not afraid, and I'll belong to you for a lifetime." And this time, he was willing to give her the greatest love he had to offer. But not like this, not with her pinning him down. In the past, he had always resisted, and every encounter had been her initiative, her taking what she wanted. This time, however, it was his choice. He couldn't just let the lady do all the work. To quell the pathological, destructive urge now consuming her, he offered himself up, but on his own terms. In a fluid motion, he reversed their positions, gently pressing her into the plush leather of the driver's seat. He would show her, with his actions, that he was giving himself to her willingly. The move stunned Lilith for a second. He had never, ever made a willing advance, not even on that first night. It had always been her endlessly demanding, taking. She knew all too well that his resistance to her wouldn't vanish overnight. "He's afraid again, isn't he?" she thought bitterly. "Afraid I'll do something to his precious Chloe." But if he was willing to be the one to initiate, she would gladly take whatever he offered. Even if it was all a lie, she would accept it. The deeply tinted windows of the Bugatti served their purpose. Mako, seeing the car begin to rock with a gentle, steady rhythm, waved his men back, giving them space. He himself dragged Sam over to a nearby tree, dumped him on the ground, and stood guard. Not far away, Chloe and Jessica were about to head back to their dorm when they heard the hypercar hadn't left campus. They followed the sound, their pace quickening until they spotted the Bugatti La Voiture Noire parked on a tree-lined lane. "Chloe, look," Jessica said, her voice dripping with envy. "He's totally playing hard to get. See? He stopped right there, just waiting for you to get in." Jessica was just as interested in the mystery billionaire, but she knew that if she approached him directly, she'd be scorned for being obvious, just like Chloe had been. It was better to let Chloe make the first move. If he actually accepted Chloe, Jessica would have plenty of opportunities to get him alone later. Just like with Jax, every time he wanted to impress Chloe by buying her expensive meals, he had to bring Jessica along, too. A disdainful smirk crossed Jessica's face. Jax was nothing, not even fit to polish this man's shoes. Then a new, delightful thought occurred to her. A man of this caliber probably wouldn't mind having an extra girlfriend. Chloe was ecstatic to see the car waiting under the trees, but she had to maintain her image of cool, detached purity. "No, how could that be?" she said demurely. "Maybe he ran into some trouble and had to stop. We should go see if he needs help, don't you think?" She deliberately pulled Jessica with her, afraid of being humiliated again if she went alone. Jessica, eager for her own chance to make an impression, readily agreed. As they drew closer, they were once again mesmerized by the stunning, world-class vehicle. Chloe stood beside the driver's window and, with a fluttering heart, knocked gently on the glass. "Excuse me, sir. Do you need any help?" The window was too dark to see inside. The sudden knock sent a jolt through Jax. His whole body went rigid. Lilith, pressed against him, felt the change immediately. She felt the tension coil in his muscles, the violent emotion he was struggling to contain. Jax was fighting it, fighting the overwhelming urge to storm out of the car and strangle Chloe Vance. This woman had carved him up for parts, left him for dead, and had been responsible for the explosion that had killed both him and Lilith in that lightless basement. Sensing his rage, Lilith's serpentine eyes flared with a wicked, murderous, bloodthirsty light. She reached for the leather belt Jax had tossed aside earlier. With slow, deliberate movements, she pressed him down and bound his wrists with practiced ease, pinning him beneath her once more. Jax, snapping back to the present, struggled instinctively, trying to explain. "Lily, what are you doing? Don't do anything crazy. That's just asking for trouble." He realized his momentary lapse had sent Lilith into a full-blown spiral, and Chloe was right outside the window. This was a ridiculously volatile situation. But for a predator like Lilith, volatile was just another word for stimulating. After methodically tying him up, she placed her hand on the window control. "So, you were lying to me again, Jax," she purred. "Were you waiting here to meet with Chloe? Well, she's here now. Do you dare open the door and let her see you like this?" Her voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "I've told you, Jax, there are consequences for lying to me. Why don't you ever learn? I suppose it's time for your punishment." Chloe waited outside for a moment, a sliver of doubt creeping in. Had she misread the situation? Impossible. She was the queen of Kingston University. She knew her own allure. Then, the window lowered just a crack, no more than an inch, revealing a sliver of the scene inside and allowing sound to escape. "NGH. Lily, stop messing around." Jax, pinned with his back to the driver's side window, didn't realize it had been opened. Lilith leaned down and bit his neck again hard. The sharp, stinging pain, mixed with her intoxicating scent, made his vision swim. He let out a muffled groan, trying to stop her before she lost control completely. He could feel it. This episode was far worse than the last one. She wasn't just biting him. She was recklessly marking him, leaving her brand all over his body. "Tell me," she demanded, her voice a low growl. "What are we?" She lifted her head, her predatory, serpentine eyes locking calmly with the woman outside the window. This woman was the most painful thorn in her side. She had wanted to eliminate her countless times. Chloe occupied so much space in Jax's heart that there was no room left for her, not even a sliver of affection. She had almost sent assassins after her once, but Jax had overheard her plans. That night, he had whipped himself bloody, then knelt in the pouring rain outside Moonshadow Estate. He'd told her he wasn't afraid to die. If she touched a single hair on Chloe's head, he would kill himself without hesitation, leaving her with nothing. For the first time, Lilith had been afraid. She had looked at the man, his back straight and unyielding despite the blood and rain, and the proud, terrifying heiress of the Astor dynasty had backed down. She had walked out with an umbrella, her heart aching for his wounds, but aching more for the fact that he would give his life for his perfect campus queen, but wouldn't spare her a single kind glance. Call her despicable, but right now, she was going to declare her sovereignty. Jax was hers, branded from head to toe with her mark. "We're married," Jax bit out, his voice strained. "You're my wife. Lily, stop this. Let's just go home." Even though he was burning for revenge, he knew Lily's state was the priority. She was dangerously unstable. He had to get her home, get her calm. He could settle his score with Chloe later. The man's deep voice was so familiar, but Chloe refused to believe it. This wealthy, powerful man couldn't possibly be that loser Jax. But he was already married. The narrow opening of the window obscured her view. All she could see was a cascade of dark red hair and a pair of dangerous, aggressive eyes. They were the eyes of a predator, commanding, ruthless, bloodthirsty. The eyes of a venomous snake toying with its prey. As a woman, she knew exactly what was happening. The wife was staking her claim. But high-value men were a scarce resource. She was just expressing her admiration. If the man himself enjoyed being worshipped and wanted to offer a little encouragement and life advice to a pure, innocent college student, what did that have to do with her? "Sir, are you there?" she called out, her voice soft and guileless. "My name is Chloe Vance. We met earlier. Your voice sounds a little hoarse. Do you have a cold?" I have medicine back in my dorm. If you're not feeling well, I'd be happy to take you there to get some. She couldn't see them clearly, but she refused to be defeated. She couldn't make out the woman's full face, but the little she could see was stunning enough to make her, the reigning queen of Kingston, feel a pang of insecurity. This time, Jax heard her. He realized Lily had deliberately cracked the window. She hadn't opened it all the way, not because she was afraid, but because she didn't want to provoke him into hurting himself to punish her. Chloe's words sent another chill through the car's interior. This woman was smarter than she looked, pretending not to recognize him, and she was trying to lure him away right under Lily's nose. The temperature in the car seemed to drop to freezing. Jax sensed disaster. Before Lily could completely snap, he acted. With his hands bound, he twisted his body, jamming his elbow against the window controls. The window slid down further, revealing Lily's entire face, as well as Jax's bare torso where his shirt had been torn open. The woman was a vision. A mane of wine-red curls framed an ethereally beautiful face. She licked her lips, a smear of blood, making her look even more alluringly demonic. Her clothes were in disarray, a picture of raw, sensual chaos. But there was nothing cheap about her beauty. It was a dangerous, aristocratic languor, tinged with the scent of blood. And her dress, the thin strap of the haute couture silk gown, had slipped off her shoulder. Chloe had once tried to even get an appointment to view that exact dress at a boutique, and had been denied. It was the kind of gown A-list celebrities borrowed for the red carpet and had to return, yet this woman wore it casually, not seeming to care that it was wrinkled. This woman wasn't just beautiful. Her presence was overwhelming. For the first time in her life, Chloe Vance, who was used to being the center of everyone's universe, felt she wasn't even worthy of tying this woman's shoes. She felt unworthy of even feeling jealous. Who the hell do you think you are? Jax's voice dripped with contempt. You're not trash, but you're nothing special. Stop acting like you're God's gift when you're not even on the guest list. He tore her down without a shred of mercy. Lilith froze, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This was new. He wouldn't even scold his precious Chloe before, not even if he was dying. Was this another act? She had to admit, though, his performance was immensely pleasing. Hey, Jessica stepped forward. Don't think you can just trample all over people because you have a little money. Chloe wasn't throwing herself at you. She was just being kind. You talk so dirty, you better watch out. If her craziest admirer, Jax Pierce, were here, he'd beat you to a pulp. She brought up Jax's name because she knew he was the one simp who would do anything for Chloe. None of the other guys would dare stand up to a billionaire, but Jax was different. He'd risk his life to defend Chloe's honor. Chloe realized this too, but she didn't want to blow her chance with the man in the car. Jessica, what are you talking about? She said, cutting her off. She looked back at the car, her eyes full of meaning. If she was right, this woman was only acting so arrogant because of his money. What if she were the one sitting in that passenger seat? Sorry, Chloe, Jessica said, playing her part. I shouldn't have brought up that loser Jax. A piece of trash like him isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. You're noble, kind, and brilliant. You deserve to be with a handsome prince from a good family. The words were music to Chloe's ears, but she couldn't admit it. Jessica, don't say that about Jax. No one can choose where they come from. He may have a poor background, but he works really hard. We should treat everyone as equals. It's not about status, it's about character. Her speech was sanctimonious and grand, but it had the desired effect on the students passing by, who nodded in approval. Their campus queen was so kind and profound. Jax rolled his eyes so hard he nearly saw his own brain. Oh, really? He sneered. In that case, Chloe Vance, take a good look. I'm that loser from a poor background you were just talking about. The piece of trash not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Jax Pierce. He leaned forward, his eyes cold as ice. And by knocking on the window, you've caused irreversible depreciation to this vehicle. I'm billing you for $25,000. Venmo or credit card. Jax's voice was flat, devoid of any sentiment. Chloe stared, dumbfounded, at the man's face. It had the shadow of Jax's features, but he was 100 times more handsome than the boy she knew. Of course, she would never admit that most of that appeal came from a multi-million-dollar hypercar he was sitting in. But Jax demanding money from her, he was obsessed with her. He would give his life for her. Her gaze darted to the woman in the passenger seat. The dark red hair, the aggressive, domineering aura, the air of effortless aristocracy. This was Aunt Lily, the bloodthirsty, terrifying, insane monster. Wasn't she supposed to be torturing Jax, keeping him locked away? Why was she letting him drive around in a luxury car? Was this some kind of test? A test of her and Jax? Aunt Lily. Chloe barely had the courage to say her name. She didn't even have the right to. The Van Cess were a minor, insignificant branch of the Astor family tree. All she knew was that Lilith was technically her aunt, but at family gatherings, she was relegated to the sidelines, and catching even a glimpse of Lilith was a rare event. All she knew for sure was that the 20-year-old psychopath, who was younger than her, was the most feared entity in the Astor dynasty. Lilith sat back in her seat, an eyebrow raised in amusement as she watched the drama unfold, her fury simmering just beneath the surface. She couldn't make a move. Jax would hurt himself. But did they really take her for a fool? If Jax wasn't here, she would kill this woman who was such an eyesore. Chloe, stop wasting my time. Pay up, Jax urged again. He could feel Lilith's patience wearing thin and had no desire to drag this out. Jax, you're out of your mind. Jessica chimed in. Chloe just tapped on the window. The car isn't broken. You're just making a scene because she's been hanging out with Leo Jr. lately, and you're trying to get her attention. You rented a pretty girlfriend in a fake luxury car just to feel important. It's pathetic. How much did all this cost? Is that why you're trying to extort money from Chloe? Jessica didn't recognize Lilith, and her position behind Chloe obscured her view. Now that she recognized Jax, her immediate instinct was to humiliate him. Chloe, however, was terrified. She instantly guessed that Jax was only treating her this way because Lilith was forcing him to, making him pretend they were finished. Caleb had told her that Jax had caught the monster's eye. If he could placate Lilith and secretly work his way into the Astor family's inner circle to get his hands on their confidential files, Caleb's own burgeoning business empire could finally eclipse the Astors. She couldn't risk exposing her connection to Jax now. She quickly pulled Jessica back. I'm sorry, Jax. I didn't mean to knock on the window, but $25,000 is too much. I'm just a junior in college. I don't have a job. I can't possibly pay that. Jax's expression was indifferent. Then get it from Caleb. I'll give you 3 days. I don't care how you do it, but that money needs to be in this account. He produced a sleek, black card. Engraved on it was a string of numbers, a bank account. Or was it another secret message? Chloe snatched the card, afraid Lilith would intervene. As Jax sped away from Kingston University, a heavy silence filled the car. They returned to Moonshadow Estate, and Lilith went straight to her study. Mako and Rhino, having received no orders to release Sam, had brought him to the estate as well, unceremoniously dumping him near Jax. Inside the study, Lilith's voice was cold. Find out what that string of numbers Jax gave to Chloe Vance really means. I don't believe for a second it's just a bank account. Yes, Ms. Astor, Nathan replied. The blood-red glint in Lilith's eyes grew more intense, prompting Nathan, who had been by her side for years, to speak up. Ms. Astor, perhaps you should take your medication. I'll call the doctor. The high-stress environment of the Astor Corporation's top floor kept Lilith in a perpetual state of tension. She suffered not only from bipolar disorder, but also from severe insomnia and anorexia. She hadn't eaten all day. She was rail-thin, her skin a constant, sickly pale. She was a small woman, but her aura was so powerful that few ever saw her fragility. Lilith rubbed her temples. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, but her nerves remained frayed, a suffocating irritation enveloping her. She was losing the battle to control her murderous, destructive urges. No need. I'm going to the dissection room to cool off. Her voice was flat. Make sure you stop Jax this time. I won't allow him to see that. He'll think I'm a monster. A trace of sorrow and loneliness crept into her voice. In everyone's eyes, she was a monster, but she couldn't control it. At 13, her father had thrown her into a Black Ops training cell, locking her in a cage to be a human sacrifice in an underground deathmatch arena. She was forced to fight like an animal, killing her own kind and savage beast just to survive. Before he left, her father had knelt, caressing her face with a gentle hand, his voice soft. Lily, your sister died in here. She wasn't lucky enough to live and return to the Astor family's luxuries. She has nothing in the family's history, not even a memorial plaque. If you die, you'll share her fate. The Astors have no use for useless daughters. Later, armed with a single sickle, Lilith had annihilated the entire organization and returned to the Astor family mansion on the night of her 18th birthday. No one knew what happened that night, only that the heir apparent was now confined to a wheelchair. The patriarch had suffered a debilitating stroke, and the matriarch was committed to a psychiatric hospital. Only Leo, the youngest, was abroad studying and, in the eyes of the world, had escaped the carnage. From that day on, the rumor that the eldest daughter of the Astor family was a bloodthirsty monster spread throughout New York. At 18, Lilith took control of the Astor Corporation herself. No one dared to question her. Her hands were stained with real blood. In the basement, under the stark white fluorescent lights, a woman in a pristine white lab coat toyed with a sharp scalpel. Skinning, deboning, she murmured, "If I make it into a new doll to keep me company, do you think Jax won't like it?" Her dark red hair was tied up, and her clear eyes reflected a pool of blood. She held up a perfectly removed piece of smooth, delicate skin, admiring it with an almost obsessive gaze, as if it were a flawless work of art. Or maybe, I should make Jax into a doll. Then he, like it, could stay with Lily forever and ever. The girl tilted her head, her tone suddenly innocent and naive. The ruthless, bewitching woman from the outside world was gone. Here, she had shed her mask, fully unleashing her pathological psyche. Nathan watched her skin the rabbit and grimaced. He had seen Lilith in her frenzied state many times, but it still sent a chill down his spine. This was just a rabbit. What had she been forced to dissect in that underground lab? He didn't dare to imagine. "Ms. Astor, please, take your medication," he pleaded. He had been with her since she was 15, and even then, the girl's innocence was long gone. "Medicine," she mused. Jax is Lily's medicine. Why don't you bring him here?" Her white rubber gloves were stained with blood and bits of flesh. As if struck by a thought, she suddenly threw down the scalpel, her voice once again tinged with that eerie innocence. She mumbled, "No, Jax will be scared. Then, I'll have to chain him up first." She produced a set of chains and handcuffs, her crystal-clear eyes reflecting Nathan's own terrified, sweat-drenched face. "You look scared of Lily too," she cooed. "Maybe I should make you into a doll, as well. No one is allowed to run away. You all have to stay with Lily forever and ever." Nathan was about to lose it. When she was like this, even he, a man accustomed to blood and violence, couldn't handle it. Just as he felt he was on the verge of a breakdown, there was a sound from the basement door. "Mr." Sterling's voice was like a chorus of angels to Nathan's ears. "Ms. Astor, the new master is looking for you everywhere. He's on his way to the basement now." Lilith's blood-tinged eyes blinked innocently, as if considering the truth of his words. "Jax is actively looking for me? Does he miss me too?" Miraculously, the frenzied tremor in her eyes stilled. Her voice returned to its usual cold, detached tone. "Stop him. Her current state would terrify Jax." Still, she was curious. Was he looking for her to make another demand? What does he want? "Mr." Sterling dared not enter the basement. It was her private domain. Other than Nathan, no one who had entered had ever come out. "The master said he's made you some fortifying bone broth. He said you should drink it while it's hot." Lilith was surprised and delighted. She couldn't believe Jax was concerned about her health. Even if it was another act, it was a new scene he'd never played before. She couldn't help but be intrigued. As long as he was willing to show her a sliver of concern, she was happy. "But Ms. Astor, there must be something wrong with his broth. You mustn't drink it, Mr." Sterling warned. He had watched Lilith grow up. She had been such a delightful, bright, and beautiful child, the darling of the family. But at 13, she had secretly disappeared, just like her older sister, who had also vanished at 13 but never returned. Lilith, however, had come back on the night of her 18th birthday, carrying a bloody little sickle, dressed in a blood-red Gothic Lolita dress. That night, he had hidden under a table. He had listened to a full night of screams, interspersed with the sound of a young girl humming a nursery rhyme, the same one Lilith had loved as a child. That night, it had become a nightmarish dirge for everyone. "Little lost Dolly, all alone, did they leave you by the stone? Dolly dear, have no fear, you can have my mother's tear, you can have my father's dread. Now we'll share this bloody bed." He had thought he would die too, but a sharp sickle lifted the tablecloth, and Lilith looked at him, her expression innocent. "Mr. Sterling, can you keep taking care of me, like when I was little? Lily doesn't have a home anymore." In that moment, his heart had broken. He had stepped forward and hugged the blood-soaked girl. It was never her fault. If the world didn't understand, then he would stand with her against the world. "Don't be afraid, Ms. Astor. I'll take care of you from now on. I won't let anyone hurt you ever again." He understood her trauma, which was why he loathed Jax for the pain he inflicted every time he tried to escape. Jax had tampered with her food more than once. Knowing she was allergic to shellfish, he had once gently peeled shrimp for her, feeding them to her with his own hands. Since he couldn't escape, he had chosen to torture her this way. But Lilith had cherished even that small scrap of tenderness, willingly eating the shrimp that could kill her. She had spent half a month in the hospital recovering, and when she returned, Jax had served her other seafood dishes. Everyone at Moonshadow Estate knew Jax was trying to make her suffer. Yet every time, she indulged him. But this time it was bone broth. What new trick was he playing? Was there shellfish in the broth? Lilith changed into clean clothes. When she emerged from the basement, she had managed to bury the red glint deep in her eyes. After her release, she appeared slightly more normal. But in the eyes of Mr. Sterling and Nathan, they couldn't help but worry that Jax was courting death again. As soon as Lilith stepped out of the basement, she saw Jax approaching with a bowl of broth. A softness bloomed in her eyes. It was at times like these, when Jax was at his most gentle, that she cherished every second. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Jax stepped forward. His sharp eyes didn't miss the small, not yet dry speck of blood on her neck. She was in the basement again. It reminded him of the time in his past life when he'd stumbled into the basement and seen her in rubber gloves, dissecting a human body. The sight had cemented his terror of her. Even now, try his best to hide it, he couldn't shake the memory. Sorry, I was busy, she said. In this world, Jax was likely the only person Lilith Astor would ever apologize to. Sam, who had been observing from a distance, stood frozen in place. He had guessed that Jax was being kept by a rich woman, but not this kind of rich woman. She was beautiful, had a killer body, and wielded immense power, yet she was acting as gentle and obedient as a lamb toward Jax. This wasn't a contractual marriage. Jax had died and gone to heaven. It's okay. I heard you haven't eaten all day. Let me feed you some broth, build up your strength. Jax's heart ached for her. The woman's stunning face looked worn and haggard. To the world, she was a ruthless predator. But with him, she let her guard down, like a normal girl hoping to be cared for, her clear eyes fixed on him as if she could never get enough. You're so good to me, Jax. If only you were always this good. But she knew it was all an act. Mr. Sterling couldn't stand it. He boldly stepped forward and snatched the spoon from Jax's hand. Master Jax, this broth is too hot. Allow me to test it for Ms. Astor first. Her safety was his absolute priority. He took a large sip. He closed his eyes. Everyone stared. What kind of poison did he use this time? Is he trying to blind her? Nathan grew anxious. Sterling, how is it? Is there any shellfish? Mr. Sterling let the flavor of the bone broth dance on his tongue, momentarily speechless. He finally opened his eyes. Divine. It's absolutely divine. Everyone else. You old troll, Mr. Sterling savored the rich flavor of the bone broth for a moment, then took a clean spoon and stirred it thoroughly, searching for any trace of shellfish. Nothing. Had Jax's methods become more sophisticated? Had he pulverized the shellfish into the broth? Still uneasy, he waved over a maid who also had a shellfish allergy. She took a sip from a new spoon. When she showed no reaction, Mr. Sterling finally relaxed. Lilith frowned, displeased by his presumption. That was the broth Jax had made for her, and she hadn't even had the first sip. Jax would surely be angry. But had he really not tampered with it this time? Lilith was surprised, but then it dawned on her. This was all a ploy. He was being nice to her to cover for Chloe. Sterling, I'm docking $10,000 from your year-end bonus, Lilith said coolly. Mr. Sterling looked crestfallen, but 10 grand was just a drop in the bucket of his bonus. It meant Ms. Astor was still on his side. He consoled himself with the thought. Yes, Ms. Astor, he said, all business again. The broth is safe to drink, though a bit hot. I'll have someone. Before he could finish, a hand took the new spoon from him. Jax scooped up some broth and blew on it gently. No need to trouble anyone else. I'll feed Lily. Jax's proactiveness surprised everyone again. Mr. Sterling wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, bracing for the inevitable explosion. This was too good to be true. He had to be up to something. So, no shellfish this time. He was going to use the hot broth to burn Miss Astor, the villain. He was already mentally dialing 9/11. The scene looked heartwarming, but they all knew it was the calm before the storm. Jax ignored their wary stares. He admitted he'd been cruel in the past, hurting Lilith many times in his desperate attempts to escape. But not anymore. He was her husband. It was his duty to take care of her, protect her, and, more importantly, to cherish her. He blew on the spoon again, tested the temperature against his own lips, and then brought it to Lilith's, his eyes full of earnest expectation. Without hesitation, Lilith obediently drank. It was as if she would accept anything from his hand, even poison, without complaint. All for this one thing. He was smiling at her. A genuine smile. How long had it been since she had seen one? Maybe never, but she treasured it all the same. Is it good? He asked softly. You have a serious eating disorder. Look at you, you're nothing but skin and bones. How are you supposed to get better? Let me take care of your meals from now on. I'm going to get some meat on those bones. And when you're healthy, we'll have a baby, our own child. He had voiced a future she had never dared to imagine. Jax wanted to have a child with her? The same man who found her so disgusting he'd rather get a vasectomy than risk getting her pregnant. She looked up at him, her clear, glass-like eyes shining with a brilliant, disbelieving light. Mister. Sterling's face was numb. Here it comes. The scumbag is spinning her another fairy tale to distract her. His mistress was so easily fooled. Of course, he knew how brilliant she was. She wasn't being fooled. She was simply choosing to believe Jax. Okay, Lilith nodded seriously. I'll eat. The tips of her ears turned a shade of pink. In his presence, stripped of her bloodthirsty rage, she was just an ordinary girl hoping to be loved. But she only ever let her guard down for him. In this world, she trusted no one else. Sam, watching from the side, was completely baffled. His brother hadn't just married into wealth. He'd married the most powerful, most terrifying woman in New York. The psycho heiress who had taken over the Astor Corporation at 18 and solidified her power by 19. In 2 years, every opposing force within the company had mysteriously vanished. Her authority was absolute. Even her so-called older brother was relegated to managing minor business from a wheelchair. The true ruler of the Astor Empire was Lilith. And this ferocious monster was acting like a gentle kitten in front of Jax? It didn't make any sense. But whatever the reason, Sam was genuinely happy for his friend. Ms. Astor was 1,000 times more beautiful and richer than that snake, Chloe Vance. More importantly, she was gentle and attentive to Jax. Chloe had only ever exploited him. After feeding Lilith 2 bowls of broth, Jax remembered his friend. Lily, this is Sam Cole. He's my oldest friend. Before I moved back in with the Pierces, he was my best friend. He still is. Suddenly the center of attention, Sam tensed up, especially under Lilith's gaze. With Jax, she was a docile cat, but the look she gave Sam was as sharp and commanding as a lioness's. She appraised him for a moment, then turned to Mr. Sterling. Transfer the deed to the townhouse closest to the estate into his name, and let him pick 2 cars from the garage for daily use. Sam's jaw dropped. Was he an instant millionaire just by being friends with Jax? Jax was stunned too. He just casually introduced his friend, and Lilith had responded with such an extravagant gift. I can't accept this. Sam stammered, forcing the words out through a monumental act of will. I can't accept a reward I haven't earned. Jax is my brother, but I would never sell him out. You can't buy me. The townhouses around Moonshadow Estate, located in the heart of NYC, were worth tens of millions. And the cars in the garage were all top-of-the-line luxury models. One of them alone would make him rich. And he was being offered too. Oh, the humanity. Sam wanted to weep. He stood ramrod straight, a river of sorrow flowing through his heart. Lily, Sam doesn't need. Jack started, not to make the decision for Sam, but because he currently had nothing. A gift to Sam was a gift to him, and he couldn't possibly repay such generosity. It's a welcome gift, Jax, Lilith said, her voice soft. I'm happy. This is the first time you've introduced me to one of your friends. Her happiness was genuine. Giving away a fortune was a casual afterthought. Jax fell silent. He took her hand and said earnestly, Lily, I know I have nothing right now, and promises seem empty, but I'm going to work hard. In the future, I will stand beside you as your equal. Lilith smiled, a genuine, radiant smile. It didn't matter how much of it was true. She was completely captivated. She knew the man she'd chosen was no ordinary person. I believe you, Jax. I know you can do it. Whatever he said, whatever he did, she would support him unconditionally. In the underground garage, Sam's eyes glazed over at the sight of the endless rows of supercars. Dude, I thought if I make it, you make it was just something we said. I can't believe you actually did it. Being your friend is the best thing ever. Sam's grin was wider than an AK-47 was long. Jax clapped him on the shoulder, a sudden thought occurring to him. Hey, Sam, I need you to keep this quiet for now. Even from Kira? Sam asked, puzzled. Kira was his childhood sweetheart. They told each other everything. His first instinct had been to call her, but his phone had died. Yeah, from everyone, Jack said seriously. A sudden windfall like this is better kept quiet. Otherwise, it just brings trouble. You're an orphan, a regular guy. If you suddenly get rich at a place like Kingston, surrounded by legacy kids, they'll do everything they can to knock you back down. He was thinking of Sam's safety, but also of the past. He knew the ugly side of some of Kingston's wealthy elite. Besides, if the timeline was the same, Kira was already secretly involved with the rich kid Wyatt. He only knew rumors about why she'd killed herself in his past life. For Sam's sake, it was better to be cautious. Okay, Jax. You got it, Sam said, nodding. What Jax said made sense. A nouveau riche kid with no connections would definitely be targeted by the established wealthy students at Kingston. But still, Being on the receiving end of his brother's good fortune was pretty damn amazing. After watching Jax drive away, Chloe ditched Jessica and found a secluded spot to call Caleb. Caleb, we have a problem. Caleb was in his private room at the Pierce family estate, and Ford dripping into his arm. The handprint from Jax's slap still stung, even with the ointment. Chloe recounted everything that had happened at Kingston, describing the one-of-a-kind Bugatti in meticulous detail. Caleb, you know I can't come up with $50,000. Jax is extorting me. What if he has Aunt Lily come after me? Chloe's voice was filled with genuine panic, especially when she mentioned the money. Caleb frowned. He had money, but 50 grand wasn't nothing. He wasn't about to hand it over to Jax for no reason, but he still needed Chloe to keep Jax on the hook. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, Chloe, he said soothingly. I'll handle it. After hanging up, Caleb lay in bed, counting the minutes. Sure enough, not long after, a beautiful, graceful figure entered his room. It was his fourth sister, Scarlett Pierce. Of all his sisters, she was the closest to him. She walked in, expertly tucked in the corners of his blanket, and checked his forebag. Every little detail was attended to with meticulous care. Scarlett, Caleb began, his pale face and hesitant tone making him look even more fragile and pitiable. What is it, Caleb? She asked gently. Did that jinx Jax bully you again? You tell me, and I'll go settle the score with him right now. Scarlett's face hardened. Her attitude towards Jax and Caleb were night and day. In her eyes, Jax was a lowlife who could never shake his gutter trash roots. He couldn't compare to the well-mannered, cultured Caleb she had watched grow up. Caleb was the true heir, groomed to lead the Pierce family. Jax could put on all the airs he wanted, but he was still just trash. Caleb's hesitation gave Scarlett a bad feeling. She was certain Jax was behind it. That disastrous brother was trouble even after leaving the family. Scarlett, can I borrow $60,000? He asked, looking ashamed. Chloe accidentally touched Ms. Astor's car, and Jax is demanding $60,000 for the depreciation. With my medical expenses, I haven't been able to save anything. His embarrassment only made Scarlett's heart ache for him more. She was a retired A-list actress who had become a successful director and screenwriter. She had plenty of money saved up. If Caleb needed it, she was happy to give it. But why should Jax get a dime? This was clearly extortion, a way to get back at Caleb and Chloe. She wouldn't let him bully her family. She gently stroked his hair. Don't worry, Caleb. Leave this to me. I'll transfer you $100,000 first. You can't be without money when you're sick. As for the payment, don't you worry about it. I'll go to Kingston tomorrow and find Jax myself. Extorting his own family. Has he gone crazy from being poor? The nerve. I'll have to teach him a lesson on our mother's behalf. Each of the Pierce children received a monthly allowance of $30,000. Caleb, with his frail health, naturally had higher expenses and no savings. But Jax? He couldn't be broke. Scarlett's eyes darkened with rage. Jax is doing this on purpose. Night fell. Sam was discreetly sent on his way. Lilith stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her study, her slender fingers subconsciously stroking the diamond ring Jax had given her. Her figure was graceful and elegant, but her silhouette seemed lonely and isolated. Nathan stood by her side, his expression grave. The medication from her last doctor's visit had lost its effect. Her current condition was not good. Her specialized medical team had recommended a 3-month therapeutic retreat abroad. Otherwise, given the Astor family curse, that the women never lived past 25, Lilith's life expectancy would be shortened by another 2 years. She had received this news a month ago, but had remained impassive, never considering leaving. Nathan knew why. It was because of Jax. She couldn't bear to leave him, but she couldn't tell him about her condition, either. He would run even faster. Jax had never cared whether she lived or died. Her death would just be his ticket to freedom. Ms. Astor, you haven't slept in 3 days, Nathan said, his voice low with concern. I should call Dr. Evans to come and induce sleep. Otherwise, you have about an hour before you lose control again. He had been with her for 5 years and had long since come to see her as family. But Lilith had never truly opened her heart to anyone. Go get the chains and lock me up, she commanded, her voice calm but imbued with an iron will. She was always more ruthless with herself than with anyone else. I'll walk to the basement myself. You just need to lock the door and keep everyone out. Every time she lost control, she would emerge from the basement covered in blood and wounds, inflicted by her own hand with the sickle, a desperate attempt to cling to a final thread of sanity. Ms. Astor, I'm begging you, Nathan pleaded. Go abroad. Get treatment. If you keep this up, you'll just burn yourself out. You're so young. If you die, what's the point of having Jax chained to you? He tried using Jax to persuade her, knowing the man's power over her. As expected, a tremor went through Lilith's cold eyes, and a familiar, insane, bloodthirsty light bloomed within them. "Then I'll kill him and have him buried with me," she hissed, her red lips curling into a cruel smile. "I can't live without him. I can't bear the thought of another woman touching him. Before I die, I'll kill him first, make him utterly mine, his body and soul engraved with my name, fused with my flesh." Nathan's blood ran cold. He turned to get the chains. But just as he left, the study door opened. Jax walked in, carrying a bowl of steaming, fragrant consommé made with snow lotus and bird's nest. At the Astor estate, only Jax could enter any room without permission. "Did you bring the chains?" Lilith asked, her back to the door. Her mind was fracturing under the immense pressure, the suppressed agony preventing her from recognizing his presence. "Help me put them on." Jax placed the bowl on her desk, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. In his past life, Lilith would disappear for a period every month. It was during those times that he had stolen the family's secrets and pushed the Astor Corporation to the brink of ruin. Later, as he lay dying, he'd heard from Chloe that Lilith was gravely ill. The rumors of the 25-year curse were true. Thinking back, he realized the Lilith of that later period had been far weaker than she was now. A pang of protectiveness, sharp and unfamiliar, shot through him. From now on, no matter how long she had left, he would stay by her side, and he would find out the cause of her illness. This life, he would personally drag her back into the world of the living. "Hey, sweetheart," he said softly. The endearment was so new it startled her. Lilith froze for a second. Then a light bloomed in her eyes as she turned around. "Jax, what are you doing here?" she whispered, her lips trembling. She was about to lose control. There wasn't enough time. She was afraid she would hurt him, make him fear her, make him run away again. "Did you forget? We agreed to sleep together every night. How can I do that if you're not in our room?" Jax walked toward her, his tall frame bending down to gently envelop her. She was so thin. At 5'5", she was dwarfed by his 6'2" frame. Her waist was so slender he could almost encircle it with his hands. He frowned. He had to get some meat on her bones. Still, her body was incredible. Slender where it should be, and generous where it mattered. With her soft form pressed against him, his gaze drifted downwards, and he nearly got a nosebleed. Her scent enveloped him, and her wide, questioning eyes held a hazy, mesmerizing quality. "Damn it, now is not the time for this." He took her hand and led her to the large leather chair. "You're weak, sweetheart. You need to replenish your strength. This is a snow lotus and bird's nest consommé I simmered for 2 hours. Let me feed you some." Looking at her exhausted face, his heart ached. He'd never cared about her health in his past life. He thought the world would be better off if a monster like her just died. But now, he wanted to protect her. He, who had never been loved or cared for in his own family, understood the misery of being unwanted better than anyone. And Lily had always given him everything. It was his turn to give back. "Okay," she nodded meekly. In his presence, even a cold, cunning serpent like her would retract her fangs and coil around him obediently. Seeing that his soothing was working, Jax waited until she finished the soup, then moved behind her, placing his hands on her head. "Jax, what do you think you're doing? Stop. Don't you dare harm Miss Astor." Nathan burst back in with the chains, "Mr." Sterling following anxiously behind him. They were greeted by a heart-stopping scene. For a moment, Mr. Sterling nearly fainted. "Here it comes," he thought. The boy finally snapped. "He's going to take her hostage. It's over. If she goes berserk this time, we'll have to renovate the whole damn estate again." He instinctively patted the custom-made Kevlar vest under his suit. Soft, reassuring. He wasn't selfish, though. He quickly pulled a spare from his pocket and offered it to Nathan. "Here, kid, put this on. It'll save your life." Nathan ignored him. The situation had escalated too quickly. He'd already drawn his gun and aimed it at Jax's head. One more move, and he'd pull the trigger. Of course, he didn't have the guts to actually kill Jax, but he couldn't lose face. Jax was completely unfazed. His fingertips found the pressure points on Lilith's scalp, and he began to massage them with a firm, precise touch. Under the warmth of his hands, Lilith's taut nerves actually began to unclench. She raised a hand, signaling Nathan to lower his weapon, and for Mr. Sterling to put away the large kitchen knife he was hiding behind his back. "Leave," she commanded. "I trust Jax." It was more than trust. It was her life, placed willingly and without regret in his hands. Nathan and Mr. Sterling stared. That male siren. "Ms. Astor, you've been bewitched." "Jax, ahem, no need for name-calling." Reluctantly, Nathan and Mr. Sterling left the study, but their deep-seated suspicion of Jax remained. They exchanged a look and firmly decided to continue their surveillance from the hallway. Inside, Jax skillfully worked on several more pressure points. Miraculously, Lilith's tense nerves continued to relax. "Feel good?" The man's deep, husky voice whispered near her ear. The familiar scent that always drove her wild washed over her, and she had to fight the urge to pounce on him. She lowered her gaze. She was on the verge of losing control. She couldn't take him now. What if she had an episode? What if she hurt him? Very good, she murmured. "You have amazing hands, Jax." His hands were beautiful, pale and well-proportioned, with long, strong fingers. The years of part-time jobs had left a thin layer of calluses on his fingertips, a slightly rough texture that was surprisingly thrilling. Jax flushed at the compliment. The tips of his ears burned. Did she have any idea how suggestive a compliment like that was? They're just okay, he mumbled. I also brought some soothing essential oil I mixed myself. Lie down on the sofa, and I'll help you relax your muscles." Since he decided to help her heal, he had to take action. He had already gone through the luggage he'd brought for the Pierce house and found the oil he used to use on his sister Morgan. She was always on edge and suffered from insomnia due to the stress of her job. This oil, the formula for which he had spent 2 years perfecting, had always helped. But Caleb would just visit Morgan at her finance company once a week, and Morgan would credit him with her improved mental state. Believing his presence alone was what cheered her up. Jax's secret massages were seen as trivial, something she could take or leave. He had to practically beg to give her a massage when he knew she was stressed, and she would act as if she were doing him a favor, rushing him so she wouldn't be late for a meeting. When Jax left the Pierce house, he'd not only taken his oils, but he'd also raided every room, taking back everything he had ever given them. This life, let's see if Caleb can cure Morgan's anxiety with just a friendly visit. Jax poured the oil into his palm, rubbing his hands together until it was warm. He gently guided Lilith onto the leather sofa, his long fingers tentatively touching her neck and shoulders. Her skin was as soft and smooth as silk. "Close your eyes and relax, Lily. This is a calming oil I made. It helps with anxiety, stress, and insomnia. I'm going to start now." Lilith curled up on the sofa like a lazy, long-haired calico cat. "You could do anything you want of me, Jax. You don't have to ask." She had always given him the highest privileges. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to him completely. Even if he had some trick up his sleeve, she wouldn't run. This moment of tenderness was worth any price. His fingers were indeed gentle yet firm, expertly finding her pressure points. The soothing scent of the oil filled the air as he worked, and it was incredibly relaxing. But the scene itself was dangerously seductive. Jax's breathing grew heavier. He wasn't entirely without attachments at the Pierce household. His disabled uncle, Ryan Pierce, was his only remaining concern. In his youth, Ryan had been a renowned master of traditional medicine in New York, once considered the most promising heir to the Pierce fortune. But after an accident left him paralyzed from the waist down, the position had passed to Jax's father. Jax and Ryan, both outcasts in the family, had grown close. Ryan, having no children of his own, had insisted on passing down his lifetime of medical knowledge to Jax. In his past life, Jax had devoted himself to studying, all in the hopes of one day healing the scar on his fourth sister Scarlett's face. He had given everything, only to be betrayed and left for dead. This life, he would not make the same mistake. Outside the room, Nathan and Mr. Sterling peeked through a crack in the door, catching snippets of shockingly scandalous moans and whispers. The two men, one a lifelong bachelor and the other a man past his prime, exchanged disgusted glances and quickly pulled away. That Jax certainly has his methods. He's got our mistress eating out of the palm of his hand, Mr. Sterling grumbled, the very picture of a disappointed father-in-law. Ms. Astor has been sleepless for 3 days. The coming episode will be severe. Mr. Sterling, you should probably... Nathan began. He could see Jax massaging her, and she did look relaxed. But he'd seen them play this game too many times. For all he knew, she was just putting on a show for Jax, suppressing a complete breakdown. Her insomnia was legendary. Countless specialists had failed to treat it. Could a simple homemade oil from an amateur really work? On it, Mr. Sterling said grimly. I've already got the construction crew and the medical team on standby. If she tears the place down, they can start rebuilding immediately. If she tears them down, we've got a top orthopedic surgeon on call. And for the worst-case scenario, the Astor family's private mortician is waiting. He patted his chest with an air of solemn duty. Nathan was speechless. It was absurd. But better safe than sorry. As they huddled together, a new problem appeared. A resentful figure emerged at the top of the stairs. It was Leo Astor, his body covered in welts from a day of being disciplined. He was here to settle the score with Jax. He quickly found out that Jax had taken a bowl of soup to the study. Knowing his terrifying sister, she was probably in the basement at this hour. This was the perfect time to deal with Jax. The stars had aligned. Nathan and Mr. Sterling looked at the bruised and disheveled Leo, then exchanged another conspiratorial glance. "Young Master Leo, who are you looking for?" Nathan asked, feigning ignorance. "I'm looking for Jax." Leo seethed. "That bastard got me whipped by my sister, and he has the nerve to provoke me? I'm going to teach him a lesson." Master Jax is currently in the study giving Ms. Astor an essential oil massage, Mr. Sterling said, playing the part of a helpful butler. "It's really not a convenient time for you to go in." Leo understood immediately. Lilith's insomnia was severe. Getting her to sleep required a team of specialists. A simple massage was a joke. Jax was an idiot for even trying. This gave him the perfect excuse to burst in and give Jax a piece of his mind. Fueled by righteous fury, Leo threw open the study doors. "Sis, that loser's pathetic little tricks have no place in this house." Leo stormed in like a tornado and, 3 seconds later, scurried out, his jaw practically on the floor. "Did I see a ghost? Or did I just open the door wrong?" he muttered, taking Nathan and Mr. Sterling's spot at the door crack, his face a mask of utter confusion. "My sister. She's asleep." 3 faces stared at each other in disbelief. Her condition, which global experts had deemed one of the most stubborn cases of insomnia in the world, had been solved by a single bottle of unlabeled essential oil. "Holy Mother, good thing I got out of there fast. If I'd woken her up, the world would have ended," Leo whispered. "I'm out." Ahem. Jax may be a tacky loser, but I guess he has his uses. At least he could get his sister to sleep. But he would get his revenge for today's humiliation sooner or later. Having narrowly escaped another beating, Leo, his spirit refreshed but his body aching, was helped into his car and sped away from Moonshadow Estate. When Jax carried the sleeping Lilith back to the master bedroom, he passed Mr. Sterling in the hallway. The butler gave him a look that was a mixture of fatherly pride, admiration, and gratitude. "This is good," Sterling thought. Having to serve 2 psychos was a pain. Now, if one of them has intermittent episodes and they stagger their breakdowns, we could save billions on construction costs by the end of the year. Yay, saving money. Jax gently placed Lilith on the large, soft bed. He brushed a strand of dark red hair from her cheek. In sleep, stripped of her daytime armor of cold brutality, she looked as innocent and pure as a girl her age should. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her petal-like lips. "Lily, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you in our past life. I'm sorry I trampled on your love. I'm sorry I let you die with me in that fire. But this life, I'll spend the rest of my days proving that you didn't make a mistake by choosing me." Jax stood up and went to his luggage, which he had moved into the master suite. The room was massive, with a partitioned office area, a walk-in closet, and even a media room. In the office space, there was a desk for him, one Lilith had prepared long ago. It was identical to hers and placed right beside it. Her schoolgirl crush was on full display. In his past life, he had been disgusted by it. He had taken an axe to the sandalwood desk and burned it in front of her. This time, however, he stood before it and ran his fingers over the corner, where 2 characters were carved in an ancient, artistic seal script. Jax Pierce. It was a gift prepared with such care. She had carved his name, but hidden it in a script she thought he wouldn't recognize, afraid to be too obvious. She really, really loved him. A lump formed in his throat. He had to grow, had to build his own empire to stand as an equal beside his beautiful, broken wife. He opened his laptop. On the screen was a highly encrypted financial proposal. It was the one he pulled an all-nighter for a week straight to create for Morgan. He knew it had already been uploaded to the Pierce financial internal system. But he also knew Morgan. She didn't care about the details, only the results. His eyes fell on the screen, and he saw the author's name on the proposal had been changed. Caleb Pierce, he didn't have a guess. Morgan had allowed it. Caleb was a junior. He needed the internship experience and a major success to his name. If this proposal landed a big international investor, Caleb's value would skyrocket. In his past life, he had given in to Caleb's begging and let him take the credit. Caleb had used it as a springboard to push Jax, who was already on the verge of expulsion, out of the student council presidency. Jax's expression was calm. He'd expected this. The sacrifices of his past, he could write them off as feeding a pack of dogs. But now it was time to put those dogs down. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a blur of motion. A string of code, flashed across the screen. Then, the screen went black. A deep, knowing ripple spread through his dark brown eyes. Jax Pierce was never a mediocre talent. He had just been so desperate for a family's love that he'd willingly let them devour him. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at Pierce Financial Group, Morgan Pierce, working late, watched in horror as her computer screen went black, then flickered back to life. She frantically checked the company's internal system. The new financial proposal from Caleb was gone, and all the other confidential files in the system had been replaced with blank documents. Morgan panicked. She immediately called her father, then contacted a team of hackers to see if they could restore the files. Next, she called Caleb, telling him about the stolen proposal and asking if he had a backup. After all, she had given him full access to Pierce Financial's encrypted archives. Caleb, despite his poor health, had a brilliant mind. Though only a junior in college, he had helped her solve numerous complex problems. It was why she trusted him completely. Her brother was exceptional. Aside from his health, he was nearly flawless. Caleb, who had just had his 4 removed, was shocked. Then, as if realizing something, he hesitated. Morgan, already on edge, urged him to speak. "Morgan," Caleb said, his voice tentative, "if I tell you, please promise you won't get angry at Jax." The moment he said the name, Morgan exploded. "Jax! It was that scumbag Jax again!" she shrieked. "He should have been grateful we took him in 4 years ago, rescued him from a life of poverty. But no, he's been nothing but trouble, a curse on this family. And now he dares to mess with the company? Dad should have broken his legs last time he was punished for stealing Scarlett's diamond necklace. That would have taught him a lesson." As the elegant CEO of Pierce Financial, Morgan was always strict with her siblings. And Jax was the biggest thorn in her side. The loss of the files sent a wave of immense pressure crashing down on her. Her nerves felt stretched to the breaking point. She pressed her fingers to her temples, a stabbing pain shooting through her head. Caleb's gentle voice came through the phone. "Morgan, Jax was probably just having some fun, playing a game of hide-and-seek. Don't worry, I'm sure he has a backup on a flash drive. He's just angry with me right now. I'll go to the university tomorrow and beg him to see reason, to give it back for the good of the company." Caleb's words were a lifeline. Morgan let out a shaky breath. "Caleb, you're the only one in this family who is so thoughtful and well-behaved," she said, her voice filled with relief. "You're my rock. Jax isn't fit to lick your boots, but he's a thug. I'm afraid he'll hurt you. I'll send my 2 best bodyguards with you. If he refuses to hand over the flash drive, they can. Teach our ungrateful brother a lesson for me." After hanging up, Morgan's severe, stress-induced neurological condition flared up again, worse than ever. She managed to call for help before collapsing. "Someone, help!" An employee on duty rushed in and helped her to the sofa. Morgan felt like her brain was splitting in two. The faces of the employees swimming before her blurred together. In the haze, she thought she recognized a familiar figure. "Jax," she commanded weakly, "get the calming oil. Massage my head. It hurts so much." The name slipped out before she could stop it. A moment later, she froze. Jax. That monster had moved out, declared he was never coming back. But she knew him. It was just a tantrum, a ploy to get the family's attention, to compete with Caleb for affection. In a few days, he'd come crawling back, begging for forgiveness, playing the part of the good little brother. She had to admit, she'd almost been fooled by his obedient act before. He used to remember her condition, and every month, he'd take time off to come to the office and ease her chronic pain. By her calculations, he was due for a visit any day now. He didn't have much time left to come groveling. She'd just wait and see what pathetic price he'd pay to be allowed back home. "Ms. Pierce, who are you calling for?" her executive assistant, Alex, asked with concern. "Are you all right?" Morgan pressed her fingers to her forehead, realizing her lapse. "I'm fine," she said, trying to compose herself. "Check my cabinet. Is there a bottle of unlabeled oil in there?" The pain was excruciating. She'd deal with her feelings about Jax later. Alex searched the cabinet, then held up an empty bottle. "Ms. Pierce, there's no oil in here. It's been empty for a while." To prove his point, he unscrewed the cap and turned the bottle upside down. Nothing came out. In that moment, for reasons she couldn't explain, a wave of irritation and panic washed over Morgan. Empty? Her fingers curled instinctively, as if trying to grasp something that was no longer there. It felt as if something she had long ignored, something she had deliberately pushed into a forgotten corner of her mind, had withered and died. But at that moment, she had no time to dwell on it. The next day, without the calming oil, Morgan's condition worsened. She ended up in the hospital on an 4 drip, her body drenched in a cold sweat. Alex, her assistant, stayed by her side, stunned to see his usually formidable boss in such a state. As the CEO of Pierce Financial, Morgan was always the picture of confidence and elegance. Custom-tailored suits, exquisite jewelry, a cool, untouchable demeanor. Now, her perfect chignon was a mess, her eyes were bloodshot, and her lips were cracked. She looked like she was on the verge of a complete breakdown. But even then, her authority held. "Alex," she rasped, "get Caleb on the phone. Tell him to come here." Her nerves were shot. In the past, when Caleb visited her at the office, his mere presence seemed to soothe her headaches. She had convinced herself he was the family's lucky star, and his good fortune rubbed off on her. But the last time he'd visited, she hadn't felt that familiar calming effect. She dismissed it as being overly tired. Now, in the throes of an episode, she needed to test her theory. Was it Jax's oil, or Caleb's, or in her heart, she was certain it was Caleb. Her pride wouldn't allow her to admit she might have been mistaken. Besides, Caleb had studied under a mysterious master of traditional medicine. What did Jax know? Probably just how to identify weeds for treating farm animals. The gap between them was a chasm. She rubbed her temples. She must be truly sick to even consider that Jax's amateurish massages could have helped her. And that empty bottle, hadn't she been the one to pour it out? It was an unlabeled, homemade concoction. She only used high-end, branded products. She had only pretended to use it to avoid hurting his feelings, then had Alex throw it away after he left. Meanwhile, Eleanor Pierce, having just returned from a trip, came home to find her youngest son looking like he'd been through a war. She immediately had him admitted to a VIP suite at the city's best hospital. "Mom, I'm really okay," Caleb insisted from his hospital bed, his face a canvas of fading bruises. "Jax was probably just blowing off steam about me, taking his place with the Astors. It's better that he let it out. It doesn't even hurt anymore." Eleanor sat beside him, her elegant, well-preserved features tight with anger and disgust for her other son. "Caleb, I know you've always been kind and forgiving, but good people get taken advantage of. That wild boy dared to hurt you again. It seems kneeling in the family chapel for 3 days wasn't enough. This time, I'll have to take a belt to him myself. Teach him some respect." The thought of Jax filled her with shame. Caleb was the son she had raised, the perfect gentleman. But Jax, when he'd arrived at 17, was filthy, dressed and patched, ragged clothes like some beggar from a trash heap. She couldn't believe anyone could be that poor in this day and age. She'd immediately suspected it was an act, a ploy to win sympathy and alienate Caleb. Her suspicions were quickly confirmed. Jax was full of bad habits, a liar and a thief, and had even dabbled in gambling, the one vice the Pierces despised above all. He was rotten to the core. But blood was blood. She had given birth to him, so it was her duty to discipline him. Her fifth daughter, Sierra, entered the room, her eyes widening at the sight of Caleb's face. The bruises looked worse than they did before, she thought, but quickly dismissed it, her anger turning back to Jax. "Mom, I don't think you'll get the chance," Sierra said nonchalantly. Jax moved out. He said he's cutting ties with the family. Eleanor was surprised, but her expression quickly hardened. Of course he did. He's a jinx, just like the fortune teller said. He brings disaster wherever he goes. He hurts Caleb, and then runs away to avoid punishment. He's more naive than I thought. No one in the room found it strange for a mother to speak of her son this way. It was just how things were. Sierra nodded in agreement. The memory of Jax leaving, looking so relieved to be free of them, still grated on her. "You're right, Mom. If we don't discipline him, he'll just cause trouble outside and tarnish the family name." While Sierra didn't fully believe in curses, it was true that before Jax returned, Caleb had been healthy, and their grandfather had been spry. Now, Caleb was sick, and their grandfather was a recluse in a nursing home. The grandmother claimed Jax's presence was a blight on the family. They couldn't kick him out without ruining their reputation, especially since their grandfather, despite being cursed by Jax, still protected him. So, they'd move him to the attic and had the room cleansed. Sierra had accepted it as fact. It was why she never felt any pity for Jax when Caleb needed blood. As her grandmother said, Jax wasn't giving blood. He was repaying a debt. "Cough, cough, cough. Mom, I don't feel so good," Caleb whispered, his face turning deathly pale. "Sierra, help me." The red handprint on his cheek stood out in stark relief. Eleanor's heart clenched. "Quick, call the doctor," she cried, hitting the call button. "Sierra, go to Kingston and get Jax. Tell him I command him to come. I am his mother. I gave him life. He owes me this debt." Caleb's rare blood type, P-type, was a condition he developed after Jax came home. The odds of 2 people in one family having it were astronomical, but it had happened. And so, Jax had become Caleb's personal blood bank. It was his duty as the healthy older brother. No one ever thanked him for it. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll go right now," Sierra said, her voice grim. "For Caleb, I'll drag him here if I have to." She bolted from the room. Just as she left, Alex arrived at the VIP wing, just in time to see the flurry of doctors rushing into Caleb's room. He immediately called Morgan to update her. As he was speaking, Eleanor stopped him. "Alex, what are you doing here?" He explained Morgan's situation. "I see," Eleanor said dismissively. "Morgan has always been strong. It's just a minor ailment. I won't go see her now. Caleb was just taken to surgery. As his mother, I need to be here for him. You tell Morgan that as soon as she's feeling better, she is to come here and wait with me. She's the eldest sister. She needs to set an example of how to care for her brother." Morgan heard every word through Alex's earpiece. So this is what it felt like to be deemed unimportant by your own family. The situation was painfully familiar. She remembered when Jax had fallen from a second-story window while putting up glow-in-the-dark stars for their mother. He had suffered multiple fractures, yet the family had ignored him, all of them fussing over Caleb, who had a minor cold at the time. She had felt obligated to check on Jax, but Eleanor had stopped her, accusing Jax of using a pity ploy to compete with Caleb. No one was allowed to visit him. A month later, Jax had returned home on crutches, his body covered in horrifying scars. Only then did Morgan learn from a maid that he had fallen because someone had deliberately left banana peels on the ground. She'd suspected Scarlett, but to maintain family harmony, she had said nothing. She had meant to tell her mother the truth about the stars, but she'd been busy, or perhaps she had just enjoyed Jax's selfless acts and figured a month of recovery was no big deal for a tough guy like him. But now, sitting alone in her hospital bed, her head splitting with pain, she finally felt a sliver of what Jax must have gone through. The damage, however, was done. She was too proud to apologize. "He'll come to the office to give me a massage in a couple of days," she thought. "I can graciously give him a chance to apologize to the family. Then, that could be my way of making it up to him." She had it all planned out, but for some reason, this time, she had a terrible feeling of dread. Lilith hadn't slept so soundly in a long, long time. She slowly opened her eyes, and the sight before her, the feeling in her body, made her breath catch. She had actually slept, and she hadn't had an episode last night, but she had no time to ponder that. Under the warm duvet, a familiar, large hand was wrapped around her slender waist, his skin pressed directly against hers. His scent enveloped her. It was Jax. She lay perfectly still, terrified that it was all a dream that would end with her waking up to his cold back, curled up on the far edge of the bed. Then he moved. The hand on her waist started to navigate upwards. Lilith froze. Jax knew she was awake. He could feel the tension in her body. He deliberately reached out his other hand, his fingers tracing the curve of her cheek, then down her slender neck. The rough calluses on his fingertips sent a shiver through her. "Ticklish, Lily," he whispered, his own throat suddenly dry. He had spent most of the night just watching her sleep. She was like a harmless little kitten, burrowing into his arms, her hands roaming his body with an innocent, possessive curiosity. It had taken all his self-control not to wake her. But her wandering hands had been a special kind of torture. He finally had to press her into his chest, trapping her hands against his back to stop her from crossing his final line of defense. In the quiet of the night, he'd stared at her peaceful face. Without her defenses, she looked pure and heartbreakingly vulnerable. He must have been blind in his past life to throw away this beautiful, broken woman for a snake like Chloe. Now, Lilith's eyes were open, a hint of fear in them, as if she expected to be thrown out of bed for waking up in his arms. The powerful, ruthless queen of New York's business world seemed to worship him. As a man, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. But he knew it was wrong. She was just terrified of losing him. He needed to give her security, not revel in her fear. "A little," she breathed. Jax chuckled, scratching her neck playfully to ease the tension. It was time to get up. Nathan and Mr. Sterling were probably pacing holes in the hallway floor. In fact, Mr. Sterling had been walking from one end of the corridor to the other since 6 a.m., muttering dramatically to the expensive wall tiles. "Oh, Nathan, my dear confidant," he lamented. "A butler who has not been summoned by his mistress is like a spurned courtier, left to count the floor tiles in his lonely prison of a palace." Nathan, who had been sitting cross-legged by the door since dawn, just sighed. "He's lost it. Aren't you worried?" Sterling pressed. "No," Nathan said calmly. "Ms. Astor hasn't had her breakfast yet. We should wait." The Astor Corporation had many projects that required Lilith's final decision. The files were top secret. Not even Nathan or Sterling could access them. Lilith's heart was a fortress of thorns, and only Jax had the key. Inside the room, Jax's attempt to lighten the mood was unnecessary. The moment she was fully awake, the kitten was gone, replaced by a predatory Medusa. Her dark red hair fanned out, mysterious and tempting. Her silk nightgown was wrinkled around her waist like a blossoming, poisonous flower. She couldn't hide her hunger for him. It didn't matter if he was still acting. She was caught completely and utterly. A fierce, possessive desire flared in her crimson-flecked eyes. She leaned over him, her lips like dew-kissed petals. "Jax, I'm hungry." Her voice was husky, a command wrapped in silk. He swallowed hard. "Hungry? For me?" After his rebirth, he had slowly overcome his fear of her. He was starting to learn her language. One look was all it took. "Yes." Her mouth closed over his, like an addict finding their drug. She was desperate, possessive, demanding. He was pinned down, at her mercy, before he managed to turn the tables. He could yield to his wife in many things, but on certain battlefields, a man had to take charge. 2 hours later, Jax emerged from the bathroom, his legs shaking. Damn it, he thought. If it weren't for all the blood Caleb took from me, I'd be a machine. He needed to start training again, and he definitely needed to replenish his strength. When he came out, Lilith was already dressed and sitting at her vanity. She was stunning without makeup, but a light touch of professional makeup gave her an even sharper edge. The master bedroom door finally opened at 2 in the afternoon. Lilith emerged, looking refreshed and vibrant, a smile playing on her lips. The oppressive atmosphere of Moonshadow Estate seemed to lift for the first time in ages. "Mr." Sterling was so moved he could have cried. "My God, it's been so long since I've seen her smile like that." A moment later, the door opened again. Jax, a young man in his prime, stumbled out, his face pale and his lips colorless. He looked drained. Nathan floated by. "Indeed, it's been a long time since Ms. Astor has been so satisfied." "Mr." Sterling blinked. "Master Jax, are you all right? Can you still walk?" "Mr." Sterling asked, a mischievous grin wrinkling his face into a chrysanthemum. "What do you think?" Jax shot back. Of course he wasn't all right. He felt like he was about to collapse, but a man's pride was a powerful thing. And that pride screamed, "A man never admits defeat." "I think you could use a shot of ginseng," Sterling said sagely. "1 shot to perk you up, 2 to keep you going, 3 for—" Before he could finish, Jax rapped him on the head. "Skip the ginseng," he said, mustering the strength for a light smack. "Since you're so dedicated to your job, Mr. Sterling, consider this a bonus." Nathan stepped in before Sterling could protest. "Master Jax, lunch is ready. It's all very fortifying. Your health is your most important asset." He gently guided Jax toward the dining room. Lilith came down the stairs, her dark red hair flowing like a waterfall. She was dressed in a sharp business suit, but the curve of her lips was soft. She descended the staircase and, to the utter shock of the staff, walked directly into the kitchen. "Ms. Astor, what do you need?" The head cook, Mrs. Gable, cried out, rushing to intercept her. "The kitchen is no place for you. Just tell us what you want." Lilith paused. She'd never been in a kitchen. As a child, she was a pampered princess. After being thrown into the organization, she hadn't eaten a normal meal for years. "It's fine," she said, her voice soft. "It's for him. I want to do it myself." Mrs. Gable watched, stunned, as Lilith, with a slightly clumsy grace, personally ladled a bowl of rich oyster stew for Jax. She had noticed the elaborate, fortifying spread the kitchen had prepared under Nathan's orders. He was always 1 step ahead. When Jax sat down at the table, Lilith herself placed the bowl in front of him. Jax swallowed hard, his mind racing. "Is this the final meal before the execution? Does she need me to recharge so we can go another round?" "You don't like it?" Lilith asked, her voice instantly turning cold. Her brief moment of warmth vanished, as if it had never been. The self-destructive urge she fought so hard to control began to surge through her veins. Her hands, resting on the table, tightened, the knuckles turning white. The temperature in the room plummeted. The staff froze. "Oh God, here we go again." "Mr." Sterling snatched a priceless antique vase off the table, and the other servants began discreetly moving valuables toward the storage room. Jack saw Lilith's misunderstanding and rushed to explain, his voice gentle and coaxing. "How can I not like it? You brought it to me yourself. I'm just overwhelmed. This is my job, to serve you. It's my honor to take care of my wife." As he spoke, the murderous glint in her eyes faded, replaced by a look of uncertainty, like a child who has been scolded but is now being offered a piece of candy. Jax's heart, which had been pounding in his chest, now felt a little clumsy. She was so easy to please. All he had to do was stay by her side, and he was her personal tranquilizer. To banish any lingering doubt, he picked up the bowl and downed the entire stew in one go. Then he stood, went to the kitchen, and refilled the bowl. He took a spoon, blew on it carefully, and tasted it himself before bringing it to her lips. There now. Don't worry. I love everything you give me. And most of all, I love you. This afternoon, Lilith was coaxed into eating 2 full bowls of stew, a record for her. Jax, on the other hand, feeling utterly depleted, devoured a mountain of sea cucumber and 2 bowls of pigeon soup. He had to keep his strength up for his wife's sake. He glanced at the time. It was already late afternoon. Just then, his phone lit up with a barrage of texts from Sam. Dude, you're literally my hero, but where the hell are you? The disciplinary committee is about to announce your expulsion. My buddy in the admin office printed the file. The dean is announcing it at 3 p.m. This is insane. No one has ever been expelled for something like this. It's obviously that prick Leo Jr. getting his revenge. Jax read the message, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. He couldn't let history repeat itself. Lily, I have to go to the university this afternoon, he said, turning to her. Will you drive me? He needed to give her a sense of security. Reporting his plans was a sign of trust. Inviting her along was a way to stop her mind from racing. Lilith, who had seen the message over his shoulder, felt a flicker of her old, dark possessiveness. She wanted him to be expelled. She wanted him to have nowhere else to go, so he would be hers and hers alone. She quickly masked the thought, but then he had asked her to go with him, even just to drive him. A little deer started doing cartwheels in her chest. Her hand trembled slightly. Yes, I will, she heard herself say, her own voice unsteady. You're the best, Lily. I love you, Jack said with a grin. He was so happy he reached out and playfully ruffled her hair. In his past life, he would have rather cut off his own hand. Lilith sat perfectly still, a blush creeping up her ears. He said he loved her. Her? A monster like her? Was she even worthy of love? He found her rigid posture amusing and leaned in close. What's the matter, wife? I said I love you. Don't I get a reward? His clean, masculine scent was an intoxicating lure, but his words sent her on an emotional roller coaster. A reward? Was this another trick to get away? This time, Jax didn't give her a chance to overthink. He leaned in and captured her lips, a surprisingly confident and decisive kiss. Lilith's mind went blank. Something inside her shattered. The staff of Moonshadow Estate collectively held their breath. Holy crap, he's kissing the psycho. The kiss was brief, a gentle press of lips. Jax pulled back, feeling a little shy, but he had to use his actions to stabilize her. It was a direct approach, and the effect was shockingly powerful. With a wave of her hand, Lilith dismissed every servant and bodyguard from the room. In less than 30 seconds, they were alone. Jax blinked. Did everyone at Moonshadow Estate know how to teleport? The staff. Cowardice is a superpower. The next moment, Lilith stood up, pushed him back against the dining table, scattering the remaining dishes, and her own kisses rained down on him. His forehead, his eyes, his nose. And finally, his lips, with all the pent-up, possessive hunger she could no longer contain. Jax held her tight, his hand gently stroking her back as he surrendered to the storm. Her kiss was fierce, bruising, as if she were trying to absorb him into her very being. Just as he felt he was about to suffocate, she finally pulled away, her eyes glittering. Was that little peck on the lips supposed to be my reward, Jax? She asked, her voice husky. Her professional suit was now disheveled, giving her an air of wild, untamed sensuality. Her stockinged leg brushed against his. She was a vixen, a soul-stealing fox. Jax gasped, nodding. He thought he was in control, but in the end, she was the master of this game. At least this time, he was a willing player. But Jax, she purred, for me, this is the reward. She meant the desperate, suffocating, plundering kiss. A kiss that was, he had to admit, perfectly suited to the woman who gave it. As you wish, my lady. Good boy, she whispered. The name, which had once been a mark of his humiliation, now sent a strange, thrilling shame through him. Don't call me that, he stammered, his whole body trembling. He was the one who was about to go insane. This time, Lilith had shown him that pleasing her could be very simple, or it could be a descent into a hellishly beautiful paradise. Lilith personally drove Jax to a side entrance of Kingston University, a small concession to his request for discretion. In return for his good behavior, she had been mercifully indulgent. But there was no such thing as a free lunch. Before he got out of the car, she claimed another soul-stealing kiss as payment, leaving him dizzy and weak. He staggered out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and moved toward the campus at a snail's pace. God, she's going to drain me dry. Inside the car, Lilith answered a call from Mr. Sterling. Ms. Astor, young Master Leo, is at the hospital, threatening to jump off the roof. Perhaps you should go see him. His voice dwindled. He knew he was overstepping, but he truly wanted her to connect with the one family member who had never tried to harm her. Let him jump, she said coldly. If he dies, have him cremated. And as for you, you're on duty watching the general in the backwoods for a week. The general was her white lion, ferocious, bloodthirsty, and untamable. It was the one thing Mr. Sterling truly feared. The punishment was severe. She was genuinely angry. Mr. Sterling sighed, a deep, weary sound of resignation and heartache. Yes, Ms. Astor. Jax's shadow disappeared around the corner before he finally dropped the act, his posture relaxing back to normal. He peeked back, his body hugging the wall just to be sure. Lilith was gone. He let out a long breath. As breathtakingly beautiful as she was, a woman whose every curve seemed designed to drive a man insane, he was running on empty. He needed to play guerrilla warfare for a while, restock his ammunition before the next engagement. He'd only taken a few steps before students started recognizing him. It was inevitable. The video of him rolling up in that hypercar and publicly dressing down the campus belle, Chloe Vance, had blown up on the Kingston University gossip forums. Anything involving a luxury car, a beautiful girl on campus, was prime gossip fodder, and the post was still trending. Chloe as Kingston's undisputed queen bee, with a vision of delicate, moving beauty. She had a legion of admirers, and the competition was fierce. Now, seeing Jax walking without the car, it seemed to confirm what everyone suspected. The car and the woman he'd been with were rented. Add to that the freshly announced disciplinary notice for his expulsion, and Jax was suddenly public enemy number one. Well, if it isn't Mr. Pierce, who was flexing in a top-tier hypercar yesterday, a voice sneered. A guy named Landon Holt, flanked by a few of his friends, deliberately blocked Jax's path. What happened? Blow all your pathetic allowance on the rental fee? Now you're just slinking back to campus like a drowned rat to get expelled? TSK. Who gave you the balls to humiliate our Chloe just to get her attention? You could change your clothes, but you're still just a broke-ass loser. They had been waiting for him. The expulsion notice meant Jax would have to go to the administration building, and this was the most direct route. Jax recognized them. Upperclassmen, seniors, and all of them Landon Holt's lackeys. Landon was one of Chloe's most persistent and aggressive suitors. He came from a powerful family, the only son of a senior university administrator, and he walked around campus like he owned the place. Chloe's campus belle title owed a lot to his strong-arm campaign tactics during student polls. Landon was a senior, and the research project for his grad school application had been destroyed. Jax had willingly taken the blame. Landon already despised Jax for being a punk-styled loser who trailed after Chloe like a puppy. Now he had a real reason to come after him, and he wasn't about to let it go. Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Is that really Jax? Did he get plastic surgery or something? The sharp brows, the intense eyes. He looks so handsome in just a simple white shirt. He almost has this refined, aristocratic vibe. With that face and body, he actually looks good enough for Chloe. Shut up. A loser like Jax doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as our Chloe. I heard he's been obsessed with her for years. He should take a good look in the mirror and see what a toad he is. What a shame. He blew his life savings on one day of flexing, and all it got him was a lifetime of shame. The crowd was full of students who had seen the updates on the gossip forums and had come specifically for the drama. Jax couldn't be bothered with these idiots. He strode forward with his long legs, intending to walk right past Landon and his crew, not giving them a second glance. In his past life, desperate to escape Lilith's control at Moonshadow Estate, he had trained in martial arts, kickboxing, boxing, and even Krav Maga. When Lilith saw his interest, she had pitted him against the Astor family's highly trained bodyguards for practice. Eventually, he could handle 4 of them at once, if he had kept going. But then he'd had a revelation. No matter how strong he got, he was just a better-built, more powerful doll for Lilith's private amusement. The realization shattered him. He couldn't train another day after that. Still, what he had learned was more than enough for this. His body wasn't back to its peak condition from his past life, but with his technique, these clowns wouldn't even be a warm-up. Seeing Jax about to brush past them without a word, Landon wasn't about to let him off so easily. He was about to start trouble when a commotion arose from down the path. Chloe Vance was walking toward them, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. Landon stood right beside her, chest puffed out like a knight protecting his queen. But when he saw Jax's face, Landon's expression soured. How dare this unwanted little bastard be more handsome than him, the department's golden boy? Jax, you're on your way to the admin building to pick up your expulsion papers, right? Landon called out, his voice dripping with condescension. Here, your friendly upperclassman brought them for you. Jax shot him a look. You didn't need a crystal ball to see this asshole was up to no good. Sure enough, before Jax could move, Landon threw the file onto the ground. He smirked, looking down on him. Oh, I almost forgot. Jax, you destroyed my grad school research project, delaying my application. Just getting expelled is letting you off way too easy. So how about this? I'll do you a favor. Get on your knees, bow to me 30 times, then scream, I'm an idiot, while you run 10 laps around campus. Naked. The insult was thick and suffocating. Just then, Sierra Pierce arrived on campus. Seeing Jax surrounded, she rushed to get him out of there, pushing through the crowd to grab his arm. Jax, you need to come with me right now. Caleb, But this time, as if he'd anticipated it, Jax sidestepped her touch. She stumbled, nearly falling in front of everyone. Jax wasn't surprised to see her. In his past life, he had been expelled and humiliated for taking the fall for her. And the first thing she did when she showed up was to drag him off to give Caleb another blood transfusion. He had tried to resist, to tell his fifth sister that he didn't want to take the blame, didn't want to be expelled. But Sierra had suddenly called out to him, Jax, little brother. Her voice had been pleading. Please, I'm begging you. Caleb and Mom are waiting for us, okay? Back then, his heart had softened. After he returned to the Pierce family, his 5 sisters had always called Caleb Caleb, but they only ever used Jax's full name. They wouldn't even call him brother, let alone beg him for anything. For that one word, he had willingly let Sierra lead him away, completely losing his chance to explain what happened to the research project. But he wouldn't be so stupid this time. Seeing Jax dodge her, Sierra's temper flared. But then she remembered Caleb needed him and decided to try coaxing him again. She bit her lip and said softly, Jax, little brother, please do this for your big sis. Jax watched her calmly, seeing for the first time the mocking, manipulative glint in her eyes as she had tricked him into giving blood time and time again. He took a step back, drawing a clear, cold line between them. Miss, please have some self-respect. His voice was like ice. I have no relationship with you, and I'm certainly not your brother. Don't just come up and claim a connection that doesn't exist. He had completely broken from the Pierce family. It was the simple truth. Sierra's brow furrowed, annoyed that Jax would embarrass her in front of so many people. She defaulted to her usual habit of scolding him. Jax, don't make me slap you in public. I'm your 5th sister. When I say jump, you asked how high. As she said it, she lunged forward to grab his arm again. Jax sidestepped once more, his movements cool and detached. Only this time, he angled himself perfectly. As Sierra lunged, he stuck out his foot, tripping her. She fell hard, landing right on top of his expulsion papers. The papers hadn't been signed yet, so they weren't official. He knew Landon was lying. This was just a copy. The university board had decided to expel him, but the president hadn't signed off. But in his past life, he had been dragged away by Sierra, passed out after giving blood, and by the time he got back to campus a week later, it had all been finalized. Ah! Sierra cried out as she hit the ground. She looked up just in time to see Jax slowly retracting his foot. He had dared to trip her? It was an act of open rebellion. Jax! Sierra roared, her patience gone. But the perpetrator just made a casual motion of cleaning out his ear with his pinky, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. This crazy woman seems to have something to say. What is it? The students were stunned. Was Jax mentally stable? Had the expulsion notice finally driven him insane? All right, I don't have time to be part of your little drama club, Jax said, his voice bored. You're the one who destroyed Landon's research project. It had nothing to do with me. I'm not taking the fall for you this time. He fixed his gaze on her. Sierra, the one who should be expelled, is you. The ugly truth of him being her scapegoat was now out in the open. Sierra's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe Jax could be so merciless to her. She was his sister, but her attention was drawn to the papers under her hand. She picked them up, her eyes scanning the text accusing Jax of maliciously destroying the research project. While she was a troublemaker at school and often let Jax take the blame, it was always for minor things. The punishments were menial labor, sweeping the athletic fields, standing in the hot sun, cleaning an entire lab building. And Jax had always taken the blame willingly. But this, Sierra froze. She remembered a week ago, Caleb and Chloe had specifically invited her to visit the Kingston labs. She had accidentally knocked over some kind of instrument. But at the time, Caleb had reassured her it was nothing important, that he would explain it to the professor. She hadn't thought about it since. So why was the punishment now expulsion? Sierra's gaze shifted to Chloe and Landon, her expression darkening with complexity. As much as she disliked Jax, she would never stoop to something as vile as ruining his future. But Jax's cold, hostile attitude made it impossible for her to swallow her pride and explain. The atmosphere grew tense. Chloe, seeing her chance, rushed forward to help Sierra up. Sierra, are you okay? She turned a gentle, chiding look on Jax. Jax, I know you're under a lot of pressure. You can't go back to the Pierces, you can't find a job, and now you're facing expulsion. It's understandable that you'd lash out at the people around you. But you can't just make baseless accusations and frame Sierra. With this kind of character, I'm sorry, but I really can't accept your feelings for me right now. Every word was soft, but each one was a carefully placed stone, guiding the crowd's opinion, twisting Jax's meaning. A wave of understanding washed over the students. So that's what it was. Jax had been pushed so far that he'd had a complete mental breakdown. Well, he deserved it. A psycho like him trying to court the campus belle? In his past life, Chloe had played Jax like a fiddle for a reason. She was a master at manipulating people. But she didn't notice that as she helped her up, Sierra's face was growing paler and more disturbed. Sierra looked at Chloe in disbelief, her gaze turning cold and remote. Then she looked at Jax, a wave of guilt washing over her. Jax, I didn't. The large crowd soon attracted the attention of the university administration. A portly man in a suit pushed his way through the onlookers. What is all this? He roared. Who took this file from the board's office? Where is Jax Pierce? Get into my office now. I've been an educator for decades, and I've never seen such a despicable student. Destroying an upperclassman's research project is one thing, but to then steal someone else's work to claim the Kingston University Research Competition's gold medal for himself. Originally, because he got into Kingston with top marks, I was going to give him a chance, put him on probation. But now he must be expelled. We can't have such a toxic presence at our university. Kingston is too small for this kind of tumor. The man was the chairman of the university board, Dean Evans. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his round, usually friendly face was now red with rage. Instantly, the sea of onlookers parted, leaving a path. Jax stood his ground, slowly raising a hand and giving the dean a little wave, his expression utterly harmless. Hey, Dean Evans, you were looking for me. Dean Evans stared. It seems he really does have some mental issues. His world is collapsing, and he's smiling? He's either crazy or an idiot. You're Jax Pierce? The dean asked, sizing him up. So handsome, yet such a black heart. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That's me. Dean Evans, I'd like to file a report. Jax's voice was bright. Landon Holt stole that file from the board's office. He also said his dad is a big-shot administrator here, and that he could do whatever he wants on campus. You can't afford to mess with him, Dean, so you should probably just let it go. The crowd was speechless. What the hell, Jax? You're a goddamn genius at playing the game backwards. You're the one about to get his account deleted, and you're reporting someone else? Landon's face turned white, then red. He almost choked on his own fury. Jax, don't you dare make baseless accusations. Dean, I didn't. Landon's face was a mask of panic. His father was a vice president at the university, and he did use that to throw his weight around. But Dean Evans' son worked for the state's ethics commission. Landon usually avoided the dean like the plague. He couldn't believe Jax would call him out so publicly. How did nobody like Jax even know that kind of inside information? So, you didn't steal a confidential university file? Or is your dad not who I said he is? Jax asked with a malicious arch of his brow. It's none of your damn business. Landon seethed. Jax was clearly trapping him with his words, but with the dean right there, all he could do was swallow his rage. He'd just have to wait until Jax was officially expelled, then find some guys to drag him into an alley and beat the hell out of him. Landon, if this is true, I will personally write you up for a formal warning. I don't care if your father is the king of the world, Dean Evans said, showing no favoritism. Landon knew he was done for. His father would skin him alive. This was all Jax's fault. The dean then turned, cutting off Jax's triumphant smirk. And you can stop smiling, Jax. You're the real tumor here. In all my years at Kingston, you are, without a doubt, the most unprincipled, rotten student I have ever had the displeasure of dealing with. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Jax was the student council president and had won numerous awards. He'd had a good impression of him. But if this plagiarism allegation was true, he'd have to investigate all of Jax's previous awards as well. The implications were huge. If it was true, Jax had to be expelled. Come on, to my office now, the dean commanded. I'm calling your parents. I refuse to believe there's no way to straighten you out. Jax raised an eyebrow, a roguish glint in his refined features. He spoke in a lazy drawl. Oh, don't do that, Dean. I don't have parents. Or a family. My official records, it's just me. I eat, the whole family's fed. It was no secret on campus that Jax, Caleb, and Sierra were family, and that Jax was the long-lost son of the Pierce dynasty. All eyes instinctively turned to Sierra. The true son had been back for years, and they hadn't even put him on the family's official documents. Wrapped in a cocoon of probing and questioning gazes, Sierra found it impossible to bring up the blood transfusion again. Besides, Jax had clearly misunderstood her. Hearing him speak as if he'd already cut all ties with the family, she couldn't help but frown. Jax, stop being unreasonable. Her voice was strained as she tried to salvage the situation. The research project incident was a misunderstanding. Caleb said he was going to explain it to the professor, but he's always been so frail, he must have forgotten. It's my fault you were blamed and are now facing expulsion. I'll go with you to the dean's office and clear this up. She knew she was in the wrong, and her tone softened, though her posture remained rigid. Jax's eyes were cold. He let out a sneer. Clearing my name is the least you can do, since you're the one who started this. Don't act so put upon. Are you made of plastic? You're so full of it. How many times have I taken a fall for you? Caught stealing a professor's files, and I was the one punished by cleaning the entire lab building. Skipping class, cheating, climbing the walls, pranking the security guards. I took the punishment for every single one. Running 30 laps in the pouring rain, cleaning out the garbage trucks, being humiliated by reading public apologies in every single department. Sierra, I am done with that life. And your disgusting act makes me sick. Jax's words were sharp and piercing. Sierra was so ashamed she couldn't speak. It felt like needles were stabbing in her heart with every breath, a dense, spreading pain that made it hard to breathe. So, without realizing it, she had let Jax take the blame for so much, suffer so many punishments for her. She was rebellious and a poor student, but she'd never cheated or pranked the guards. She wanted to explain, but when she met Jax's icy glare, her feet felt glued to the floor. She really had been too cruel to him. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a voice message from her mother. Sierra pressed play. Sierra, why haven't you brought Jax to the hospital yet? Caleb is only so sick because Jax's bad luck jinxes him. I also heard Jax stole Caleb's research to win that gold medal. That wild boy steals from us at home and is morally bankrupt outside. He's a disgrace to our family. If I had known, I would have smothered him in his crib. At least he's still useful for giving Caleb blood. That's his greatest purpose in this family. Oh, since you're at the university, go straight to the board and report Jax for stealing the award. Get justice for your brother Caleb. As for Jax, getting expelled is perfect. He could go live on the streets and pick up trash. After society beats him down and breaks his spine, he'll come crawling back to us, begging to return. The volume wasn't loud, but Jax was close enough to hear every single word. In the past, he would have been heartbroken. A child starved of love spends their life begging for affection, willing to kneel for even a scrap of warmth. But all his painstaking efforts had only made him a tool for his family to carve flesh and suck blood from. It was pathetic. Sierra snapped back to reality and saw the cold, indifferent expression on Jax's face. She felt a pang of conflict. But her mother was right. Jax had been corrupted by his years on the streets. So what if he took the fall for her? It didn't mean he wouldn't have committed those other mistakes on his own. He just hadn't been caught. And even if the issue with Landon's research project was debatable, the matter of Jax stealing Caleb's research and claiming the honor for himself was an undeniable fact. She shouldn't feel sorry for Jax. This brother of hers was rotten to the core. Sierra's fists clenched. She looked up, staring daggers at Jax, her voice hoarse as she accused him. Jax, I'm sorry I made you take the blame, but Caleb's research was the result of a week of hard work while he was sick. How could you be so vicious as to steal the work of an ill person? Jax, you've disappointed me more than I can say. Jax laughed, but this time his smile was colder and more ruthless than ever. I didn't do it. Caleb is the one who's lying. I won that gold medal with my own abilities, and I can prove it in any way you want, he stated, his voice ringing with conviction. But if I prove that I didn't steal the award, and I didn't destroy Landon's project, then what happens to the students who slandered me? At that moment, under the weight of 1,000 judging eyes, 1,000 curses, Jax stood like a lone ship against the storm. His defiant, cold eyes and proud posture gave him an air of noble integrity. For a second, no one could look away. Then they blinked, shaking their heads. Jax was just a cornered rat. Compared to a gentle, brilliant nobleman like Caleb, they were night and day, even if they shared the same blood. No matter how much he struggled, there was no way he could turn this around. Dean Evans's face grew darker and darker as he listened. Kingston University had so many disciplinary loopholes, and they had all failed this one student. Jax, if we have all truly misunderstood you, I will personally apologize to you. I will also lead the charge to have every student who slandered and framed you receive a major demerit on their record. How about that? The dean felt a prick of guilt. Slander and false accusations weren't grounds for expulsion. Not enough. I want a black mark branded on every one of their permanent records. A black mark was the ultimate punishment. A student's permanent record followed them for life. A black mark signified in-school criminal activity. Top global corporations would never hire them, and even backdoor connections would get them kicked out. The punishment was far too severe. The onlookers were stunned. They were convinced Jax had completely lost his mind. Jax, where do you get the nerve to prove your innocence? A girl named Jessica sneered. Chloe has Caleb's research notebook, with all the design sketches and detailed experimental procedures. You have nothing. How are you going to prove you were the designer? A thief is a thief, and that's a stain you can never wash away. Just admit it. Kingston doesn't welcome rats from the gutter like you. Jessica was furious. She thought Jax was a rich heir yesterday, and he'd made her miss a chance to snag a wealthy boyfriend. Now, she wanted to grind him into the dirt. Jessica, how could you? Chloe frowned, looking at her friend with a pained expression. Caleb told us that Jax is his brother, and that we had to keep this a secret. Oh, Jax, Chloe thought, you shouldn't have humiliated me yesterday. Now don't blame me for using the design sketches you gave me as a keepsake to checkmate you. The crowd murmured. Our campus belle Chloe is too kind. How could Jax dare to make such a bet? He's gambled himself into a ditch. Getting kicked out of Kingston is your destiny, kid. Inside the conference room, Dean Evans had gathered all the involved students. Taking the fall for someone and plagiarizing a research award were both major disciplinary stains on Kingston's reputation. The board had to investigate and handle this with extreme prejudice. Jax, I have personally examined the detailed design schematics for the Kingston University student research competition submitted by Miss Vance. The dean said, his voice grave. They are identical to the final winning project. Do you have anything else to say? Mr. Pierce is in poor health, a fact the university is well aware of. We encourage students to help one another. And what do? You take advantage of his illness to practically steal his future. The department head, a man named Professor Young, slammed his hand on the table. A student like you doesn't deserve to be at Kingston. You're the one who should have a black mark on your record. He had greatly admired the gold medal project and was furious to find out it had been stolen. Professor Young, Dean Evans asked, has the prize for the research competition already been awarded? Professor Young looked uncomfortable. The $20,000 cash prize has already been dispersed. We were preparing to give out the medal and certificate of honor today. Of course, then all this happened, and everything was put on hold. In that case, Jax, you will return the $20,000 immediately, Professor Young declared, convinced he'd found the motive. Have some shame. Don't shamelessly hold on to what isn't yours. Greed had destroyed what could have been a good student. Can't. Already spent it. Sorry, already used it to buy my wife a ring. Jax shrugged, holding up his hands in a gesture of helplessness. A collective groan went through the room. Shit, Jax has no shame at all. Jax, so the money you used to rent that hypercar and act like a big shot to get Chloe's attention yesterday was the 20 grand you stole from Caleb's award. Landon sneered. You're a master of getting something for nothing. Absolutely no morals. No wonder the Pierces won't acknowledge you. A piece of trash like you would be booed off the streets. He had hated Jax for a long time, and yesterday's stunt with the car had pushed him over the edge. A broke dog like Jax, dreaming of winning Chloe's favor? As if he was worthy. Jax, don't play the victim here. Landon's crony, Liam, chimed in. Don't think we can't do anything just because you say you're broke. There are plenty of online loan companies. Go get a loan right now. So what if you don't have a car or a house? You can still get a payday loan. Besides, no matter how pathetic you are, you're still a Pierce. You can't really be broke, can you? Or what did you spend it all on some? Secret habits? The implication hung in the air, and Sierra's expression, which had been tinged with guilt, now hardened. Her mother had said Jax picked up all sorts of vices on the streets. He stole money from the family, stole his sister's jewelry, all to feed that bottomless pit. Gambling. At home, Jax acted obedient and thoughtful, showing concern for every sister and even his mother, willing to do anything for them. It was all a front to lower their guard, to get them to cover his debts. A gambling addict like Jax deserved no pity or sympathy from anyone in the Pierce family. Whatever misery he suffered, he brought it on himself. Sierra couldn't stand it anymore. She pointed a finger at him, her voice filled with disappointment. Jax, you can't even come up with $20,000? Even a beggar on the street wouldn't be this broke. At the very least, you should have money left from what the family gives you. You're healthy and able-bodied, yet you just squander it all. You disappoint me so much. Even if I am your fifth sister, even if you got on your knees and begged me, I wouldn't give you a single cent. The Pierce family was never stingy with their children's expenses. Each child received a fair monthly allowance of $30,000. After Jax returned, he naturally received the same. But he lived so frugally, never buying decent clothes or shoes. He looked sloppy, with unkempt hair and shabby outfits that were repulsive. The family gave him the best educational opportunities and a generous living allowance. Yet he insisted on looking like a pauper. No one with money didn't know how to spend it. It was clear Jax was being manipulative, trying to gain sympathy to compete with Caleb for affection. He wanted the attention of his parents and elders to get more money. Caleb was sick, yet he was kind and considerate, always thinking of his older brother. Jax, on the other hand, was selfish and scheming. Anyone in the family with eyes could see who deserved their favor. "I'll give you one option," Sierra said, her voice sharp with disgust. "Go get a loan and pay back the university. If you can't get a normal one, get a high-interest one. You have no shame left anyway. Maybe this will teach you a lesson." She had to be harsh to make him understand what it felt like to have no safety net, to scare him away from gambling forever. The board members remained silent. They didn't entirely approve of Sierra's methods, but since she was the one pushing Jax to get a loan, it was a family matter. Besides, a kid with a character as rotten as Jax's probably did need a harsh lesson. "Sierra, we should go visit a cattle ranch sometime. I see you're an expert at bullshitting." Jax shot back. "I've already cut ties with the Pierce family. Is that a tumor on your neck instead of a head? Can't you understand plain English? You love claiming relatives so much. Why don't you go be the director at the zoo? And I've told you 100 times, the research competition prize is mine. It's my money to spend however I damn well please. Why should I give it back? And don't you forget, you've already admitted to making me your scapegoat. If we follow standard procedure, who do you think that expulsion notice is really for? To say you're stupid would be a compliment to my own sweet tongue." He gave no quarter. The Pierces were no longer family in his eyes. He had no reason to savor any face. You, Jax, you've gone rogue. How dare you speak to me like that?" Sierra's eyes widened. She had never imagined that the ever-obedient Jax could be so vicious toward her. "See, the moment he realized he couldn't trick any more money out of me, he showed his true colors. I don't just dare to say it. I'll have it carved on your tombstone for free," Jax growled, his aggressive energy silencing the entire room. The board members exchanged uneasy glances. Jax claims the research was his, but where's the proof? Seeing her moment, Chloe Vance began to play her role as Jax's former white moonlight, his unattainable crush. Dressed in a white dress, she looked like a pure, blooming lotus as she walked toward him against the light. She frowned, her face a picture of concern as she held out a bank card. "Jax, I'm so sorry. I failed to properly look after the research schematics, and I couldn't stop Jessica. Please don't blame me, okay?" Her words were ambiguous. She looked troubled and guilty, yet she had neatly absolved herself of all responsibility. She was implying that Jessica had framed Jax on her own, and that she, as a good friend, couldn't refuse to help, leaving Jax to take the fall. "You only spent that $20,000 because you were trying to pursue me, so I share some of the blame. Here's $1,000. Consider my compensation. Can you accept my apology?" Jax almost burst out laughing at her performance. Ever since he had started treating her like his unobtainable dream, she had truly started treating him like an idiot, draining his wallet month after month. He had spent tens of thousands of dollars on her over the years, and she was compensating him with $1,000? Not a chance in hell. "Get the hell out of my face. Do you have the $200,000 you owe me? Stop acting. You think this is a stage for drama queens? If you're sick, go see a doctor." "Chloe, yesterday you were drooling all over my hypercar, leaving your greasy fingerprints all over the window. The depreciation cost for that is $200 grand. Haven't you gotten the money from your sugar daddy yet? Or did you not? Service him properly." Jax dismantled her act without a shred of mercy. Chloe's face went white. She swayed on her feet, terrified. What was this lunatic saying? Had he found something out? No, that was impossible. Landon, ever the loyal protector, rushed to support Chloe's arm. At a signal from him, Liam charged forward, fist raised, to punch Jax. This kid was too arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson. But just as Liam's fist flew, Jax, as if anticipating it, grabbed a metal chair with one hand and swung it at his head. Liam froze in terror. The chair whistled past his ear and crashed to the floor. His soul had left his body. Jax was certifiably insane. "Liam, you poor bastard," Jax said, his voice dripping with mock pity. "Did you know Landon's been sleeping with your girlfriend while you're out here doing his dirty work? Oh, wasn't your ex-girlfriend a sophomore? I saw Landon taking her to a lingerie store to buy some sexy outfits when I was working my part-time job. And Landon, you're something else. Why do you keep picking on poor Liam here? Do you have a special kink for poaching from the same guy's territory? Jax had no intention of actually fighting. The administrators were still here. He had to maintain his obedient student council president persona. Now it was Landon's turn to be stunned. Just a moment ago, he was holding the campus belle's arm, thinking he'd won the prize, only to be shoved away by a disgusted Chloe. His heart shattered. The next second, he met Liam's accusing gaze. He cursed under his breath. Jax, you dare set me up? I'll kill you. Whoa, you're getting angry. You're getting angry. Jax said in a sing-song, taunting voice. Hey, green hat guy, he's lost his cool. Looks like being exposed as an adulterer really hit a nerve. After delivering the final verbal blow, Jax darted behind the department head, Professor Young. With the professor's authority as a shield, Landon wouldn't dare touch him. The board members watched the conference room descend into chaos, with the instigator using them as human shields. This Jax was hard to figure out. Meanwhile, Liam and Landon were already throwing punches. Whatever their beef was, they were now guaranteed to be disciplined for fighting in front of so many university officials. And through it all, Jax had only moved his lips. No one noticed, but a flicker of appreciation had appeared in Dean Evans's eyes as he watched Jax. Someone call security? Hurry, call security. Professor Young yelled. Jax piped up, Dean, security will be too slow. By the time they get here, these two will be in the ICU. How about we offer extra credit for breaking up the fight? That would be more efficient. The professor rubbed his forehead. Fine, whoever separates them. I'll give them extra. Before he could finish the word credit, Jax had already charged into the brawl. Crack. The sharp sound of a bone breaking echoed through the room. Everyone stared. Why did the screams get louder after the peacemaker jumped in? The Astor Corporation. Located in a skyscraper in the heart of New York City's most prime commercial district, it looked down upon a bustling CBD. From the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor, the people below looked like ants. Ms. Astor, that's the 72nd proposal you've rejected. Perhaps you should take a break. Nathan, her assistant, tried to make himself as small as possible. The office felt like an ice cave. Throughout the entire Astor building, employees were groaning in silent misery. Ms. Astor had always been a demanding boss, a true devil, but she'd never been this relentlessly punishing. Lilith leaned back in her chair, her figure a study in exquisite curves. Her skin was like the finest white porcelain, and her crimson lips sketched an air of rich, noble beauty. Yet her gorgeous, cold face radiated a profound weariness with the world. Nathan felt the pressure in the room was suffocating him. It was all Mr. Sterling's fault. He knew perfectly well that anything to do with the Astor family's past was the young Mrs. unspoken taboo, yet he had insisted on tap dancing on that minefield. Well, now he'd danced his way into becoming lion feed and left Nathan here to deal with this waking nightmare. Are you telling me what to do? Lilith's voice was dangerously soft. Are you trying to restrain me, too? She slowly lifted her eyelids, her entire being emanating a cold, unapproachable indifference. The dark, sunless fighting pit. A young girl, covered in blood, her eyes as cold and bloodthirsty as a wild beast's, pounces on a massive, snarling wolf king, its hide torn and bloody. Her hand plunges into a wound on the wolf's belly, and with a savage will, she pulls out layer after layer of nauseating entrails. The excited cheers of the crowd mix with the wolf king's foul, wet panting surrounding her. The sound of chains locking onto her wrists, the clang of chains against the cage bars, fills her mind. Suddenly, her mind goes blank. A large, warm hand gently brushes the sweat and blood-soaked hair from her forehead, revealing her gaunt, almost skeletal face. A man's deep voice, like a murmur from hell itself, says, "Number 77, you did it. Your father is proud of you." Would a father call his own daughter a string of numbers? Lilith feels every nerve pull tight, strangling her sanity. Something in her mind explodes. She looks down, and her eyes widen in horror. It's not a wolf at her feet, but a living, breathing person. His abdomen is torn open, and fragments of his insides are still lodged under her fingernails. So, she had killed a man. Lilith's pupils reflect the image of the corpse, but her emotions remain flat. Then, she smiles, her blood-stained lips curving into an innocent yet cruel arc. She leans down, her smile growing sweeter, and suddenly picks up a sickle that had been knocked away. Her eyes are full of tenderness. She raises her hand and plunges the blade deep into the man's neck. Blood spurts out, blossoming like crimson flowers on her pale face. Lilith cocks her head, giggling, as she murmurs, There, it doesn't hurt anymore once you're dead, the pain stops. This was a necessary part of the games, the finishing blow. She was a very good hunter. She knew the rules well. She wants to tear something apart. The proposal in Lilith's hand began to twist and deform. The woman's dark red hair seemed to writhe like a demon's, as if at any moment, a man-eating ghoul would rip through her beautiful skin and emerge to wreak havoc. Nathan, she said, her voice a chilling whisper, I want to kill someone again. Do you have a preferred way to die? Nathan was paralyzed with fear. Oh, sweet mother of God. SOS. Mr. Pierce, save my worthless life. He frantically started a video call to Jax. In a critical moment like this, what was Jax's face? It was a talisman from an old horror movie, a beacon of safety. Jax's phone, which had been completely without signal during his initial confinement, was now fully functional after he had started to appease Lilith. The moment he saw the call, he knew it had to be his Lily, missing him. He immediately declined Nathan's call. Nathan stared at his phone. A strange sense of calm, the calm of death, washed over him. The heart that had been dangling by a thread had, in the instant Jax hung up, finally snapped. Jax, taking advantage of the chaos in the conference room, while doctors tended to Landon and Liam, had slipped away to the rooftop of the administration building. He nervously dialed a familiar number. In the past, he never would have dared to call this number on his own. Even now, he felt an awkward hesitation. The call was answered almost instantly. Lilith's nerves were stretched taut, her brain feeling as if it were being pierced by 1,000 nails. But the moment she saw Jax's name on her screen, everything stopped. She unconsciously took a deep breath, the she-devil on the verge of losing control, suddenly frozen. Jax called her on his own initiative? Didn't he order her not to interfere with his business at the university? But despicable as she was, how could she not interfere? She had only granted him a brief period of freedom, so she could savor the price he would have to pay for it, making him willingly play the part of a loving husband with her. Lily, I miss you. Lilith's cold pupils slowly moved. Her illness seemed to be getting worse. Just hearing his voice, made her want to possess him instantly. Coming back to herself, she belatedly registered what he had said. Jax just said, he missed her. Lily, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll go to the supermarket and buy groceries as soon as I'm done with things here at the university. Jax continued, his voice gentle. Don't worry, I'll be very, very quick. After so many years entangled with Lilith, it was impossible for Jax not to have developed a keen sense for danger. He immediately sensed that her mood was off. He cooed at her with a gentle, patient tone, but his heart was pounding. Lilith was sometimes easy to placate. Other times, it took a serious toll on his life force. Finally, Jax closed his eyes in resignation. Fine, worst-case scenario, I spend a few days in bed. I can't let my wife go hungry, can I? Jax, I really want. Jax's mind raced. My wife is thirsty for me. Lilith's thoughts? I really want to make human sculptures. Turn everyone who bullied my Jax into limbless, living statues. Lily, be good. Didn't we just eat? Jax coaxed his volatile wife, a hint of unease on his face. Tonight we can. It was broad daylight, hardly the time to be discussing such things. Besides, just a short while ago in the car, his wife had nearly kissed him to the point of suffocation, his senses filled with her intoxicating scent. Even though his ammunition was spent, he couldn't help but feel a stir of desire. It was simple, really. Lilith was just too beautiful, and her body was incredible. Although his crazy, beautiful wife loved to take the lead in bed, he didn't always indulge her in that regard. Several times, he had turned the tables, leaving her looking up at him with half-lidded, appreciative eyes. Those were the moments he felt most proud as a man. Ahem, back on topic. Jax put on his most charming face to soothe his wife. Even without the hypercar, he had transformed into a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of refined grace. After his rebirth, his confidence had soared. He was no longer the sycophantic loser trailing after Chloe. His whole demeanor had brightened, and anyone could see he was now radiant and full of life. Lilith watched the young man's sunny smile on her screen and felt as if she had been pulled back to the world of the living from a dark hell where she'd been negotiating with demons. She came back to herself, looking down at the pen she had snapped in two, its sharp tip buried deep in her fingertip. The smell of ink mixed with blood filled the office. Nathan quickly brought over a first aid kit and bandages. Working for Ms. Astor, these were essential supplies. Ms. Astor. Nathan started to offer help, but a cold glare from Lilith froze him in place. Jax, I miss you too, Lilith said, her voice clear and cool, but with an undercurrent of dependence. She truly missed him. The thought was so overwhelming that she felt an urge to bare her heart to him, quite literally. But that would scare him away. Her long, curled lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, making her look quiet and harmless. The dangerous crimson in her eyes was hidden away. At this moment, she looked as pitiable as a fragile doll. Nathan stared. WTF? Am I just another pawn in your twisted games? Only the blood on her wrist served as a reminder of the terrifying incident that had almost erupted in the office just moments before. The reborn Jax was increasingly aware of how different Lilith was. She was possessive and volatile, yes, but usually, if he just coaxed her a little, she became like an innocent little girl, easily satisfied and extremely dependent on him. It was strange at first, but gradually he found himself starting to like it, to like the vulnerability and dependence that Lilith showed only to him. You'll need money for groceries. I'll have Nathan unfreeze your supplementary gold card right away. Jax can buy whatever he wants, Lilith said crisply. I didn't know what kind of cars you liked before, so I bought one of every model and put them in the basement. If there's anything else you like now, you can go pick it out yourself. And your clothes, shoes, watches. You didn't seem to like what I picked out before. Let's buy all new things. Aside from her all-consuming, pathological need to lock Jax down, she had never been in a relationship. She didn't know how to please a man, how to make him happy. But she had heard that checkbook diplomacy could solve 99% of problems, so she was putting it into practice with Jax. Unfortunately, the old Jax had always been scornful of her efforts. No matter what she offered him, how much money she gave him, it was never as important as Chloe Vance or his freedom. But throwing money at him was the only way she knew. She remembered him once accusing her of not understanding what true affection was, and a quiet sadness had bloomed in her heart. She did have true affection. If Jax wanted, she would give him all her money, all her assets, even her life. Wasn't that a sign of true affection? Suddenly being showered with money by his crazy, beautiful CEO wife from across the city, Jax was momentarily stunned. He had to admit, though, it felt pretty damn good. But that supplementary gold card? Jax's mind reeled. Oh, right. I think I cut that one in half with a pair of scissors. It was probably for the best. As a man, he should be earning his own money to support his wife. He couldn't be a kept man forever. Besides, he had already found a way to make money. Ahem. No need for all that trouble. Jax grinned. Lily, I'm your man. I'm the one who should be spending money to make my wife happy. Don't worry, I have enough to feed you. And in the future, I'll earn lots and lots of money to buy you gifts. I'll work hard to stand by your side, so no one can ever say a bad word about you. He meant every word. He had already started taking action. In his past life, he had poured all his skills into supporting his 5 sisters, willingly becoming their resource engine. But this time, he was building his own career. Everything was for himself. And with the advantage of his foreknowledge, making money was going to be easy. Nathan expected Lilith to be moved by Jax's words. Whether they were true or not, at least he was stabilizing her mood. But to his surprise, Lilith let out a cold laugh. Jax, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll cut out their tongue. Jax sighed. Leave it to my possessive girl to have such a unique perspective. Okay. No one's going to say anything. I just want to have my own career, so I could be a man who deserves you. My Lily is so amazing. I can't be a total loser. Jax's voice was gentle, like he was coaxing a child, with an unconscious, magnetic charm. Lilith stared at him, feeling like she could never get enough of looking at him. Whatever Jax makes, I'll love to eat. I'm not a picky eater at all. She was truly like a young girl in the first flush of love, her eyes sparkling with joy at his words. The dark clouds that had been hanging over the Astor Corporation all day finally began to part. Nathan's face was a mess of conflicting emotions. You're not picky? The only thing you don't eat is people. Maybe. He thought of the dissected, bloodied rabbits in the basement lab and the Gothic-style dolls in Lilith's room, with their uncannily human-like skin. He decided to offer a helpful tip. Sir, Miss, Astor likes beef. Lilith had a severe eating disorder and found it difficult to eat almost anything. But when she was starving, the only thing she could stomach was rare beef, barely cooked, bloody, tender, and with the primal chewiness of a predator's kill. It was said that the more a person enjoyed raw food, the greater the imbalance between their animal and human nature. Lilith was a prime example. All right then, how about some stir-fried beef with scrambled eggs and tomato-braised beef brisket tonight? Lilith glanced at Nathan, and even though she knew Jax couldn't see her, she sat up straight and nodded obediently. Whatever Jax says. Nathan sighed. So this is what they call love. One thing conquering another. Just then, Chloe Vance arrived on the rooftop. She saw Jax secretly on the phone, a look of doting affection on his face. She was suspicious, but quickly concluded it was just another one of his games of hard to get. He was trying to invent a fake woman to make her jealous. She didn't even consider Lilith. That woman had imprisoned and forced him. Their relationship could only be one of false compliance. She, on the other hand, was his eternal white moonlight, the one he could never have. He was driven mad by his desire for her, and when he couldn't have her, he resorted to extreme measures to get her attention. It was so childish. So Chloe walked over, her posture radiating superiority. "Jax, were you waiting for me here specifically? I've told you before, our relationship has to be kept a secret from the other students. Why must you resort to slandering me to force me to acknowledge you? It's fine for you to love me, but you can't stop others from having the right to pursue me. All right, stop being jealous. If you buy me another Chanel bag, I'll forgive you for what you said to me earlier." Jax cut her off. "Where did this idiot come from? If you're sick, go get treated. I'm not a vet." Chloe couldn't believe it. They were the only two people on the rooftop. There was no need to put on a show for anyone to maintain her pure campus belle image, yet Jax still dared to talk to her like this. But then she reconsidered. She had claimed she took the research manuscript as a memento of his love for her, but now it had become a weapon against him. Jax wasn't a complete idiot. It was normal for him to act all moody and angry now, waiting for her to offer a more caring form of compensation. "Jax, stop playing hard to get," Chloe said, forcing a gentle expression as she moved closer. "I know you're angry that Jessica gave your research project to the dean, but I had my reasons." "Okay, stop being angry. I'm willing to have a candlelight dinner with you tonight. How's that?" She thought she had him all figured out. She had to admit, the new and improved Jax, all cleaned up and trying to impress her, did have a certain charm. But he was still just a down-on-his-luck, unloved young master of the Pierce family. He couldn't compare to Caleb, who had received a top-tier education and upbringing from a young age and had a much better chance of inheriting the Pierce fortune. She wasn't materialistic. She was just trying to secure a good future for herself. "Chloe, I have a wife," Jax stated flatly. "My wife is more beautiful than you, has a better body, more charm, and is far more rich and powerful. Compared to my wife, you're an ugly duckling. So tell me, why would I play hard to get with you? Because of your thick skin, or because you're just that desperate?" Jax continued his verbal assault, giving her no quarter. He had seen through her vile, manipulative nature long ago. The only reason he wasn't dealing with her now was to ensure she received a much greater punishment later, and to get to Caleb, the puppet master pulling her strings. "Jax, I don't believe you. You have to tell me why. I'm beautiful. I'm the Kingston Belle, are you blind?" Chloe's greatest pride was her beauty. She firmly believed that her face and charm were the reasons she was constantly surrounded by adoring men. And the man most thoroughly conquered by her charm was Jax. Why would he stop liking her? It was impossible. "Oh, compared to my wife, you're not even in the same league," Jax sneered. He shoved her away, then looked down at his phone, his voice turning anxious as he explained to Lilith, "Lily, it's nothing with Chloe. I've already sent her away. I swear from now on, you're the only one in my heart. She was never important." Even as he explained, Jax's stomach was churning. He knew all too well Lilith's pathological, crazed possessiveness. Chloe showing up just now was likely to become the new excuse for Lilith to lock him up again. Lilith sat in her office chair. With her uninjured hand, she casually tapped a button on her keyboard. The computer screen in front of her instantly switched to a location map. The map was centered on Kingston University, and the red dot was, unsurprisingly, Jax's location. Lilith could grant him relative freedom, but that freedom was, of course, under her complete and total control. She moved the mouse, zooming in on the satellite image, a live feed of the administration building's rooftop appearing on her screen. The phone call was still active. Lilith's gaze swept over the two figures arguing. If Chloe dared to get any closer to Jax, if they actually touched, she would go to Kingston immediately, by any means necessary, and in front of Jax, she would tie the little green tea bitch up and make Jax personally chop off her hands. Hiss! The bloom of fresh blood, splattering across Jax's pale face. My Jax would cry, wouldn't he? The crimson that rose in Lilith's eyes, the uncontrollable malevolence, made Nathan, who was standing in the once again frigid office, feel his sanity crumble yet again. The hazard pay he earned every month was mostly just compensation for the mental trauma Ms. Astor inflicted. Terrified that Jax would screw up again, Nathan stealthily moved behind Lilith to look at the screen. He saw Jax kick that little pest Chloe away, not even giving her a second glance, and then immediately start placating the she-devil at home. Nathan could have cried with relief. Jax had finally stopped courting death. He was so excited he wanted to do a celebratory dance right there in front of his boss. Jax's surprising obedience was unexpected for Lilith. Didn't he love Chloe so much? Could it be that he knew she had embedded a tracking chip in his body and was monitoring him via satellite at all times? Regardless, she was pleased. She said softly, "I'll wait for you to come home." Lilith's eyebrow arched slightly. Her body relaxed, and she leaned back lazily in her leather chair, a gentle smile gracing her red lips. The ferocity in her eyes seemed to vanish. She calmly looked at her blood-covered hand, then dipped a finger in the blood and smeared it on her lips, creating a color as vivid and soul-stealing as a siren's call. Jax nodded, hearing his wife's gentle words, her promise to wait for him to come home. A warmth bloomed in his chest. Home. He hadn't had a home for a long time, but his Lily was giving him a new one. He couldn't let her down. Hanging up, Jax returned to the conference room. The tables and chairs were in disarray from the earlier fight. In the time he had been breaking up the fight, he had accidentally injured several of the lackeys who had blocked his path with Liam. They were all minor scrapes, and a campus medic was patching them up. Landon and Liam's injuries, however, were more serious: broken bones and bruised faces. The medic wanted to take them to the clinic, but Landon refused to leave. That bastard had dared to set him up, and he wanted to watch Jax's downfall with his own eyes. As soon as Jax walked back in, Professor Young slammed the table, his anger reaching a boiling point. "Jax, stop stirring up trouble. You're one bad apple spoiling the whole barrel. Whether you can repay that $20,000 or not, the university must deal with your despicable behavior immediately. All the evidence points to you stealing Caleb's award and taking the fall for someone else in blatant disregard of school rules. Do you even consider yourself a Kingston student anymore? I am now officially informing you. Jax Pierce, you are expelled." During the fight, the professor had seen what was really going on. The more Jax pulled them apart, the more injured they got. It was clear Jax was using the chaos to get his own revenge on Landon and Liam. But he had done it so cleverly, with a plausible excuse, that the professor couldn't say anything. The frustration. It had been years since a student had dared to play him like this right under his nose. He was determined to teach this kid the biggest lesson of his life. "Not so fast, Professor," Jax said calmly. "I stand by the fact that I earned the Kingston Research Gold Medal. The manuscript just happens to be misplaced. And since Caleb, the person I'm supposed to be confronting, isn't here, it's a he said, she said situation, and the odds are stacked against me. But Kingston University is a prestigious, century-old institution. If a scandal like this gets out, if my case tarnishes our school's reputation, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night." As he spoke, Jax walked to the center of the room. He was the one on trial, yet he moved with the casual grace of someone strolling through their own backyard. Landon, his face swollen like a pig's, seethed with rage. "Jax, cut the crap. The board has already made its decision. Get the hell out." Jax paused, his gaze landing lightly on Landon's face, a lazy, 3/10 smile playing on his lips. Landon immediately shut his mouth. "Crap, was I just scared? Scared of this unwanted, pathetic loser? I must be losing my mind." "Professor," Jax continued, "even after the board makes a decision, there's a 3-day review process. And I happen to remember that in 3 days, it's the National Collegiate Research Competition. Isn't the whole point of our internal competition to identify and prepare talent for the national stage? Everyone knows that while Kingston is a top comprehensive university, our rival, Westwood Tech, is a specialized STEM school. In the field of research, their talent is obviously more focused. Statistically speaking, they have a better chance of winning the national competition. Our university was already bested by Westwood Tech in the physics competition a month ago. I imagine our school's leadership and our students are still smarting from that. If we get beaten by them again in the research competition, our school's reputation and prestige might. TSK. He was hitting them where it hurt. In his past life, Jax had heard that Kingston had only placed second in the national competition and had been mocked by Westwood Tech for it. The university president had been pacing in his office, fuming, but could do nothing. The fact that Kingston had hastily organized an internal competition this year was a clear sign they were scouting for talent. It showed just how much they value the national competition. "Jax, you're a clever one," Professor Young said, a hint of grudging respect in his voice. "But what does this have to do with you? A bad student who won a gold medal by stealing someone else's work thinks he's qualified to participate in the national competition? Have you lost your mind? Or have I?" The professor was still biased against Jax for his earlier manipulation. The kid was clever, but his actual abilities were a mess. "Professor, the top 3 winners of the national competition get a $200,000 prize and the chance to be mentored by the renowned Professor Liu. If I can place in the top 3, would I really have needed to steal someone else's work for our internal competition? Jax laid out his terms calmly. It was time for psychological warfare. He had them by the throat. Their desire for glory was his lifeline. Talent was a resource they had to hold on to. He knew his reputation was in the gutter, and it was normal for them not to trust him. But he was confident there was one person at Kingston who would. Dean Evans watched Jax, his expression thoughtful, though he had initially been furious with him. After this short interaction, he was starting to see that Jax was meticulous, bold, and detail-oriented. If he had really wanted to plagiarize Caleb's award, with his mind, would he have left so many loose ends? Besides, why was Caleb's manuscript with Chloe in the first place? The campus rumor mill said that Jax and Chloe were the ones who were hot and heavy, with Jax being utterly devoted to her. In that case, the person more likely to have unconditionally entrusted the manuscript to Chloe was Jax. The logic of the situation didn't quite add up. As the dean was about to speak, the conference room door flew open and a figure rushed in, panting. It was Professor Miller, the faculty advisor for the sophomore finance department. "Dean, Jax is my student. I know his capabilities, and I trust his character," he declared. "I heard about the plagiarism accusation. This kid has the talent to win the gold medal on his own. He has no need to steal from others." On the other hand, Caleb Pierce, a junior who is constantly sick and needs others to fill out his competition forms for him. Does he really have the energy to produce the work described in that manuscript? Professor Miller was famous for being fiercely protective of his students. When Jax had first joined his class, he had been ostracized for his alternative style of dress. The very next day, Professor Miller had dragged the entire department into a lecture hall for a special seminar on the topic, "Don't judge a book by its cover." He wasn't just being nice to Jax. He was a genuinely good person who wholeheartedly trusted his students. Sierra, hearing this new professor not only defending Jax, but also casting doubt on Caleb, was incensed. Caleb was brilliant and gentle. He was only sick because Jax had jinxed him. Her face darkened. "Professor, I'll thank you to show some respect for my brother," she snapped. "My brother Caleb is kind and intelligent. Even when he's sick, it doesn't affect his studies. He can complete high-intensity research projects, which is a lot more than can be said for some liars who are all talk." $200,000? "Jax, you've been circling this whole time, trying to get into the national competition, just for the money, haven't you? I know you need money. If you come with me to the hospital to save Caleb right now, I'll give you $200,000 immediately." Sierra knew the situation was urgent. She had already wasted too much time at the university. Jax raised an eyebrow. He knew Sierra would pay a high price for her precious brother Caleb. For him, it was don't even think about a penny. For Caleb, it was no amount is too much. He had experienced this disparity so many times he was used to it. Without answering, Jax walked over to Professor Miller. No words were needed between the two men. Professor Miller just clapped him firmly on the shoulder. "Kid, I believe in you." Then he turned to the department head. "I am willing to vouch for my student. If he doesn't place in the top 3 at the national competition, I will resign from my position as faculty advisor." The board members were shocked. Miller is insane. He's putting his own career on the line for a student drowning in scandals? Jax nodded. He wouldn't let Professor Miller down. He turned his head, shot a cold, mocking glance at Sierra, and said, "Fine, I'll go to the hospital with you." Sierra frowned, a feeling of unease creeping up on her. Then she sneered to herself. Jax is still the same old pathetic lapdog. He can't keep up the act anymore, can he? You'll really be that nice. In the past, Jax would have followed her like a dog at the snap of her fingers. If she said east, he wouldn't dare go west. But now he had clearly changed. "I'm not being nice." "Forget it then," Jax said with a shrug. His indifferent attitude made Sierra want to grind her teeth, but she had to soften her tone. "Fine, I'll give you the $200,000, she conceded. "Jax, don't try to play any games with me." She felt guilty for making him her scapegoat so many times, but the moment she thought about Caleb's illness being caused by Jax's bad jinx, she felt perfectly justified in ordering him to give blood. With Professor Miller's guarantee, Jax was temporarily safe from expulsion. The board members began to disperse. As Dean Evans passed by, he clapped Jax on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Kid, your skills had better be as big as your boasts. If you really do take a top 3 spot in the national competition, I'll give you a multi-million-dollar research project, working with our university's top mind in the field." Dean Evans was well-connected and had a sharp eye for talent. Both in this life and the last, he appreciated capable young people and was willing to promote them and pave their way. As he often said, everyone gets old. His responsibility as a teacher was to hand a broader future to the next generation. After the dean left, Jax let out a breath of relief. He sent a quick text to Sam Cole. "Son, is everything ready?" Sam replied almost instantly, "Don't worry, Godfather. You can count on me. It's the real deal, 100% pure." A flicker of satisfaction crossed Jax's face. He stood up. Sam was already waiting at the door. He tossed a set of car keys, and Jax caught them effortlessly. He glanced at the stunned Sierra and said impatiently, "Let's go." The young man's tone was curt and irritable. Sierra frowned. She did feel guilty, but did he have to be so cold to her? She was his fifth sister, after all. At that moment, everyone's attention was captured by the car key in Jax's hand. Whoa, is that a key to a Koenigsegg 1:1? That's so cool. The design and quality look amazing. It looks real. Where'd you buy it? Drop the link. I need one to pick up girls. Haha, this Jax really never gives up on flexing. He's trying to impress people with a keychain that looks like a car key. It's all just to get the campus belle's attention. Jax, you already used that trick yesterday. Today you're so broke you had to switch to a cheap key-shaped lighter? You really are desperate to win Chloe's favor. Landon's friends all started mocking him. Jessica shot Jax a disgusted look. You know, Jax, a person should know their place. Demanding $200,000 from Chloe for a fake luxury car you rented? You'd be lucky to get $200, and you'd still have to give change. There's no point in pretending to be rich when you're not. Sam listened to the idle chatter, silently cursing this bunch of clueless sycophants. His boy had landed a super-rich sugar mama. His net worth had skyrocketed. A bunch of blind fools. This is a real car key. A multi-million-dollar hypercar. It's my boy Jax's new ride, Sam said, lifting his chin proudly. The Astor family was incredibly efficient. He had moved into a huge villa last night and had already borrowed 2 multi-million-dollar hypercars. It was his brother's wife's property. After all, he was being conservative. But still, 2 hypercars worth tens of millions? That was more than he could earn in a lifetime of grinding until he was in his coffin. It was true what they say. Some things, if you're not born with them, you'll never have them. The greatest divide in life isn't social class. It's the amniotic fluid you're born from. Sam looked cocky, a far cry from his pathetic demeanor a few days ago. He might as well have had "my brother is the GOAT" tattooed on his forehead. However, his boast was met with a wave of laughter. Ha ha ha. Sam, it's no wonder you hang out with Jax. You two are a pair of clowns, sharing the same delusion. Sam, Jax is Chloe's lapdog, and you're Jax's lapdog. Who's going to believe the word of a lapdog's lapdog? Zach, one of Landon's good friends, had been itching to pick a fight with Jax, but hadn't dared with the university officials present. Now that they were gone, he wasn't going to miss his chance. Zach, believe what you want, Jax said, uninterested in the small fry. He twirled the key ring around his finger and swaggered out of the conference room. As he passed Chloe, he paused. Chloe's face was pale. On the rooftop, Jax had actually kicked her. She had been coddled and adored by men her whole life. She had never been so humiliated. But now, she was more curious. Was the key in Jax's hand real? Chloe, tomorrow is the deadline, Jax said, his voice low enough that only she and the approaching Sierra could hear. If the money isn't in my account, you can wait for me to print out the records of you and Caleb checking into hotels and post them on the school's bulletin board. Sierra frowned. She knew a little about Chloe and Caleb's relationship. Before the Vance family's downfall, they were considered childhood sweethearts. But she was suspicious. Caleb's health was so fragile, he was constantly on the verge of needing surgery. How could he possibly be doing that with Chloe? Something wasn't right. Jax, you must be mistaken about Caleb and me, Chloe stammered, her heart pounding. Jax's attitude toward her was too strange. Had he really discovered her relationship with Caleb? But Jax had already walked away. Downstairs, in front of the administration building, a stunningly cool Koenigsegg 1:1 was parked. Students and professors passing by couldn't help but stop and stare, snapping pictures of the hypercar. Whose car is that? Why is it parked here? It's so awesome. I just Googled it. It's worth millions. Their family must be insanely rich. Could it be Jax's? I heard the guy who showed up in the Bugatti La Voiture Noire yesterday was Chloe's lapdog, Jax, but that he rented it. He had to walk to school today. Jax? That broke-ass young master the Pierces picked up off the street? Get real. The Pierce family probably can't even afford a car this extravagant. And even if they could, it would go to Caleb first. Jax wouldn't even be allowed to touch it. The crowd was buzzing. Just then, a tall, slender figure emerged from the administration building. The young man was backlit by the sun, the shadows carving out the sharp lines of his brow. He had fair skin, thin lips, and a pair of deep, dark eyes that were as cold as stars. Even in a simple white shirt, he exuded an air of refined, ascetic elegance. He was holding a car key. With a casual press of a button, the hypercar let out a sharp beep, unlocking. The onlooker's blood began to boil with excitement. The owner of this top-tier hypercar was this handsome? The odds of that had to be lower than winning the lottery. Zach and his friends, who had followed Jax out to mock him, were frozen in place. That's impossible. Jax, did you take out a loan to rent this one too? You're a broke loser. How could you possibly afford a top-tier hypercar? Zach's voice cut through the crowd. Now the onlookers were really in an uproar. What? This cool, elegant, handsome guy is Jax. It's only been a few days. Did he get plastic surgery? That face full of acne scars and those permanent dark circles were so disgusting. How are they all gone today? Yesterday, a $13 million Bugatti. Today, a $10 million Koenigsegg. He's the real hidden tycoon of our school, isn't he? Watching Jax expertly open the door and slide into the hypercar, Sierra's face turned ugly. The Pierce family was wealthy, but even her eldest sister, the CEO of Pierce Financial, wouldn't spend so much money on a luxury car for herself. Jax had always used the worst of everything in the family. Caleb had a Bentley bought for him by the five sisters combined, but Jax didn't even have a scooter. And now, he was driving a hypercar that even she couldn't help but envy. The stark contrast was a slap in the face. She strode forward and tried to snatch the keys from his hand. Jax, do you even have a driver's license? As your fifth sister, I'm concerned for your safety. I'll drive. Jax had anticipated this move. He tossed the keys to Sam, who was standing nearby. Sierra, I have a license, and this is my car. Keep your hands off it. Have some dignity. Ever since he had returned to the Pierce family, anything of his that Sierra took a liking to, that she borrowed or took under various pretexts, was never returned. He could see that same greedy glint in her eye, the urge to casually help herself to his things. Being called out in public, Sierra was furious but could only swallow her anger. Jax, don't flatter yourself. I was just afraid you'd run off halfway. As if anyone would want your car that you probably sold your body for. A wave of understanding passed through the crowd. TSK. So Jax got this car from some rich old woman. What a pity. A fine young man, so young, has already seen through the cruelty of society and chosen to take a 40-year shortcut in his career. I wonder how ugly the old woman who's keeping him is. Chloe stood at the entrance of the administration building, watching as Jax got into the Koenigsegg. She was completely shattered. Jax hadn't rented the car. He was driving a real hypercar. So, he had managed to win over Lilith Astor's aunt? Chloe, Jax is going to the hospital with Sierra to give blood to Caleb, Jessica whispered, trying to console her friend, who looked devastated. Look, no matter how arrogant he acts now, he still has to be Caleb's blood bag, doesn't he? What does that mean? It means Jax still cares about the Pierce family. He'll definitely steal confidential information from the Astor family to help the Pierces climb even higher. In the future, your Caleb will be the heir to the Pierce fortune. All these hypercars will be yours. Just think of it as Jax borrowing your car for a little while. Even as she spoke, Jessica's eyes were glued to the direction the hypercar had gone. Chloe, you can hold on to your sick little fiancé. This man Jax, I want him. At the hospital, Eleanor Pierce paced anxiously outside the emergency room, incessantly texting Sierra, urging her to bring Jax. The moment Jax stepped into the hospital corridor, a woman's leather handbag flew toward his head as if it had a mind of its own. With lightning-fast reflexes, Jax grabbed Sierra, who had been deliberately walking behind him, and pulled her in front of him. A woman's shriek echoed through the ER hallway. A large welt was already forming on Sierra's forehead, and blood was trickling down her cheek. Oh, my sincere apologies, Jax said, his face a mask of innocence. That's your mother. Her hitting you is a family matter. But her hitting me would be assault, and I'd have to press charges and send her to jail. He looked at Sierra's bleeding forehead without a trace of pity, his gaze sweeping over her without a flicker of emotion. Hit by her mother's handbag, Sierra felt a wave of dizziness. She touched her face, and her hand came away wet. Covered in blood, she let out another terrified scream. The noise was so loud that a doctor came out to quiet them. Seeing the wound on Sierra's head, he quickly began to treat it. Whatever Jax makes, I'll love it. Lilith's voice softened, all traces of her previous hostility gone. But it only fueled her prejudice and malice toward Jax. Jax, I am your mother. It's my right to discipline you. How dare you dodge? You even hurt your sister. How could you be so vicious? Eleanor was dressed in expensive, fashionable clothes. To outsiders, she was always gentle and elegant, a model of grace and a dedicated mother. But in the entire family, the only one who could make her lose her composed facade was Jax. Jax was inherently bad, resistant to discipline, and had picked up a lifetime of bad habits from his years on the streets. As the matriarch of the Pierce family, she had to punish him harshly to beat his filthy habits out of him. So, corporal punishment with canes and rods was a common occurrence. She never felt she was being too harsh. She only felt that Jax's skin was too thick and that she needed to use thicker, sharper instruments to discipline him. Jax laughed out loud at her twisted logic. "Mrs. Pierce, please take a good look. You're the one who deliberately smashed your daughter in the head with your purse. My dodging was just self-defense. How could I possibly be as vicious as a monster who would attack her own child?" He raised an eyebrow, meeting Eleanor's gaze without fear. This woman did not deserve to be a mother. No, she just didn't deserve to be his mother. For Caleb, she was gentle, attentive, and caring, a perfect mom. "Jax, you call me vicious?" Eleanor's face contorted with rage. "I'm your mother. If even I can't discipline you, when you go out into the world with all your vile habits, you'll only bring shame and trouble to the Pierce family. And now you've grown wings, have you? You dare to dodge my punishments, dare to refuse to give your brother blood? How did I give birth to such a cold-blooded, heartless monster?" She was screaming, but she hadn't forgotten the main purpose of their visit. "I don't care how unwilling you are. The person in there is your brother. He needs your blood right now. You will go in there and save his life." While one doctor was bandaging Sierra's head, Eleanor lunged forward to grab Jax's arm. But this time, Jax sidestepped her with icy precision, not even letting her touch the hem of his clothes. Eleanor, having missed her target, looked up, ready to try and grab his ear to discipline him. But this time, she met his eyes, and they were utterly cold. They were calm, emotionless, but they sent a shiver of fear down her spine. It was then that she finally felt it. Jax had changed. It was as if he had suddenly grown a coat of thorns, sharp and piercing. Jax ignored Eleanor and walked directly to the emergency room door. A doctor opened it, preparing to draw his blood with practiced ease. Jax stood at the doorway, unmoving, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Sam Cole appeared, running toward them, carrying 2 large buckets of a red, unidentified liquid. Jax pushed the ER door open. Sam handed one of the buckets to him. Without hesitating, Jax strode into the emergency room. He yanked back the curtain, and, sure enough, there was the frail, sickly Caleb, lying on the operating table with earbuds in his ears. Jax raised the bucket and poured its contents all over Caleb's head. Whoosh, splatter. Ah! The smell of blood filled the entire room. Jax felt a surge of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Oh, that felt good. So damn good. "Caleb, you needed a blood transfusion, right?" he roared. "Here's the blood of your own kind. I've got plenty for you." Eleanor was stunned. By the time she reacted and rushed into the room, she almost fainted from the shock. Caleb was lying on the operating table, drenched in blood, completely soaked in its foul, coppery smell. "Jax, you're insane." Jax sneered. "No, I'm satisfied. I'm so damn satisfied I could fly." The emergency room looked like a murder scene. Caleb, having had a full bucket of pig's blood dumped on his head, was in a state of shock, unable to react for several long moments. The doctors, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, were frozen in place. Sierra, her head still wrapped in bandages, rushed over and grabbed Eleanor, who was on the verge of fainting. Mom, are you okay? Caleb, are you all right? Doctor, go check on my brother. Isn't he in the middle of surgery? With all this blood poured on him, won't he get a serious infection? Jax, if anything happens to Caleb, our entire family will never forgive you." Sierra was panicking. Caleb was in surgery. How could Jax dare? This was tantamount to murder. The doctor looked extremely awkward. He had a long-standing arrangement with the young Mr. Pierce. While Caleb was indeed ill, his condition wasn't so severe as to require surgery and a blood transfusion every time. But how could he expose this in public? His medical career would be over. "Well, Mr. Pierce," the doctor stammered, caught in a bind. Jax strode forward, grabbed Caleb by the collar of his hospital gown, and yanked him off the operating table. The frail young man's face was covered in blood, his features almost unrecognizable, but he did look to be in a very poor state. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the room. Jax had ripped open Caleb's gown with one hand. The young man's abdomen was completely unmarked. There wasn't a single sign of recent surgery. It was clean without even a scar. TSK, infection? Jax sneered. "You need a wound for that. Miss Pierce, you went to great expense to bring me from Kingston to be Caleb's personal blood bag. I've done my best to serve him. I've provided plenty of blood. Now it's time to pay up." Jax shoved the weak Caleb away and held out his hand to Sierra. Sierra and Eleanor stared at Caleb's unblemished abdomen. their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. But whatever they were thinking, it no longer mattered to Jax. He couldn't care less. "Caleb, what is going on?" Sierra's voice was laced with a desperate, cracking edge. "Have you been lying about your illness to me, to Mom, to our entire family this whole time?" She looked at Caleb, her eyes filled with a despair that bordered on collapse. Her heart felt like it had been squeezed in a vice. She couldn't breathe. The light in her eyes began to fade. Caleb had been lying? So all those times she had helped him, dragging Jax here to be forcibly pricked with a needle and have his blood drawn. What did that make her? Not only had she repeatedly hurt Jax by making him her scapegoat, but she had also believed the family's brainwashing, convinced that Jax was the one jinxing Caleb and had to atone for it. But Jax had done nothing wrong. Thinking back on the 4 years since Jax had returned, her conscience pricked her. Her mother had constantly used his bad character and lack of upbringing as an excuse for corporal punishment, frequently beating him with canes and rods. Gradually, she had grown accustomed to watching with cold indifference. But even so, when they were both at Kingston, Jax would still trail after her like a puppy. When she skipped class, he would meticulously copy the notes for her and do her homework to perfection. When she mentioned she was hungry, he would find ways to bring her home-cooked meals with flavors that perfectly matched her favorite dishes from the restaurant she frequented. She loved spicy food, so Jax learned to cook countless Szechuan and Hunan dishes for her. Yet she had never once bothered to find out what Jax liked to eat. She was wild and loved freedom, and when she got into trouble and was nearly kidnapped, it was Jax who had sorted it out. When she broke the rules at school, it was Jax who cleaned up her messes. Over time, she had taken it all for granted. Jax's kindness was now a vivid memory, but she had found fault with his every move, even scorning him for following her around to protect her, complaining that he looked poor and she didn't want him near her. Thinking of this, Sierra wanted to slap herself. Had she really been so vicious to Jax all these years? She snapped back to reality and instinctively tried to move closer to Jax, but the cold indifference in his eyes stung her. "Fifth sister, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Caleb quickly recovered, finding a new excuse. "How can my illness be fake? I chose a conservative treatment plan. The treatment process is also extremely dangerous, which is why we need to have a blood supply ready. Brother Jax, I know you're angry at the family for making you marry into the Astor family for me. You can hit me or curse at me anytime, but Mom is getting older. A stunt like this will scare her. She's been taking care of me for years, and her health isn't good. Grandma knows about my conservative treatment too. I was just afraid Mom would worry too much, so I kept it from her. If you feel that my conservative treatment without surgery was just an excuse to trick you into giving blood, you could have just refused to help. Why? Why did you have to be so cruel?" He was already covered in pig's blood, the smell filling the room. He frowned, looking so weak it seemed he might pass out at any moment. As he spoke, tears like pearls rolled down his cheeks. A man crying only made him look more fragile. Jax shot him a disgusted look. He could never master that level of acting, that green tea persona of being able to cry on command. No wonder he was never liked in the Pierce family. He was too thick-skinned, his spine too straight. He couldn't play the part of a male bitch. Eleanor, who had been terrified, immediately regained her composure. Seeing Jax as the source of all the trouble, she steadied herself and turned her full, impatient disgust on him. "Jax, how did I give birth to such a heartless monster? It's a good thing my Caleb is okay, or I would have killed you." She rushed forward, helping Caleb up with a look of profound heartache. She needed no logic. She believed Caleb's words completely. Sierra stood behind them, her eyes dark with a cold, sharp anger, her expression unreadable. Others might not know, but when Caleb had his last episode and supposedly had surgery, she had come to take care of him. His abdomen had been wrapped in bandages, and there were bloodstains on them. He had looked so weak that any slight movement seemed to cause him immense pain. It had broken her heart. But now, she had seen with her own eyes that his abdomen not only had no surgical scars, it had no scars at all. The truth was clear. Caleb was lying. He had deceived her, and he had deceived the entire Pierce family. This time, Sierra couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly grabbed Caleb and sneered. "Caleb, are you done lying? There is no conservative treatment. You're not sick at all. You lied to everyone. You were afraid that when Jax came home, he would take everything from you. So you pretended to be sick to push him out, didn't you?" She stared at Caleb, her world shattering. The kind, honest, good little brother she had trusted and doted on was a liar, and even when caught, he was still spewing lies to cover his tracks. She was Sierra Pierce, the arrogant, proud fifth daughter of the Pierce family. The realization that she had been kept in the dark, that she had been made to be the bad guy, dragging Jax to be a blood bag time and time again, getting herself into trouble, being played like a fool. She was consumed with rage. She shoved Caleb to the ground and slapped him across the face. Crack! The sound was sharp and clear. Caleb's head snapped to the side, his ears ringing. Eleanor, terrified, threw herself over Caleb, shielding him with her body, stopping Sierra's next slap. She was furious. Sierra, have you lost your mind? Caleb is your brother. He's always been kind and honest. How could he lie? You just came here with Jax? Did he put a curse on you on the way? She was going crazy. It was all Jax's fault. If only he were dead. But Caleb still needed him. Sierra laughed coldly. Her forehead was still bandaged from the bloody gash her own mother had given her. In that moment, she finally understood how difficult it must have been for Jax to survive in the Pierce family. Constantly worried about being beaten, constantly being blamed and scolded. If she were Jax, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand it. Yet he had managed to remain true to himself, to be so good to his 5 sisters without any resentment. In truth, Jax was a good person, a good brother. Mom, you're the one who's lost your mind, Sierra said coldly. You're the one who's been cursed. She looked at Jax, who had been watching the whole drama like an outsider. She thought of everything she had done to him, and her heart clenched. Jax, in return, didn't even bother to give her a spare glance. She choked back the pain in her chest and stepped forward, holding out a bank card to him. Jax, this is what I promised you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Can you? Jax snatched the card from her hand and raised an eyebrow. Password. Eleanor watched this exchange, the gloom in her eyes deepening. Jax, a dog will always return to its vomit. It's your birthday. Sierra's face was pale, her brow furrowed in anxiety, her heart in her throat. Wrong. June 7th. That's Caleb's birthday, Jax said with a cold laugh. Although he and Caleb were fraternal twins, their births had straddled midnight. He had been born the day before, Caleb just after midnight. Their birthdays had never been on the same day. But in the 4 years since he had returned to the Pierce family, for convenience's sake, they had always celebrated his birthday on the same day as Caleb's. It wasn't a deliberate slight. It was just that he was unimportant, that he didn't matter. Just like the password on this bank card. It was set to Caleb's birthday, yet she insisted on pretending, as if she were being fair. To Jax, it was utterly laughable. Sierra's fingers trembled. She couldn't even hold the card steady. It slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor, landing in a puddle of filthy, bloody water. Just like the relationship between Jax and Sierra, no matter how hard one might try to clean it, it would never be new again. Like a zombie, Sierra walked out of the emergency room. She didn't even react as she brushed past her eldest sister, Morgan Pierce, who was rushing in. Morgan stepped into the ER and was shocked by the bloody scene. Her eyes immediately landed on Caleb, being shielded by their mother like a hen protecting her chick. She rushed over. Caleb, did Jax bully you again? The way Morgan automatically condemned Jax was so blatant that even Sam, the bystander, felt his heart ache for his friend. Oh, that was me, Jax said cheerfully. Didn't he need a blood bag? How about plenty? Sam, the unspoken understanding between brothers kicked in. Sam, it turned out, hadn't just brought buckets. He had also brought a backpack-style pesticide sprayer, and was filled with fresh, pure pig's blood. At Jax's signal, Sam whipped out a camera and started snapping pictures. Morgan, you missed the good part, but I'll give you a free replay. Here, look at the camera. I'm going to spray you right in the face. Morgan was a notorious germaphobe. The moment the pig's blood rained down on her, she broke. She was still standing there, but her mind had shattered into a million pieces. Morgan Pierce's scalp tingled. The person in the Pierce family who knew best about her mysophobia was Jax. In the past, before giving her an essential oil massage, Jax had to wash and disinfect his hands at least 10 times before she would allow him to touch her. The same went for his clothes. They had to be impeccably cleaned before he was permitted to enter her office. But Jax's clothes were always shabby. Faded jeans, wrinkled t-shirts, and shoes that were beyond description. She was disgusted by them. It never occurred to her to buy him a new set of clothes. Instead, she had her assistant prepare a disposable isolation suit for him. She made him wear a mask, and only then was he allowed into her office space. Jax had always complied with these rules without complaint. But with Caleb, Morgan's attitude was completely different. Jax had once seen Caleb, without washing his hands, just come in from outside with dusty clothes, walk right up to their eldest sister, affectionately fix her hair, and even rub against her playfully. Morgan had allowed all of it. Jax couldn't help but sneer at the memory. This so-called mysophobia was probably reserved just for him. His proud, noble CO sister had been disgusted by him from the moment he returned from the streets. In her eyes, The decade plus he had spent in the lower class had stained him with a stench of poverty that would tarnish her own refined image. Ah, Jax, what the hell is wrong with you? Morgan shrieked. Hey, you think I'm crazy? Crazier than your whole family, he retorted. I already made it clear last time. I've completely cut ties with the Pierce family. I don't even take up a single page in your family's records. I have no obligation to give blood to anyone. Consider today's events a little gift from me. If you dare to come looking for me for blood again, I'll arrange another invigorating transfusion for you. And then I'll post these pictures everywhere. The city's high society chat groups, the family groups. Let everyone enjoy your little freak show. Jax was merciless. The aura around him had completely changed. Eleanor looked at him, truly sizing him up for the first time in the 4 years since he had returned. When Jax first came back, he had been filial and attentive to her. Although she felt a certain revulsion and disdain, he was her biological son, and she had tried to accept him. But in the end, Jax was just a monster, tainted by the vices of the lower class. He stole her credit card and charged $5 million. He stole the ruby jewelry set her own grandmother had given her as a wedding gift. A thief like that. Beating him with a rod was a mother's mercy. And Jax dared to hold a grudge? He had no conscience. Jax knew how to manipulate people. He knew that Eleanor cared deeply about her reputation in her high society circle. In her current disheveled state, she would never want to be seen by the other wealthy wives. For now, she had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Caleb's eyes, cold and calculating, were fixed on Jax. Today he, a proud son, had been forced by a worthless coward to hide behind his mother. Heh, I will not let him get away with this. Coming out of the hospital, Jax felt refreshed and invigorated. He drove the hypercar straight to a high-end mall. Come on, your godfather is taking you shopping, Jax announced. So anything you like, just grab it. No need to be polite with your old man. Jax led Sam straight into a jewelry store. The first ring he had bought for Lily was, frankly, a bit cheap. He was going to pick out a bigger one for her now. In the future, when he earned more money, he would buy her bigger and bigger ones. His wife deserved the best of everything in the world. Even if she could get it all herself, a gift from him held a different meaning. How much is this diamond ring? Jax's eyes landed on a pink diamond ring. The diamond wasn't enormous, but its clarity and color were exceptional. Even to his untrained eye, it was clear this ring was not cheap. But his wife deserved the best. He pointed to the ring in the display case. Excuse me, how much is this one? Sir, you have excellent taste, the sales associate said. This pink diamond ring is from our high jewelry collection. It's a new designer piece that just arrived yesterday. The price is a bit steep. $5 million. Jax blinked. Never mind. Sam leaned in. Bro, you're picking that out for her, right? That ring is definitely top tier. You can tell it's high quality. But with how much Ms. Aster dotes on you, you could probably give her a soda tab as a ring, and she'd be happy for days. Why do you have to buy? Sam trailed off, looking puzzled. Jax had never told him the details of his life with Lilith Aster, but he was sharp. From the bits and pieces he'd overheard from staff at the estate, he had a pretty good idea. The young miss had basically taken Jax by force and imprisoned him. For someone in his position, why act so genuinely devoted? Lily is my wife, Jax said, his voice firm with a new resolve. She deserves the best. It's just that I can't afford it right now.